Okay. And we're live.
Hello everybody and welcome to rcracing.tv's live coverage of the EFRA European Championships for IC touring cars, 1/10 scale. Our Protoform coverage comes to you from the beautiful surroundings of the Stur Ring just to the east of Graz. And the good news is, as you can see already, the sun is shining, die Sonne scheint, and es ist ein schöner Tag. It's a beautiful day for motor racing, or indeed for anything else you want to do in the hills and mountains around Styria. We have got cars on the circuit at the moment getting some of that all-important free practice, and we'll be live throughout the whole day today. Free practice sessions were curtailed somewhat yesterday by bad weather, so these laps are now very, very important indeed. It'll be live pre-qualifying this afternoon from 2 o'clock Central European time. That's 1 back in the UK, and that will set the qualification grids for 4 rounds of live qualifying tomorrow, Friday, and then of course we'll be racing all the way through the rest of the weekend. Finals day is on Saturday. Now, if you were with us for our half-hour preview programme yesterday, if not, it's on the archive at rcracing.tv. Number of the top drivers, Gilles Grosskamp included, a little bit worried about the fact that they hadn't had too much time on this circuit. Thought the times might be down about a second or so from what we'd seen earlier in the week as the track rubbered back in again. It was very green indeed yesterday after all the rain that we had. But the news from the early sessions this morning is that the top drivers, including Robert Piech and Gilles Grosskamp, already down into the low 18-second marker area. 18.3s, 18.4s, the order of the day for those guys in the elite classes. Now, out on the circuit at the moment, we're just coming to the end of one of the free practice sessions. Everybody will get a couple of these this morning, and already, as you can probably see from Nathan and our main camera position, there is a rubbered line beginning to show on the track. The temperature this morning when we got up was around about 10 degrees Celsius. It's already into the middle teens and set to get warmer throughout the day. Matt is down in our commentary box. Matt McCallum is the next voice you will hear, and he's got an eye on the timing screen as well. Good morning, Matt.
Hello there, John. How are you?
Very well. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's nice. It's fresh when you're outside. It's pretty stuffy in here already, but we've moved our commentary position. The Wasps won, and so we've moved downstairs.
So what are the times doing at the moment?
Okay, well, we're watching Group 4, so that's one of the lower groups, and we're getting times. The best we can see at the moment is sort of 19.5-second laps, but the average is about 22 seconds, 21 seconds. Tobias Köhler of Germany is about the fastest car. That's car number 6 on the track. Obviously, it's free practice, and nobody's really taking a lot of notice. This doesn't even contribute to seeding or anything, like it will after 2 o'clock this afternoon. And it's nothing like the speeds of the top group. Robert Piech currently, I don't know, John's probably already gone over this, but he currently holds the lap record of 18 seconds, and that gets you 22 laps over the 10-minute sessions that they're doing at the moment. And that's Group 4, who have just come in. And I believe, I haven't even looked. Are we going up or are we going down? Will it be Group 3 or will it be Group 5 going out next?
That's a good question. I think it'll be Group 3. The fastest times came in this morning from Group 10, which include Robert Piech, Gilles Grosskamp, Dario Balestri, and it was an 18.358, 18.478 for Grosskamp. Grosskamp had some issues this morning, and he went missing for 3 minutes in the middle of that. I've got a feeling that was a timing glitch because I was watching him go around, but he wasn't clocking in any laps. 18.5 in Group 9 for Eric Dankel from Germany. That's a half-decent time as well. Also, yep. Kyle Branson with the Team GB driver, or the GB driver, with an 18.5. Had a quick word with Kyle this morning, and this is the first time, of course, Matt, he's driven since the Worlds in Bangkok. It's the first time with this chassis and engine setup, and also he's getting used to the track as well. So more to come, I think, from the young man Kyle Branson. Leo Arnold in Group 8 was the quickest with a 18.7. But really, if you're not down in the 18.5s, 18.4s, 18.5s, you're not going to be bothering the top of the field. I should just mention that in Group 10, the spread was from 18.3 to 18.7 across the 10 drivers. So very, very close indeed, with Robert Piet, Gilles Goscram, Dario Balestri, Alessio Mazzio, Francesco Tironi, Dirk Wisniewski, Adrian Bertan, Alex Hagberg, Mark Green and Rico Kruber, all within 0.4 of a second of each other. So that was very tight, and obviously we'll be looking at those guys for the favourite. Kyle Branson just a group away from them in group number 9, but with the opportunity, I think, to do something quite impressive today.
We are brought to you by Protoform. We're obviously here because of EFRA.ws. You can go to EFRA.ws to find out all about all of the European Championships. They are the governing body of all of the radio-controlled sports in Europe. And we're also powered, interestingly, by Carl Branson in a sort of an interesting way, as he did lend us a European adapter plug this morning as we got a bit caught short. So thanks to Kyle, and best of luck to him. As you did say, he's looking very promising.
Yeah, he was quite bullish this morning. Feels as though that he will pick up his pace throughout the afternoon. Good chance to take a lap then of the circuit. The finish line, it comes up now into what is actually quite a banked left, right, left sequence onto this super quick back straight. Still under the trees at the moment. Guys working very, very hard in the pit lane to get everything set up. It's amazing how, and I've been impressed at just how the communication goes on, because of course the drivers are standing 10, 12 feet above their mechanics and basically shouting down instructions.
It's interesting that they don't use radios. I don't think they're allowed to use radios. I have seen in some endurance RC races that they do use radios to communicate with the mechanics, but I haven't seen that in European Championships before.
Sammy Munk is the quickest in this session at the moment, but time's around the 20-second mark. It does seem to take a little while for these control tyres to come up to temperature and grip. So through the infield section, that is the technical section here and here. Very easy just to overplay the sticks there and spin the cars around. If you weren't with us yesterday, and why not, we were explaining about the track here, which was relayed earlier this year, and then it was ground. The top surface was machined off. If you look very carefully, you can see the little lines. They're about a foot apart where the machine has gone down. It depends on how the light catches it. Lush green on the infield, and I'll tell you now, if you go off into there, you're not coming out. You will need the assistance of a marshal. Action areas to look for in terms of racing when we get to racing. Well, obviously this corner here is where the pits exit. Important to get that double apex left-hander right. I do think we'll see most of the action at the end of this long, fast straight. It's not quite flat through that left-hander there at the hairpin, and here, which actually climbs quite appreciably uphill, and then down into this corner again and through the technical area. So difficult to pass here. We've seen in practice, Matt, that everybody's been, this is free practice, so it doesn't stand for anything. We have seen that everybody is being very, very courteous and trying to stay out of the way. There's been little or no contact, but I do think that hairpin that we've been looking at earlier on, that could be definitely one of the action areas, because you come into it so quickly.
You do, yes. I think it's only in lower groups as this one here, and I'm going to change that camera position shortly, as we don't get to see the cars for quite long enough when they go through it. Is that the hairpin that you
Yeah. You're coming into that. It's just a slight lift through the previous left-hander off the flat-out back straight, which is still under shade at the moment, and I just wonder if there's actually still a little bit of dampness over there, because I've noticed guys trying to stay away from what would be the perfect racing line. And then it's just a slight lift to the first left kink, and then really, really heavy slowing for that long left-handed hairpin. And that, for me, is the opportunity. And you can actually see the top guys just by watching how they come down to this part of the track and how they attack it. Lots of places where you're using just a burst of throttle. Remember, this is not electric, this is IC, internal combustion engine. So just a blast of throttle on these 10th scale touring cars just to settle the car down and balance it.
I think they also run large scale here.
They do.
Yes, so this is not the tightest of tracks. So there is going to be places to overtake.
Well, I think the issue is because it's not the tightest of tracks, Mark, there's not that many places where you're slowing right down in the 10s.
Right.
So getting through, there's not the big hard stops where you can make that decisive move. And I think we'll see that there'll be some overtaking in places that you wouldn't normally expect it, because it is certainly this infield section here. There's a number of different lines through there. As we come onto the pit straight, the next section of corners here. Now, if you can get on the throttle there and stay on the throttle all the way across the finishing line, there's the danger of drifting out wide on the apex there, as we just saw. But again, you can drive around the outside of people if you feel you've got the grip. I don't think it's going to be the typical point and squirt breaking down the inside into tighter corners because of what you've just mentioned, the fact that the average speed actually around the track is pretty quick.
I do love about this track is that whilst it's pretty smooth, it's not pancake flat.
No.
There are some undulations and there is some camber there, and that makes it slightly more entertaining to watch as well.
You can use the curbs here as well when they are dry.
Yeah.
The blue and white curbs are effectively painted tarmac. Slightly older tarmac than the newer surface of the racetrack. They were very slippery yesterday, even when it was just drizzling, or drivelling as I am now. But you can, as you just saw there, thank you very much, whoever that was, for just clattering across them. There's a couple of the very European saucers in places which are made out of little bits of concrete just to stop you cutting the curbs too much, notably at the end of the pit straight. But for the most part, the curbs are pretty kind here. The issue will be getting onto the grass. There's one of the saucers that I mentioned. And that's a big one. Well, maybe you can't use the curbs quite as much as that. Great pick up by Nathan there. And that, I think, is...
Unfortunately, we're not running with numbers on the cars
I
at
think
all.
that was Sammy Monk, the Finnish driver. Can't be sure of that at the moment. Not everybody running numbers in the free practice, which is a little bit difficult for us. Obviously, when we get round to the bigger and better known groups, it'll be easier to point them out to you. Yeah, on the grass here, you're not going to be able to drive off. Not the first time that this circuit has held high profile events. Have had the Worlds here and a handful of European Championships. They're looking to get the large scale championships back here as well. There's an awful lot of large scale racing around these parts.
This is very popular, particularly in Northern Europe as well. We just had the large scale touring car Worlds over in Lostalo, which is widely held as the best of the tracks. It's beautiful up in the Alps. Absolutely phenomenal track. That which was won by mighty Marcus Feldman just last week. So I'm sure it would be an event that this club would love to host.
Been very impressed with the organisation here. A lot of people camping on site. There is, just to the left of where the track is now, from where we're looking from Nathan's camera there is a nice big open area where the motorhomes and the tents have been parked and pitched. Plenty of room, covered pit area, which was very important yesterday when the weather was less than helpful.
Not as many dogs as we usually see. I will be looking for pit dogs. We usually get at least 2 or 3 really nice pit dogs.
What is it about producers and the canine species? Jim Roller's exactly the same when we're at racetracks. Oh, and there's another off onto the infield. Driver that we've been watching for a wee while, and you saw there, no way of getting that back from the lush green turf.
And what happens to these foam tyres when you've just been on the wet grass? I think you lose grip for at
Massively.
least 3 or 4 corners.
What I noticed yesterday was that one or two of the top guys they would have their mechanic run out, hold the car and just spin up the wheels a little bit to get them cleaned off again.
Yeah.
We should mention the tyres as well, of course, and the tyres, because that is one of the big talking points this weekend, that everybody is running the same tyre, the same control tyre.
Yes. Yeah. It's one of the, I think it's one of the oldest and most controversial things with nitro on-road racing, particularly with 8th as well, with the putting of chemicals on the tyres and the secrets that there are within how to win and how to do well on the tarmac, and that's been all taken away by having handout tyres.
Yeah, no additives allowed to the tyres. And if you're new to this, and I know that there will be one or two people who'll be dropping in today whilst they're at work and maybe joining us for the first time, it has been practiced down the years to, as in slot car racing actually, is to spray various concoctions onto foam tyres to help them with mechanical grip and chemical grip.
It started out being, I think, a bit of a free-for-all, and then people started to get worried that some of these chemicals might be doing bad things, and then they started to use various sensors to say, okay, you can put chemicals on, but we're going to just put a sensor on the tyre, and if it's too high in a certain type of chemical, then no, you're not going to be allowed that. Yeah. So they tried to limit it, but it's such a minefield with the amount of different chemicals you can use for additives. So I think this, widely, people seem to be very happy, but there have been a lot of dominant racers who have known a lot about additives.
Yeah, and that's all gone now. And interestingly, of course, as I ran through those times for Group 10, the top group, just under 0.4 of a second on an 18.5 second or thereabout lap across the top 10 tells you all you need to know on a flying lap. And actually, if you look at the 3-lap averages, it was even closer than that. And qualifying tomorrow is going to be very, very interesting indeed. We'll bring you all that live here. The Protoform live coverage of the EFRA 1/10 IC Touring Cars European Championship here at Graz in Austria. John Hindhoff, Matt McCallum. Nathan is up top underneath a very fetching cocktail umbrella.
Yes.
Which yesterday was keeping the damp from him, and this today keeping him out of the sun's rays, which are beating down. And there's nothing quite like the smell of nitro in the morning, is there? This is great. So yes, if you are joining us for the first time, and perhaps new to RC racing, with apologies to all you aficionados, perhaps some of the RadioLeMans.com collectivistas who are having a look at this for the first time. It's a real motor racing meeting, just in miniature in terms of the size of the cars, but the pits, the parc fermé, the scrutineering, the officiating. In fact, our commentary box has been taken over by effectively the clerks of the course, the referees, because that was the best view on the track. So exactly the same as you would find at any full-size meeting, and judged the same. We're in free practice at the moment. We'll go to time practice this afternoon from 2 o'clock Central European time, when effectively everybody will be seeded. They're in groups at the moment, but then they'll be seeded into qualifying sessions for tomorrow. 4 qualifying sessions, and then that will set the heats, semi-finals and finals. Typically 10 touring cars in each session, and indeed the racing will also be of 10 cars if there are enough. You might find the one or two that's only got 8 in, just how it divides up. Something in the region of 80 drivers here from countries all over Europe. Obviously, with it being the European Championship, we don't have some of the world names that we're used to seeing here. on rcracing.tv. But highly prized, highly competitive. Who's the defending champion here, Matt?
The defending champion isn't here. Manuel Huber, not defending his European Championship. I don't know why, but he came from nowhere. We didn't expect him to win. We didn't know who he was, and he's not here this time. So he came from nowhere and he went back there. So I'm not sure why. Maybe we'll find out.
International man of mystery.
The best way to find out things that we don't know, and I'll tell you now, is by comments to this stream. So what you need to do is on the YouTube stream you can comment, and also you can comment on Facebook. Go to Facebook and go to the search bar and go to RC Racing TV, join the group and just comment, and we'll read out your comments and we'll take on board all of your information you give us, and any questions you want us to ask, we'll go and put your questions to the people that know, or answer them ourselves if we know them. Or if you've got any questions for John, of course, if they're decent and right and proper, we'll put them to John as well.
Who isn't decent, nor right, nor proper, as everybody from my wife down over will tell you. So these sessions there, as we see just how difficult it is finding grip there again. Sessions are 10 minutes each for this free training, as it's called here, free practice. EFRA 110 IC, internal combustion touring cars. Now, obviously, a variety of equipment being used here, other than the tyres, as we've mentioned. The bodies all look pretty similar, Matt. Is everybody using roughly the same body?
By far the most popular body, fortunately for us, is Protoform. Our sponsors for, Protoform and Proline, sister companies, are our sponsors for the whole season here that we've been doing, and we're very grateful to Protoform. So yeah, pretty much you'll find that all of these bodies, I believe, will be Protoform.
Now, but when it comes down to chassis and engines, big difference. And it's interesting, actually, to see the variety. It's a shame that we can't see more of the cars from underneath. But just like full scale, what's going on underneath is the real important stuff. People messing around with dampers in the pit lane, talking to a number of both the German team and the British team, desperately trying to find some grip from this circuit, and retuning their chassis dampers to these foam control tyres. But imagine it, if you put it in terms that I can understand. Imagine you've been competing all year in the World Endurance Championship or the American Le Mans Series, and you're running Michelin tyres, and then you turn up at Le Mans for one of the world's biggest races, or the world's biggest race, and everybody is given the same compound in your category. Everybody's given the same compound of a tyre that you probably haven't seen before. Basically, then you're having to engineer your chassis around this new rubber, or in this case, new foam, that you haven't run on before on a track that a number of these people are new to be fair.
And I think that's one of the reasons why, particularly in all of the nitro and petrol classes, they begin so long before we arrive.
Yes.
I mean,
Monday and Tuesday there were people on the track here.
Yeah, and I've literally only just got home from the last event, and they're already on the track at the next event. I get back to the office on the Monday, and there's people uploading photos onto Facebook from the next event. It never ceases to amaze me how much time people have already been here when we get here. So yeah,
half the field was here on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, and that'll be why, for testing and just to literally understand what their car is going to do with completely new setups. But still, things like that happen.
Yeah, exactly. Tell us a little bit about this category then, Matt. As we've said, it's internal combustion, so we've got noise, we've got a little bit of exhaust smoke at various parts around the circuit, although that's being tuned out as the guys are going through and the temperatures are coming up. The mixtures are being constantly tinkered with, and we have the beautiful aroma of nitro coming back towards us. What's underneath those Protoform and Proline bodies then? What's in terms of chassis, drivetrain, what's under there?
Well, I'm not known for my huge technical knowledge as regular listeners will know. But I can tell you that there are a couple of powerhouses here in terms of manufacturers, and that the main ones would be X-Ray, Mugen, who are both well known for their designs in many classes of racing. And also Serpent. And then there are a couple of specialists that just stick to the 10th IC and the 8th IC, and that would be the Capricorn and the Shepherd. Those two companies, and KM, who are one of the newer companies who are from the Far East, I believe. They're kind of newer companies that just specialise in this racing, which is it is in a cluster. It really is. It's a certain area in Europe that loves this kind of racing, and also it's very, very big in Asia as well. It's strange, this. Off-road is... 1/8 buggy off-road is...
global.
A global phenomena. This is also extremely popular, but in clusters.
Yeah.
In very
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of the engines then, obviously... very small, but very high revving, as we can hear.
Yes.
What capacity? About 1.5cc, something like that?
I don't know.
I shall ask. I'll go and ask.
We'll find that out.
Most of the chassis are made of some form of carbon or extruded carbon and fiberglass.
Yep.
All-wheel drive?
Yes, all-wheel drive. That is correct, yes.
So, quite sophisticated machinery under here. And unfortunately here, with the track grip being so low at the moment, all-wheel drive, not necessarily your friend. Coming through into this corner here, where I did the start of the show, amazing to see just how much understeer, how much push some of these guys are getting. And the guys who are going to be good here this weekend, I would say, even at this stage, are the guys who've got the feel on the sticks. The guys who can moderate the throttle, because we are talking tiny changes in throttle just to settle the car down. If you go too hard on the throttle, you can spin these foam tyres up anywhere at virtually any speed. And at that point, of course, you've lost control of the car.
Scott Hallowell, hello to you. Thank you for watching us. He asked, what heat is this? Well, that's a question I can answer. That's quite easy. We're in Group 6, and they've got 10 seconds basically left on the track. And then we'll be going to Group 7. You've answered this already. Yeah, we are going upwards. Yeah, so Group 7 next. And so we're going up the talent rankings this morning as we continue to the top group, which I believe is Group
10.
Okay, so the top guys will be out in about half an hour.
Just see how the sun's coming around there and how difficult it is for the drivers on the driver balcony as this session is now over. I'll give you some timings there. Nacho Lopez Lunch, the Spaniard, best time of 18.8. Only one inside the 19 second on that session, with 9 drivers in that group. Thomas Liptak in second place with a 19.3. Now, that's not right, actually. My apologies. That's done on how many laps they are. There was a 19.2 in there, but already the timing screen has changed over.
Nacho Lopez Luch, interesting. He's a Serpent team driver now, a full-timer for Serpent, and a podium finisher earlier on in the year when I was in Austria all on my own at the 1/8 track B Euros. He finished the podium there. Spanish driver, a very nice man as well.
Next group is out. Now, this says this is Group 1.
They're just playing with our mind.
Yeah, starting in half a minute. Friedrich Debert, Jan Vlachil, Tom Limkilt, Fabio Caligari, Oliver Nemuren, David Pettit, the Frenchman. Now, he was quick earlier on, as was Yannick Lesseteur, teammates there in those cars. They didn't have numbers on earlier on, but they're orange and white, easy to spot. Stephen Fisher and Kurt Hubeny are our 9 drivers in this session. And we'll try and pick up... Now, have they got the numbers on the sides of the car? So, no, they haven't. The orange and yellow cars, the NTS sponsorship just going out now, are the 2 Frenchmen. And there's a bit of an issue. David Pettit was leading his teammate round for pretty much all of the last 10 minutes. When I watched them earlier on this morning, just before we came on air.
No grip at all, has he?
No, well, this is what it's like coming out the pits, Matt. You know, and I wonder as well. It seems if you can get a good long run going, and I was watching the guys in the top group this morning, and basically they were spending the first 3 or 4 minutes getting the cars to where they wanted them, and then basically filling them back up again and sending them and just leaving them out there, because the longer you stay out there, the better it seems to be. And people like Gilles Grosskamp, Robert Pietsch were doing the long runs, and I think as well, just sort of seeing what they think they're going to get in terms of mileage around here. There's a lot of full throttle or near full throttle running here because of that high average speed. And speaking to Gilles, and again on the archive, you can see yesterday's half-hour programme. There will be tactics come to the finals on Saturdays, because you want to make as few pit stops as possible but run at a decent lap pace. If you can save a pit stop here, I think that will be a critical decision. But you can't make that decision in the race. You've got to go out and decide early on, I think, what your tactics are going to be as far as your pit stops are concerned.
I'm really, really looking forward to watching this final unfold and it having the Radio Le Mans treatment. I'm really looking forward to
Paul Trustwell on the numbers. You see,
having the story told, because a mere mortal like me can get a bit lost with all of the, it's all right until the first pit stop happens, and then they all go everywhere, and then they fall into groups with the pit stops. But then you have to spot where they are, don't you, basically? And I know that's your field.
I may well have to have the headset and a piece of paper so that I can do a lap chart so I can work out who's doing what and who's getting how many laps, because that I think that'll be where I still think that's going to be where the finals are won and lost.
And Nick does the same when he does that, and usually can predict to the lap when they're about to come in as well.
Now, the finals are what duration then?
45 minutes.
Right.
And if that's not correct, we'll know, because there'll be several comments that will come in.
So 45 minutes of a final. We're going to have to ask, aren't we, in between now and Saturday, what these guys think they can do on a refuel.
It's usually around 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Another tradition that I should let you in on, John, is the welcoming into the Facebook group tradition.
Yeah.
And we've had some people asking this morning if they can join, so I just welcome them in by name. And
very good.
Give them a virtual handshake.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just welcome Roy Medius, who's joined us this morning. He wants to be part of the Facebook RC Racing TV Facebook group.
Excellent.
So hello, good morning to Roy. Thank you for being with us. And Sven Vollmer. Hello, Sven. Thank you for joining. You've been attracted by the dulcet tones of John Hindhoff and me just trying to keep up, basically. Thank you for being with us. We're very grateful.
I could say hop Suisse at the moment, because Stephen Fisher with the 8 car is the fastest with a 19.6. Yannick Lesseter and David Pettit, as I suggested earlier. In fact, David Pettit just goes to the top there with a 19.399. And that is, I think, one of the two Frenchmen. It's so bright out there at the moment. Just coming across the start line now. There goes David Pettit. And his teammate, Yannick Lesseter, goes across now. Hey, that works then. Nice pick up, Nathan. Thank you. Those two yellow and orange machines, the two Frenchmen. And this is Pettit coming round to complete another lap. Does he better his 19.3? He does not. 19.7. It really is a rhythm track here. It is absolutely not your archetypal point and squirt.
Well, Elliot Lindemood has got in touch.
Hello, Elliot. Good morning.
He says it's great to hear Hindy's world-class commentary. He says, by the way, he's actually blind. Could you give him a track description, please? It's very late where he is as well. He's staying up for this because it's 2 o'clock in the morning where he is.
Oh, right. Okay.
So
or early.
Or early, yeah, but he's staying up.
So it's late.
Yes. So he would be really keen to hear a bit of a track description. But
okay.
Lots of descriptions will be coming, of course.
Let's do that in sound and vision. We'll follow around with Nathan now. He's picked up one of the Frenchmen across the finish line into a very tight left-handed hairpin through a left-right flick-flack, a right-left flick-flack rather, and then onto a very long back straight with a kink in it just before the heavy braking area into a hairpin, another left-hander, then climbing slightly uphill through another little chicane through a right-hand hairpin, and that is banked to the inside. If you go slightly too wide, the camber falls away. Short shoot down into probably 55, 60 degree left-hander back onto the pit straight. Then another pretty much 180 degree hairpin into a very long, what is effectively two, some people making it three apexes, right-hander back onto the start-finish straight. 18.5 seconds if you're good. Probably about a minute and a half if it was me. And quite a wide circuit, quite a flowing circuit, very smooth in terms of the track surface, having been relayed just earlier this year. But it has been ground to try and give it a little bit more grip. But everybody yesterday saying just how low grip this circuit is. So getting the tyres to work with no additives is going to be an issue.
Another thing interesting, just coming in now from Northwest. Northwest saw that the tyres are unusually large compared to the usual qualifying diameters. That's interesting, actually, because the one big benefit, or one of the many big benefits to the handout tyres, is that they're pre-trued. Now, traditionally, you come along with your own tyres, and then you spend a lot of time. They come from the factory, massive.
Yeah.
And then you put them on a truing machine and you true them. And half
so
a tyre,
basically, you're machining them down like on a lathe.
yeah,
Right.
basically half of them goes in the bin straight away before you even get on the track. One of the major breakthroughs is that now no longer happens. They come pre-trued. You get them, stick them on the car, and get on the track.
So you don't have to take as much of the rubber, or indeed any of the rubber off.
Or indeed foam, yes.
Foam, yes.
That saves drivers a lot of time queuing for the machine or lugging their own machine around. But apparently, according to Northwest, they're unusually large for what they would expect for qualifying.
Well, at the moment, of course, we're only in free practice, so there will be. They will be wearing these tyres down, and we've seen the guys at the compressor just behind us blowing out all of the debris out of the chassis after each session, and the huge amount of foam debris that's there in the collector. And I wonder if again we'll ask this, what the guys will be tactically doing with their tyres, whether they get a matched set of tyres, whether they put a new set of tyres on for quali, because presumably, of course, as they wear, it does affect the gearing, doesn't it?
Yeah. What we had last weekend in Portugal, that also have handout tyres which are rubber with the electric touring cars, is they get a set of tyres for every round of qualifying. So they get a big bag of tyres because they have 6 rounds of qualifying, and there's in sets of 4. And then what they're doing is they've got a very, very, very accurate set of scales, and they're weighing every tyre and then re-pairing them all up to get them all.
Oh, so they don't necessarily use the 4 that they've given.
Yeah.
So they'll find a matched set.
Yeah.
Wow.
They really, really take this incredibly seriously, as you'd expect.
Well, we're at European Championship level, and that in any sport is one of the pinnacles. Regional Championship level in terms of geographical.
Another
sorry, go ahead.
Interesting or fantastic thing that can happen that's going to be unveiled this weekend is one of our lucky Facebook group members will get the chance to win a Schumacher MI5 touring car. We unveiled this last weekend, but we will be revealing...
It's a Schumacher MI5 one, is it not top secret? We're not allowed to say that.
It is a brand new competition touring car. It's
ready to go.
It's not ready to go. You build it yourself, but it's £400 worth of kit. You know, wow. It's a decent, very good value prize, which you could win. All you need to do is go to rcracing.tv and click on win to find details of the competition.
And we'll remind you of that over the weekend. David
Yep.
Pettit ends up as fastest in that session with a 19.3, 19.6 for Stephen Fisher, the Swiss, and Yannick Lesseteur, a 19.941. All about a second away from the ultimate times that we've been that we will expect from free training. Remember, this it counts for naught at the moment other than experience. It's live on rcracing.tv, powered by Protoform, the EFRA 1/10th IC Touring Car European Championships from Graz, or at least just outside Graz at the Stirring,
And
just off the B66.
Route 66.
Route 66. We got our kicks on that this morning, did we not? In the mighty Skoda Fabia estate car.
Yeah, we did. And we are the EFRA media partner. And of course, you can find all of this embedded with the timings from myrcm.ch at efra.ws.
Next set of drivers are getting ready to go. The timekeepers here employ, I don't know if you've seen or heard this before, but obviously this is my first time at one of these events live. Don't bother using the PA system and picking up a microphone. They have a pre-recorded sort of computerized female voice like Hal in 2001, but it's a female one, but so Holly, if you like, from Red Dwarf, the original Holly, and it is quite off-putting to hear 5 minutes to chive. This is Group 2, including Arndt Bernhard, Rhys Jenkins, the improbably Welsh-sounding Dane, Christian Wunschek on home ground this weekend, Roland Ström, Vladimir Knitl, Alessandro Balboni, Jörg Michael Tilt, and Marcus Grandel and Mikhail Lovsky from Czech Republic. 10 minutes on the clock. And counting down already. And if you are watching timing and scoring, anytime you see people get their first lap time, as Arndt Bernhard has just done, down in the 19s, that is a very, very good effort indeed. 19.7 for Bernhard. Vladimir Knetzel with a 19.6, 19.9 for Alessandro Balboni. Now, unfortunately, the timing that we have lists them by lap rather than by best time. Oh, no, now it's just changed around. As Arndt goes through, Arndt Bernhard goes through in a 19.3. He's on the number one car, 19.6 for Knetzel in second, and Blowski from the Czech Republic on the 9. Just pops up into second place now. So, we're off and running for free practice, free training as it's called here. The weather is good.
Right with you if I move that camera.
Matt is going to nip off and do a few technical adjustments while we'll leave you for a moment to watch the pictures from Nathan. And we'll be back at the end of this session with a little, or towards the end of this session with a little roundup of who's doing what's to whom. And this is Group 2. So the leading groups still to come out. The higher the number, the better seeded the drivers. So for the moment, enjoy the pictures. We'll enjoy the sunshine. 7.5 minutes to run on this, and I'll be back with a minute or so to go to give you a rundown of the times. Right, well, I managed to miss the timings on the end of there. Hello there, it is the free practice, free training. There's Alessandro Balboni ahead of Kurt Bernhard and Vladimir Nettel in the previous session. The timekeeper's just about to post up the next set of times from that session. Just answering a few questions then about the machinery. Aluminium chassis, not carbon fibre. Carbon fibre used to hang everything from, but aluminium is the only thing that dissipates the heat of the engine. 2.1 cc, around about 1.5 inches of power, and an amazing amount of adjustment available on these cars, much more than some of the electric cars. Just having a quick look at Gilles Grosskamp's Shepherd chassis, and one of the advantages that he has is that, his mechanic, watching out the window and seeing just a big impact there. That looked like Christian Hubert's yellow and green and white machine that took a bit of a hit. So aluminium chassis to dissipate the heat, 2.1cc engine, 75cc fuel tank for about 5 minutes, or possibly 5 minutes 30 for some of the cars. A lot of talk going on about which engine's going to be used and how the engines are set up. But going back to the setup of the Shepherd, one of the advantages that Gilles has with his mechanic is that he can change caster and towing by shouting down at the pits. He doesn't have to go back to their pit stall, and just with a small screwdriver you can get in between the wheels and change the rear towing and the front caster. I think I'm right in saying the Shepherd is the only chassis that has a height adjustable lower air arm mounting point, which obviously there's a bit of advantage to. I wondered why that had got noisy while I was out there, but you let a wasp in as well. Hang on, we can get rid of that. There you go. So 5 minutes to 5 minutes 30 on the fuel load. So learning all the time. All-wheel drive, as we mentioned, all the cars use 3 belts because you can't just use 2 because the engine's in the way. And while some people use solid axles, others do have differentials. 64mm tyres at the back, and 64 tyres at the back and 62s at the front. So you have to then set your diffs, if you are using them, with the gearing to make that work.
This is an education.
Things like diff oil and shock oil, of course, you have to sort of decide on that before you get here. That's not the sort of thing to be messing around with in the pit lane.
Right.
But setting the car up itself, and as I was just saying there, they just had a quick word with Gilles Grosskamp about his car setup. They have the advantage of being able to change some of the settings of suspension actually down in the pits whilst the session's going on. Now, when that comes to qualifying, one of the things he says you've got to do, the rules dictate, by the way, you've got to use a new set of tyres on each qualifying session.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
So even if you want to, you can't reuse tyres. However, he said you get 3 minutes before your qualifying session, then the qualifying session. In that 3 minutes, you've got to drive it like you stole it because you've got to get the camber on the tyre. You've got to wear the tyre in so that it brings your suspension into where you set it. So you've got 3 minutes to tinker, and then basically you've set the car up for a worn tyre, a slightly worn tyre. So you might need to just change the rear toe-in or the front caster just to get yourself turned in. And basically, Gilles, echoing what we were talking about this morning about the very high-speed nature of this circuit, means that it's all about stability and getting the car turned in without too much understeer or too much oversteer. It's about balance.
So is that why it looks like they're so out of control when they first go out? Because they're just going hell for leather. That's interesting.
So is that.
There's not. It's very strange tasting water.
It's sort of semi-fizzy and quite sulphurous.
It's Waldquell is the local water of
Waldquelle.
Waldquelle is the local bottled water of choice, apparently. But
I feel like it's doing me some good. Anything that tastes like that's got to be doing me some good.
Or a lot of bad. That's very odd.
I've got some stuff to put in that'll work nicely. I think instead
Alka-Seltzer.
No, beer, I think.
Whiskey.
I noticed the timekeepers had started on the local beer this morning, but they were, in deference to the time, were cutting at 50-50 with the water.
There's some old dears running the food and drink, and they're on the beer already as well.
Excellent.
So
it's good. I like it. Sergio Franch Cadena, the Spaniard, with the best time in this session, 18.8 on car number 2. Rasmus B. Nielsen. That's a great name,
that is
isn't
awesome.
It? The Dane, 19.3. 19.2, just going in there for Øyvind Studzal, excuse me, Norwegian. 19.7 in there for Stefan Camposi. 19.4 for Martin Hansen, the Dane. Christian Hubert, the Austrian, also a 19.7. Czech Republic driver David Cermak. 20.2, 20.9 for Borut Svoljak. And Daniel Tomaszewski hasn't gone out in this session. He was number 1 car.
Just X-Ray Racer 1, yes, confirm what you were already saying. You're correct. This is just practice. It is just practice all day, but this practice doesn't count for anything.
This is what would be called free training, free practice. So
yeah.
FP in Formula 1 terms, FP.
And then timed practice, controlled practice from 2 o'clock, which will organise the seedings for qualifying, which begins tomorrow, which is not what we thought was going to happen. We thought we were going to get some qualifying today.
Well, it's qualified. It's kind of pre-qualifying, isn't it?
Yeah, which it does explain why people were so relaxed yesterday and really not bothered about getting cars out.
Also, Group 7, 8 and 9 started this morning, and then 1 to 6, and now 1 to 10.
I'm confused.
So we're now working through...
It was 4. Group 4 were out when we came on air,
yeah.
And then 1, 2, 3... a 4 again.
Yeah.
Really?
What happened was we did 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and now we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've just looked at it. It's posted on the board, you see. Look at thou, seek and thou shalt find.
I get confused quite easily. You'll find.
Well, that's bad news because that's the pair of us then. Still no bettering of time. The 18.6 for Sergio Franz Cadena, Spanish driver on car 2. Still not everybody running numbers there. David Cermak, the Czech Republic driver, in sort of a Falcon Tyres livery, just heading off down the back straight with the green nose to the car, and then blue and white just going off at the hairpin next to our camera. Have you moved the camera to somewhere you like?
I have made a change.
Oh, that's nice. So you can see them coming in now.
Yeah, you can see them coming in, going around the corner and going out, but it's
End of sesh.
It's still going to be a very quick corner, but perhaps quite an eventful one. As there's one dead car carried past. We
are going to scout out a location for some more cameras. That is the pit lane, and that was where the action will be in the 45-minute finals on Saturday. All live here on rcracing.tv, powered by Protoform, the EFRA 110th IC Touring Car European Championships from Graz, and we're all live today in the beautiful sunshine. Temperature up to 16.5 degrees last time I looked outside, and due to be in the early 20s degrees Celsius today, climbing up to possibly 25 or 26 at the weekend. And that's going to make life difficult for everybody. The engines work differently, the tyres certainly work differently. So
yes, yeah. You might have noticed, if you've looked on, I'll just finish what I was talking about a bit earlier on. If you've been on Facebook recently and you've noticed people typing things like Benidorm Squirrel Badminton,
Google Wax,
Bristol Pigeon Volleyball. I won't tell you why they're doing this, but it's because they want to win a Schumacher MI5.
Oh, really?
You could do that as well, and we're going to reveal who is the winner of the Schumacher MI5 on Saturday, just before the final.
So
John will announce
a place.
The winner. It is. Then it's an animal, but
a place, an animal in a game.
To find out what to do, you need to go to rcracing.tv and click win,
right.
And then you all will be revealed.
Okay.
It's very simple.
I was just wondering whether it was people who were playing that fantastic road trip game that Martin Haven and myself used to play, of if you had a band and you'd absolutely desperately wanted to get the late great John Peel to play it, what name would you have your band, so that he would play it just because of the name of the band. And
right.
The best one that Haven ever came up with was Trotsky Plays Tennis.
Yeah.
Because you just know that the great man would have looked at that on a 45 and said, that's going into the show. I don't care how good, bad or indifferent, because I'm playing it. I know nothing about this band, but I like the name, sort of thing. And he would have played it. Trotsky Plays Tennis.
It's similar to the if you want to come up with a pseudonym for which you want to perform in adult movies. You take your first...
Oh, your porn name, yes.
Yeah,
porn
your
name.
First pet name, the street where you grew up.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I think mine is Chutney Gunthorpe.
That's fantastic. Mine would be Snowy Hastings in that case, which kind of works. Or you can use your mother's maiden name as well.
Yes, okay.
Which rather scarily would leave my wife as Pussy Keller.
Wow.
Which, frankly, I'd watch that.
Yes.
And all the rumours about how he paid her way through college are entirely true. Dennis, I'm in trouble now, aren't I? Dennis Kubrick, the Swede, has a 19.8. Also, Michael Abramek, Czech Republic driver, 19.883, and 19.892 for Tobias Kerler, German driver. Nobody under 19 seconds yet. Thomas Steiringer from Austria. Slovakia's Igor Liptak. Hungary's Gergely Chesko. And Jakub Franek from Poland. Out there at the moment, no sign of Goran Vidnjevic and Franz Engel. Not turned any laps yet, and in fact I don't think are out there. Now, in terms of liveries here, we have got people who've got liveried bodies out there. Early part of the week, we may well see people running plain white or near plain white bodies and then changing to their race liveries later. As out goes Tobias Kerler on the lime green. The sort of Mazda coloured car, the sort of 787B coloured car, which is just coming into the hairpin now. The old clothes manufacturer, the car that won Le Mans in 1991, that sort of green and day-glow orange. That's easy one to spot. Now, the number one car, Thomas Styringer, almost caught me out because I looked at that and immediately thought Mark Reinhardt in those sort of purple, white and green colours. Mark not taking part in this form of racing, multiple champion across the German.
We have seen him. We have seen him at this event before.
I was surprised not to see him here, if I'm honest.
We last saw him in Gothenburg, I think, in which he came about 8th. Although he did, the first time he ever run this class, he turned up at the Worlds, and I think he came 3rd.
Yeah.
So
it is a particular type of driving, isn't it? And a particular type of setup, as we mentioned there. There's an awful lot that you can do with these cars, and particularly in the rear suspension side of things, probably a lot more than you can do than an electric.
But he's I don't think he does much wrenching. I think he picks up the transmitter and just drives, and it just does what he says.
He's just a wizard on the sticks.
Yeah, although he's not had much luck recently.
He's been off form, hasn't he?
The man is Ronald Volker, and we've also seen him run this class, but he's not here either because I guess he's just so in demand with his electric touring car that he's just too busy to be here.
Tobias Kerler goes out in the bright lime green, number 6. 19.7, so half the field now, in fact more than that, because now only 3 drivers who have failed to crack 20 seconds. And the Capricorns going out there. Jakob Franek in the all-white car, just going across the start line now. I have to say, for once, this is one of the few forms of motorsport where I honestly don't think I want to have a go. Normally, I would drive anything. I have raced most things or driven most things on racetracks, and it's very often, or very seldom I should say, that I would turn my nose up at anything motor racing, but I just don't think I can do this. I really don't think I can.
No. This and motorbike racing.
I know I could do that.
RC motorbike racing.
Oh, RC motorbike racing now. I fly RC helicopters.
Well, you're halfway there with motorbikes, apparently. They're supposed to be quite similar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The fact that you've got to be so gentle.
I fly RC helicopters, but I don't, that's me and the helicopter in the wind. That's...
Indoors with a little one?
Well, and outdoors.
You've got a big one, haven't you, John?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I have a big chopper, that's right. Which can be used outdoors.
Wow.
And in the right conditions, obviously.
Do you tend to wear a mask?
You just had to take it that one step too far, didn't you? But that's, as I say, that's one helicopter in a big open space, and you're not trying to drive past another guy. There are those that would say in 3 dimensions you're struggling more, but what you've got here is a predefined track that you've got to drive on, and that's got to be repeatable. You then have the added complication of people in your way who don't want to let you go by them.
How selfish. Although, have you seen some of the Helimasters clips?
Oh, well, that's
insane
bonkers.
what they do.
That is bonkers. I do really fancy a hexacopter or an octocopter to do some filming with.
Yes.
But that's an awful lot of money.
Yeah.
But if somebody would like to sponsor us here on rcracing.tv so that we can do some flyover track guides, then by all means get in touch. Because I think that would be I was thinking about getting a 500 series helicopter, or maybe something even a little bit bigger, and seeing if we could strap a camera to the bottom of that and do some flying round the tracks to do some track guides. It'd be quite nice doing a flown lap, wouldn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So anybody out there who would like to add to our live programming, we'd be happy to hear from you. Halfway through this session, just a little bit third of the way through the session, should I say. Still 19.3's the order of the day, and all but 2 of the drivers now under 20 seconds. 19.3 for Tobias Köhler on the 6, 19.3 also for Igor Liptak on the 2. I've got the taste of that now, it's all right. 19.3 for Denis Kubik and 19.5 for Michael Abramek in the Czech Republic. See, what I've got to find out is what these dots mean and why there's an L there and an I pops up. Oh, that's crossing the line, I know that, when it goes red. New timing system for me, you see. Also, if we can manage to get Paul Truswell on the intranet to do statistical analysis of this, I'd be very impressed. Nathan following the 6 car at the moment, the bright yellow machine of the fastest driver out there, Tobias Köhler. 19 flat last time around, so 0.3 improvement from Tobias, and he's followed that up with a 19.1. The German driver coming into the pit lane now, and just having some, just see the bright yellow car being worked on in the chap with a teal t-shirt there to the left, just underneath the logo. Just making some adjustments, and back it goes onto the track. So last lap or so for these guys. Next out we should have Group 5. And it looks like Tobias Köhler with that 19 flat is fastest in that session. 19.364 for Denis Kubik. 19.394 for Igor Liptak. And Gergely Chesko puts a 19.2 in right at the end. Franz Engel with a 19.3. Michael Abramek with a 19.5. So just remind you, if you are just tuning in, this is free practice for the EFRA European Championship IC 10th scale touring cars, powered on RC Racing TV by Protoform. John Heindorf, Matt McCullum. Nathan is our cameraman, who is upstairs just slightly to our right and above our head. We have the salubrious settings of our commentary box here downstairs. I will post some pictures later.
And of course, more than valid are the people at home who are watching and contributing all the time. Hello to Stefan Gunther, who very knowledgeable, has come on board to the Facebook group, talking to us about the foam tyres. He's saying it's not really right to compare it to full-scale racing because all the different manufacturers of foam tyres, he says, are very, very similar. There's a very limited number of different foam tyre producers. So basically, all the tyre manufacturers work with the same foam from the same foam supplier. The biggest difference here is probably the rim. So it's not that big a deal to use a handout tyre. He's obviously a big supporter of the handout tyre. He also says that the drivers would have known for about a month which tyre was going to get used, so they had plenty of time to practice with them if they wanted.
Okay.
Okay, so there is time to prepare on that, but
No,
obviously
that's a
not
good point.
on this track because it's closed for a month before the event until that week period before we get here. And then he also there's a lot of stuff here actually. If you want to go to the Facebook group, there's lots of discussions happening and some very interesting things being said. He's also talking about how the additives were banned, illegal for a while. I think just certain additives were illegal, and they knew they couldn't fully ban them because it's almost impossible to prove what's been used. And I've seen some of the apparatus that they've used to try and test the tyres, and it's it's been very tricky. So I think the last resort was to use handout tyres, but as Stefan says, this is the best option. Because until now, racing has never been that close.
Yeah.
And we have seen for the last 2 seasons, racing has changed. It has got a hell of a lot more exciting for us to watch.
Group 5 out on the circuit. Mikael Fransen on the 1, on the 2. Aurélien Rivard on the 3. Joe Curry on the 4. Where is the 4? Henrik Christensen on the 5. Christian Hovden on the 6. Sami Munk, who I don't think has gone out there, on the 7. Jiri Visin on the 8. Jari Valkola, and on the 9, Dominic Munjak, who had a 14-second lap here yesterday, which I'm sure was an anomaly. I don't think Sammy's out either. So Joe Curry, one of the British drivers, and Sami Munk not out. Dominic Munjak has now gone out, the Swiss driver, from across the border.
We've got to say hello to Vaughan Johnson, who says hello to John and Matt. Yep, John's going to go for a walk. He says hello to us from Vegas.
Not envious at all, then, are we?
Well, Vaughan lives in Vegas, and he has a bit of trouble sleeping, as we've found out over the last few events. And we're always very, very, very grateful to have Vaughan with us. Thank you, sir, for being with us again. It's always great fun to have you here. And a new entry, a new member of the Facebook group, William Lava, has asked to join. He's gone to our group. I think this must be one of your friends, because he has got a Gulf Le Mans car on his
as his
Facebook.
avatar.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah. So William Lava, hello and welcome to the RC Racing TV Facebook group. You are a member. Give you a virtual handshake there.
I'm going to try and stretch our technical equipment. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I'll let you know if it breaks up, but you're pretty solid at the moment.
Right. I think the biggest issue is going to be me hearing you, if I'm honest.
Oh, okay.
Rather than I'm going to go to the other set of pits because we haven't been in here yet. Still hearing me?
Yes. Yep.
Right. Let's see if we can find some of the British contingent who are set up here. I was hoping to see Kyle, but he's not around at the moment. But lots of work going on here as well. It's much cooler
Alex
in the other set of pits
There's a
than it
young
is
chap, Alex.
in the ones directly behind us.
Alex Thurston sits opposite Kyle. I don't know if he's there. The young chap who we met last night when the air raid siren was going off.
It was the fire brigade siren. Yes,
Yes.
none of the drivers are here, so
okay.
they've all slipped off.
Typical.
At the moment. Will just give me a chance to watch from the other side of the track, actually. Oh, this is a good spot as well, on the patio next to the food concessions. Not a cloud in the sky today as we continue with our live Protoform coverage of the EFRA 110th IC Touring Car European Championships here at Graz, or near to Graz. And times for this session. Mikael Fransen with an 18.7. Only one under 19 seconds at the moment. And Joe Curry, the only one of the 10 who hasn't gone out. So, not sure if we'll be seeing Joe later on. Could not have better weather than we have at the moment. Halfway through this session, just heard the 5 minutes to go, and I wonder, Matt, will we get a crowd for this at the weekend? Obviously, everybody, there's a lot of family interest here from people who have travelled and are staying over. But is it a spectator sport here, or does it tend to be the people who are involved who come and watch?
Yeah, I think we'll get people standing around the fenced area. Usually get people climbing whatever they can find.
Right.
Standing on top of various porta cabins or whatever roofs they can stand on. And a couple of people may come from local villages if there's not much happening on Saturday.
It is a holiday today in Austria.
Yeah, we don't know what we're celebrating, do we?
No, but we'll celebrate anything.
Yeah,
frankly.
yeah.
Still now there's an 1863 from Franson, just gone in on the number 1 car. Number 2, Rivard with a I think that's the 1930 that he's put in. Yes, it is. On the 2. So 1, 2 and 10, your top 3 at the moment. I've come out to the hairpin. I've done a Martin Brundle and wandered out round the track. And I'm down at the hairpin here. And you can spot the quick guys by how they come into the hairpin where our camera is. Just going through there, the number 4. And here's the pink rear bodywork of the Howden driven car, just coming across the pit straight now. And you can really see as they come through. This is the first time, Matt, I've seen people coming through that left-handed kink off the back straight, if you like.
Yeah.
Coming through that flat. Franson's holding on to full throttle all the way through that now. And that means we are going to see times coming down. 1863 last time around by Franson. And that means the fast guys will be doing that in the later session when groups 8, 9 and 10, or 7, 8, 9 and 10 were out this morning. It was still a little cooler than it is now. And they got down to 18.3s.
Yeah.
I wonder if we might see a 10th or a 10th and a half off that when they come out later on. There will be the Group 10, the fastest guys will be the last session before the lunch break, and then we're back at 2 Central European time for the pre-qualifying, if you like, the timed practice sessions that sets the seeding. Our leader is the blue car, just going across the start-finish line now, and now heading on the back straight. Leader in this session, Franson, with an 1861 to his name. He's got traffic now though, but carves his way past it on the uphill infield chicane. And you can really see, Matt, the difference when you get close to the circuit between the quick guys and the rest. And the leader has dumped. Well, flamed out actually, because we're on IC Racing.
He's on the grass,
car.
isn't he?
He is on the grass at the hairpin, and that engine just cut out completely.
Curse of the commentator. That's the first time it's happened.
I'm pretty certain as his mechanic goes across here that's coming back to the pits. Yeah, that's dead stick. So I wonder there if that was a deliberate running out of fuel with a clock on it.
Yes. Well, surely. Has he gone for 9 minutes? Has he tried to go for 9 minutes?
No, I think he was in part way through the session. I'm guessing what they've done is they've gone out, warmed up the tyres, done a 2 or 3 minutes, and then refilled it, even though it probably didn't need it, and banged it out and put a watch on it.
Yeah.
Because he was putting his fastest times in there, was Franson. And that was a good run. But remember what we were saying earlier on about it. The longer you go out there, the better the tyres seem to come in. They wear to the caster and camber and the towing that you've set on your suspension. But it is really about smooth driving here. People who are flicking the cars in. Looks very spectacular, and it's tremendous car control. But it ain't quick. As the session is over. The last few cars head in to the pit lane, and I think it'll be the number 7 of Yuri Vaisin, who's the last car in. Yes, it is, the green rear bodywork, just pulling onto the pit lane. Mechanics killing the engine, so we get a moment's respite from the engine noise. So Franson then with an 1861, Rivard with a 1922, excuse me. 1907 for Berger. Valken in 1953. Weiss in 1964, 1952 from Howden. That's your top times from that session. And already we have flipped over to the next group.
1 minute to start.
1 minute to start, as you hear behind me. Now is this group 7 again?
This is group 6 now.
6, okay, I'm one ahead of myself. When we get to group 7, that's the first of the people who were out this morning. We had 7, 8, 9 and 10 this morning.
Right.
And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 1 to 10 again. So this will be once we get to set 7, that'll be the second set of free practice for those guys in the top section. All of these guys we're seeing at the moment are on their second session. Engine's being warmed up in the pit lane. Not allowed to put the car on the tarmac until the session is officially on. Now, you can see one of the officials
10.
heading out and putting in a stake into the middle of the grass with the number 10 on it.
Is that Marshall number 10's position just down there? Are they putting Marshall positions out for later on?
Can't see any others, but that might be what it is. You're more experienced than I on this. No, it's moving.
They will, there will no Marshall positions for this, but they will have later on for qualifying. Seems a bit strange that it would be there though.
Well, that's stymied me, that, because it isn't corner number 10 for sure. Right, let's see who gets under 20 seconds first here. Thomas Liptak down to a 20.61 early, 20.32 by Kusanen. I think you might be right with Marshall's numbers because he's just put a number 9 in where the number 10 was before.
Yeah. Some more clarity coming through for us from Stefan Gunther on the RC Racing TV Facebook group. You were right with your guess over breakfast this morning, John.
About what?
The holiday today. It's Maria's Ascension.
There you go.
There you go. That's what we're celebrating. And he's also posted a fantastic picture of his son's 1/8 car, which I think you're going to like.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I like all of these. I just like the engineering behind them. I find it fascinating. I really do. As I say, the other thing that I'm actually in awe of these guys because I just could not do this. I know I can't do this. It's like watching motorcycle racing in the rain. I know I can't do that as well. Bright red, or the dark red actually, sort of almost blood red car just coming past the pits now and towards the finish line is our leader. That is the Spaniard, Lino Lopez. And already past me again and back towards the pit straight with the number 9 machine. Musolino on the 6 car in second place. Let's see if I can pick that one up for you out on the circuit. As the leader goes through the hairpin in front of me. Very smooth. I don't know if Nathan can pick up that number 9 car or if he already is, because that dark red car going across the start finish line and under the scoreboard now. Just watch how smooth he is. He's down to a 19.09 as he comes around the hairpin in front of me. And look how little the car is out of shape and how positive the turn into the corners are. That is the real difference between the quick drivers and the not so quick. All of these drivers are very skilled and would all be much quicker than your average club racer.
Yeah, this is Nacho Lopez Lucha, Serpent team driver. So
Yeah.
he's clearly, he knows his car and he knows what he's doing out there.
Serpent's not a brand that I'm normally talking about, Matt. What's the history of the Serpent brand?
Well, Serpent are interesting. They're a Dutch company, and they have a great following. They don't have a lot of, how do I put it? They don't have a lot of trophies that I know of, but they have a great following. They have a lot of heart. They have supported us on a few races as well. So we're good friends with Serpent, they've a lot of people drive Serpents as well. So you'll see a lot of Serpents in the pits.
That's interesting.
But they're kind of one of the smaller, friendlier brands. They're not sort of your global powerhouse brands. They're kind of your smaller, family, nice brands. And
So a bit like, I don't mean this in a nasty way, but sort of like Minardi. Everybody likes them and wants to see them do well.
Well, not to say they haven't got
No.
a lot of
Force India, let's say. A Force India in terms of Formula One terms.
I'm going to get myself into trouble.
No, but I know what you mean.
Yeah.
It's, as you said, I mean, not one that you would say has won a shed load of world championships, but very popular. Obviously, they've got a lot good customer service. If a lot of people race them,
This is it. Good customer service. Not a huge batch of star drivers, but they get the spare parts to the team drivers, to the club racers.
yeah, no, backbone of the sport type
Exactly,
of brand. Good. I'll be asking a lot of these punter questions throughout the weekend.
Yes.
Well, topping the timesheet at the moment, a 19-second flat then for Nacho Lopez Luno on that Serpent, the dark red 9 machine. Still Kusunen on the 8 in second, which is not running a number, but I think... Oh, I tell a lie. Yes, it is. There it is. It's the white one. It's just coming through pit straight now, white with blue. And third place is the number 1 of Mussolino, who's just had the mother and father of all offs coming into the hairpin here where I am. Just misjudged the left-handed kink and got onto the grass on the entrance. Rolled a very long way, and there's somebody else doing exactly the same thing. And I think that's Daniel Thiele. Not running with a number on the car. 3 minutes plus a lap or so to go. I tell you what's interesting standing here as well, Matt, is you can tell the people who are really cheating their ride height, because I can hear some of these cars grounding out as they're turning into this left-handed hairpin. You can actually hear the chassis scraping along the ground, the aluminium chassis.
Yeah. Bliss X264 says they're the KTM of RC. Or the
Okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. No. In motorcycle terms, yeah.
And
Very good.
also reminding us to get the camera operator a drink. Get Nathan a drink. Nathan has had a drink. He's had a drink. We'll get him some more drinks. We'll get him...
Hydration is the order of the day today.
Yes, yeah. And Bliss X also says, great track. It is a great track.
Great
yes.
track. Absolutely fabulous track, actually. Purpose built, of course, not a converted car track or anything like that. This is purpose built. Perhaps a little wider than we might have expected for the 10s, but there's a very big, large-scale racing community in these parts of the world. Oh, hello. Number 1 car, Mussolino, has changed his body.
They're going to have different body shells, obviously, for different aerodynamic properties, but also if it's the same car, the same aerodynamic, but also different thickness of body shell as well to get lighter shells.
Right. Well, Mussolino's off just on the entrance to the back straight, and he has. That is a completely different. That's a sort of a teal blue colour, and he wasn't running that earlier on.
Costume change.
Yeah. past the pit straight. Still our leader with now down into the 18s. 18.73, that lap around. That's more like it for Nacho Lopez Luno on the Serpent. Coming round to the pit straight again now in that dark red machine with the big number 9 right on the door, exactly where you'd expect to see it. And he's straight ahead here. He's got 0.4 of a second on anyone else. By far the quickest driver in this category. Goes past me at the hairpin again. Turning in really nice and early to all the corners. Obviously feeling confident with the setup, and he's getting back on the power very quickly as he disposes of one of the other drivers and onto the back straight again. And coming back towards me. Not quite flat through the kick to the hairpin. I'm pleased I brought the Irish spec shades today. I have to say the navy blue Franks are doing their job. Yesterday they were keeping a bit of rain off my hair, but that was all. Now I would say as Vesthoven's gone up into third place on the number 4, just dropped in with a 19.13 ahead of Liptak. Mussolino now dropping down, and he's got a very loose back of the car. He's not getting the car hooking up the way he wants to. That's compromising his exits from the corner in that teal blue machine. So either he's worn his tyres too much, or whatever changes he made, he's gone the wrong way.
Vaughan Johnson's back on again. Hi, Vaughan.
Hello, Vaughan.
He's asking, do they prep the track at all before these big races? Well, yes. And also, there is a show that John did last night, which has been archived, and you can watch a half-hour show where he was actually walking the track, and you were actually touching the track, weren't you, and looking at the grinding that they've done to the track.
Yeah, the guys have spent a bit of money here over the years. The track opened in 1998, as I say, as a purpose-built facility for here at the Stir Ring. It's M-O-R-A-C, Morac, at Graz, Model Ren Auto Club, Model Racing Auto Club. And they relayed the substantive service of the racing area back in May of this year. And then, actually where I am now, you can see it quite clearly. It looks like somebody's been round and brushed the surface in about 10 or 12 inch strips. Actually, it's been ground. The top surface was ground, like they do on some oval tracks in the States, diamond grinding it, just to rough up the surface a little bit. It hasn't produced the amount of grip I think that they were looking for, but it seems to be pretty consistent all the way around, and what it is very, very smooth. And Matt was mentioning it earlier on. Standing here at ground level, you can see the undulations. They're not mighty, but they are significant, and a couple of the corners at least do have cambers to them, notably this hairpin that I am at the moment. The inside is definitely cambered towards the inside, but interestingly you come over the top of a brow and you're coming from an outside camber, a run off to the right camber as you turn in, so you turn across effectively the crown of the road. So we're off with our next group now. This should be Group 7 now, is it?
It is Group 7, and we're starting to get some more memorable names as well. Well, not... Obviously, they're all memorable to their own mothers and wives and children, but more names that we've seen...
Recognisable, I think, was the word you were looking for.
Okay, fine. Good, yes. 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 Do you want me to go through who's on the track, or have you got it in front of you?
Go on.
We've got Quentin Leroux, who's out there from France.
Bright pink, the number 1, you can't miss it.
Mustafa Alp, Dominic Greiner, Uri Huddy, the boss, owner, designer of the X-Ray cars. He's out there. He's you will usually find him at this position, sort of 3 groups back. He is a designer. He's not a top driver, but he's certainly a top designer.
So this is like Adrian Newey going out and racing, is it?
Yeah, he's kind of like the grandfather of X-Ray.
Nice.
So yeah, he's always doing this in this position. I think he's feeding back information to all of the drivers, and he's also looking at his own products and taking photos. And And yeah, it's good. We also got Rene Pook from Germany. He's a B Euros podium finisher. We've got Alex Thurston from the UK. He's a podium finisher just 2 weeks ago in 1/8 track over in Halifax. Luca Rediali from Italy. Victor Olivares Pepales from Spain, and they're all moving around now. So
Dominic Greiner is the fastest time. He's straight down to the 18.5. This is a shunt here. The number 3 car involved is Redelli, sorry. So Dominic Greiner on the 10 car. I'll try and pick that one up for you. A bit difficult because they're not all got numbers on. So I'll watch him across the line next time. The 5 I can see. That's the blue. Now, where's Greiner then? There he is. So I'm guessing that Greiner is that bright yellow car that's coming towards me now. Certainly he's quick. Yeah, that's him. Across the pit straight now. He's come out into traffic, but nice driving. So is that Greiner across the line? Oh, maybe not. Maybe I had the wrong yellow car.
Is this neon yellow going across now?
No. Right, well, now I'm confused. I was hoping that the number 1 car...
I think he's stopped.
Is that what's happened?
Well, he's no longer
car
progressing on the track according to the timing screen. Here he is. He's coming out of the pit lane. I believe he's either pink rear with the white front.
Yeah, I've got it.
Although Nathan can't hear me, I don't think.
Yeah, but you can hear me. Pink rear with a white front on the back straight now. Just behind the white front with the green rear. Coming through the hairpin now. So coming onto the pit straight, that is our leader there. Dominic Greiner. $18.54. Followed up by an... Oh, and there is the number 10 going through to take the lead. I am going to have a word about no numbers. We're going to definitely need that this afternoon.
There will be numbers from 2 o'clock, I believe.
Amazing standing here at this hairpin. Just seeing how much these cars move around while slowing down. And also just how much and how hard the suspension's working. You can really see them leaning through the corners. You wouldn't think that on something this small and light that the suspension would be doing that much. And it's not just for hitting the curbs and wheel travel. It is very impressive indeed. And the rear wheel towing really a part of getting these cars to turn with the all-wheel drive. And you can see the cars that have got the balance right and those that don't. The ones that aren't are much more of a handful from turning to apex. Nice bit of sideways movement in the moment that wasn't quick but was very spectacular by the blue number 5. If you are just joining us, it's live coverage of the last few sessions of free practice. Powered by Protoform, rcracing.tv, live from the Stirring at Graz. Mark McCallum and John Hindorf watching the free training action. It's timed practice this afternoon from 2 Central European time. Those times then used to set the seedings for qualifying. And we have 4 rounds of qualifying coming up on Friday, tomorrow.
And conversations continuing on the RC Racing TV Facebook group as well, which is the best place to continue talking and feeding back to us and giving us information and asking us questions. The conversations are continuing about tyres and tyre additives.
Yeah.
Elliot Lindemood, who's a great fan of yours, John, he says he's not sure if this applies to RC Racing, But a funny story anyway. From his local racetrack, a while ago, they had a tyre sniffing dog that would smell all of the tyres for chemicals.
No way. I like that.
Not so much fun for the dog, or perhaps good fun for the dog. I don't know. Thanks, Elliot, for giving us a laugh there. And if you want to get involved, please go to Facebook and search for the search RC Racing TV, and join the group. And I'll add you right now and say hello to you on air, and you can now get involved.
Gonna grab a quick word with Gilles Grosskamp, who's getting ready for his final free practice session. You're looking a lot happier today than when we spoke to you when it was drizzling yesterday, Gilles.
Yes, it's going a lot better. In the morning, it felt like just back to normal. What it was just earlier when I was here for the ENS race. And I guess on Monday, Tuesday, we did something wrong with the clutch, and also with the setup of the car. But now I just went back to the basic setup I ran earlier a month ago with the ENS, and it feels just back to normal. So the lap times are there. So.
Yeah. You were kind enough to take me through some of the technical parts of the car this morning to give me a bit of a better overview, and when we were talking then we were commenting just how quick this circuit is. It's very quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a quick track. I mean the straight is not very long, but all the corners are pretty high speed corner, and they're also not really tricky points in the track. But you have to make the setup for the car that you always keep the speed in the corner.
It seems to me, and I've just been standing again at the hairpin watching guys coming through that last left-hander off the back straight into the hairpin. The guys that are quick on a lap time tend to be quick at that area, are carrying a mental amount of speed into that hairpin.
Yes, exactly. I think the end of the straight is maybe the key point of the track. If you go just good on the line, tight enough, you can keep the car tighter for the next corner. And actually also if you then exit the sweeper here, then you also have a better line to go in the chicane further. A second tricky part of the track is just coming on the straightaway. There's a chicane, and you can kind of drive over the curb. So if you do this right, you can also win some time over there.
What I'm seeing is, because of all the high-speed corners, particularly the high-speed entries to the corners, there's not actually that many overtaking places. And if you are racing someone, plenty of space if someone is giving you room to pass. But if you are racing someone, you're really going to have to wait for a mistake or make a pretty bold manoeuvre to make a pass.
Yeah, it's true. I think here it's really hard to make a good pass. So I think if you really want to make a pass on someone, you have to wait till he make a mistake, or you wait for the fuel stop in the final, and then maybe you can overtake him in the pit lane.
And that means that qualifying is going to be even more important than usual. Of course, this afternoon, the times begin to count as we start seeding people for those qualifying sessions on Friday. What's the tactic from here on in for you? You've got one more session. Have you got much more work to do with the car?
No, I think we already picked the engine and the clutch setup. Now I just try to fine tune the setup of the car. Yeah, and for tomorrow, just try to go as fast as possible, because I think the whole race, and especially you see now with the control tire, that it's so close together. So just every tenth will count in tomorrow in the qualification.
How much running have you had on this control tyre? Because I'm learning about foam tyres as well. There's not an awful lot of difference between all of the different foam tyre manufacturers, but how much running have you actually had on this tyre?
Actually, when we were here for test, I did just a few runs on this tyre. But when I was here for test for ENS race, we ran contact tyre. And this was also the control tire for that race, and I feel the LRP tire has a bit more steering than the contact, but at the same time the balance is not the same. So for sure it's even the control tire, it should be the same shore. Because of the wheel and because of the brand, it's not exactly the same.
All stuff to get used to. Thanks for talking to us again. I'll let you start to prepare yourself for that last practice session. Sheila Growthkamp there talking to us live from the pit area here at the Stir Ring as our Protoform sponsored coverage of from the Morak Graz venue for the EFRA European 110s. Just standing right next to the pits now as everyone is revving the engines for this next group.
Just to let you know, John, Dominic Greiner finished top after that last round, and he managed to get 18.395.
Wow.
It's his fastest lap.
Now that is pretty close to the fastest lap we've seen today.
Which is 18.358. Well, that's the record anyway from Robert Pietsch.
That's I think that was from this morning. That was from this morning. So
right.
Yeah. So off and running. I've moved around to the corner onto the pit straight, the left-hander onto the pit straight now to watch the guys through here. I was sitting underneath Nathan's position earlier on watching the early free practice. I still maintain, by the way, pit entry is going to be a bit of a problem because a lot of people come in there. There is a change of tarmac, and you come in and get into the pits and then gas it up. And a lot of people are fishtailing with the car pointing to the left and have real danger. And I think in a race situation when there's a bit more pressure on, there's a real danger of them just overcompensating and rolling the car down pit lane on its roof rather than on its wheels.
The other thing to bear in mind as well is when a penalty is issued, if somebody goes for a stop-go, it's usually down the pit lane.
Yeah.
So that's also going to be... usually happens in a fairly tense situation as well, where you've got to go down there and wait and then get out of there as well. So it could be also something to bear in mind.
Leo Arnold quickest at the moment, 18.78 seconds. 18.87 for Patrick Nair. Michael Salvin with an 18.99. Those are the three in the 18s at the moment.
Interesting. Leo Arnold, second place from last year's B Euros in Monaco. Young French driver. Patrick Nahar was the winner of the B Euros in this class 2 years ago. And Michael Salvin is the designer and boss of Serpent. So, yeah, there we go.
Right, let's see if we can pick them up out on the track. I don't think any of those guys have got numbers on, unfortunately. Right, well, there's Michael Salvin just gone through on the 6. That has got a number on. Who's that in the pits? That's the number 4.
Is Salvin car number 3? Will he be in an orange car, perhaps?
Oh, sorry, yeah. I was looking at these laps, not his car number. So 7, 1 and 3 are the leaders at the moment.
3's just going
3's in the pits now,
Yeah.
yeah. Bright orange car, as you rightly said. 7 minutes to go. 1 or 2 changes still being made in the pit lane. There's no better way to watch motor racing than standing trackside. I have to say, I don't normally get the chance to do this in full-size racing because when cars are on the track, I'm normally in the commentary booth, either commentating or at least watching pictures and doing the boring, well, not boring, but the essential behind the scenes television stuff that needs doing. And to be out here and to be able to see a timing screen, because we've got the big timing board where I was standing this morning, and get down close to the cars as off goes the number 9. That is your leader, Leo Arnold. He's just come into the pit lane, made a slight mistake coming out of the infield hairpins. Green rear with a white front, just getting a top up of fuel, which should take him the last 5 minutes. There's 6 minutes to go, a couple of blips on the throttle. Excuse me, no, that Leo's not the number 9, is he? Sorry, that's Saarinen who's the number 9.
Yeah.
Again, I'm looking at the laps rather than the number on the big scoreboard.
Leo's 7.
Yeah, correct.
Can I just welcome Jake EU Shepherd to the RC Racing Facebook group?
You have done.
Welcome along, Jake.
Hey,
Thanks
Jake.
for joining us.
When's for people who are listening or are watching and listening, maybe for the first time, who are in the UK, where it's just before 11 o'clock in the morning, how do people find out? In fact, anywhere in the world, how do people find out more about RC racing and where they can go to see races in their own territories?
How they can go and see actual races happening.
Yeah. I mean, is there an overarching, if you wanted to go and see motor racing in the UK, you would go to the MSA site or you would go to the individual circuit site and you would find timetables and things like that.
Yeah.
Is there an overarching, I mean, obviously EFRA for European racing.
Yeah, what you would do is go to rcracing.tv and there is a link at the top which is I think it says get involved with RC racing or get into or new to RC racing.
Right.
If you click on that, you will see all of the country flags of the European territories.
Excellent.
And then they will take you to your country's organising body. And you click on that, and then you can find all of the different categories of racing that are available in your country, and then that will take you to the different categories in your region, and then you should find a club near you.
Exactly what I was looking for, because I've got a feeling that we will, obviously with my involvement this weekend being promoted on radiolemans.com and through @RadioLemans on Twitter. Good morning, Eve.
Good morning, Eve.
Back at Hindhoff Towers in the UK. I've got a feeling there'll be some people who perhaps wouldn't normally be with us today that might be wondering, is there, like the FIA for motor racing and FIM for motorcycling, is there an overarching international world body?
Yes, that would be IFMAR. IFMAR is the overarching body.
Right, I've seen that because I've commentated on the IFMAR World Championship.
Yes, yes, indeed, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Paul Bateman has commented, hello Paul, how are you
Morning,
doing?
Paul.
He's watching on YouTube and he's commented, during a race, how much communication is there between driver and mechanic? Because we mentioned that they can't use radios. There is some screaming and shouting, and often what you notice is that the referees will say quiet on the driver's stand.
Yeah.
So, usually they just shout pit, and if they want to come in. But I think it's usually pre-decided when they're going to come in or what they're going to do.
It's a very short entry to the pit lane here, and there's not much difference between the line that you would take to come round the pit straight and start another lap and the line that you would take to come into the pit. So you have to be on your toes, there's no doubt. You sort of, I would say there's half a second warning before you're in the pit lane, and then basically you're waiting for the guy to pull up next to you and you've got to get that refueling done.
Yep. And what we have seen before is when two cars are racing and they just happen to come in and pit at the same time. That is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Johan Gaugler, hello. He's
Quaglica.
Johannes
Quaglica, that would be our resident Austrian correspondent on the Radio Le Mans Listeners Collective. Morning,
there
Johannes.
You go. He's just posted on the Facebook group. Thank you, Johan, for being with us. He's listening to the commentary at work, and he had to double check what kind of show he was listening to. With Pussy Keller meets the Big Chopper.
Yeah, well, I think we'll gloss over that and move on rapidly. Move on faster than a world champion in qualifying. Thanks very much. Leo Arnold has pushed the best time now down to an 18:54, 18:62 for Patrick Nahar. Michael Salvin 18:72, and up to sixth place, up to fourth place rather, the number 6. I'll get this right in a minute. Reading that scoreboard is Conciadelli. I think that's how you would say that. Conciadelli.
Basil. Just Basil to his friends, perhaps.
I hope. Minute to go in this session. Last chance then for some quick laps. This is the final free practice for this group. Through goes Basil. The yellow car crossing the start-finish line now and heading on to the back straight. Nobody really improving at the moment. Michael Salvin's just come back out the pits. He will get another lap. His first lap out is a 19:04. So that was a real last minute change there. And the time elapses. So I think it's going to be 18:54 from Arnold, 18:60 from Patrick Nahar. Michael Salvin's 18:72 from earlier puts him into third. And now we have the next set of guys standing right behind us, ready to go out. It's all nicely orchestrated here. There's a one-way system to get in and out of the pits. So the mechanics walk in with toolboxes and the cars, toolbox in one hand, car in the other, set themselves up on the pit stand. There is a double-decker bench that is available at the back of the pits. Quickly spin the engines up to get them started. And once the session starts and everybody's in pit lane, a red and white chain is placed across so nobody else can go in. And when they're finished, they head off
1 minute to start.
in the correct way towards pit out and loop back around the technical inspection area, scrutineer's area if you will. I'm not sure there's any need for all that revving, to be honest. I think it's the drivers just wanting something to do with the fingers. Actually, I know that's not true, obviously. They're keeping the engine clean. So
30 seconds to start.
So, stand by for action. Martin Hoody out in this one.
Who is the son of Uri Hoodie and also the heir to the X-Ray Empire.
Very good. Eric Dankel's out there as well. And Kyle Branson as well is on the number 4 car. So we'll try and pick Kyle's car up. What I should have done was seen which order they walked in 5. So 4 is that white car with the pink on the bottom, pink and grey. Oh, and it's just in fact gone back onto the pit stall and gets a tiny little bit of a top up. So it looks like Daniel will be the last one out. And is. 10 minutes on the clock. We're counting down. Free practice for the Protoform broadcast live from the Stir Ring. EFRA 110th IC Touring Car European Championships. Mark McCullum and John Hindorf on the words for you. Nathan on the pictures. Now, you can see, can't you, Matt, straight away, just the step up in class, how these guys just get down to it so much quicker.
Yeah.
The cars aren't sliding around so much. They're obviously a lot happier with the setup. Oh, and we've got somebody who's had a flame out.
I think that's Kyle. He's not. I don't think
that
he's
is
flamed
Kyle.
out. I think he's just stuck. He was revving a moment ago.
Okay.
And now he's flamed. Oh, he's
no,
still
it's
going.
running. You saw the mechanic there motioning to him to blip the throttle. Yeah, you're right. Well done. So already, Daniel Alessi on the number 9, down to an 1871. Eric Dankel was in second, and he's gone to the top now with an 1848. Derdrian, 1895. No, that's changed again. It's Tony Gruber has gone through with an 1866. This is going to be quick, mate. This is going to be quick. Only the top 8 on the board, and I'm afraid Kyle Branson's not there.
Still a few cars in the pit lane, just going to go out now.
Yeah, I'm watching. Kyle's number 4, isn't he?
Yes.
Right, it's the orange black with a bit of purple on it, and it's sitting in the pit lane at the moment. I think there's an issue. There was an issue with the steering there for a moment, the mechanic having to try it. Now he's out, blowing a bit of smoke there as the engine gets warmed up and he gets into it. Hasn't got a lot of time left now, just 7 minutes. Coming back towards us, he's on the pit straight now and heads towards the finish line. We'd expect to see Kyle Branson's name jump up into the top 8, and I'd expect to see him in the top half of that as he comes back towards us to complete another lap. Does he stay out this time and do a flyer? Yes, he does. Still not quite getting the turn into the pit left-hander correctly. And he's not on the board, so he's not better than a 19.10 there. Which I'm a bit surprised at. And he's back in the pit. Now, let's see if I can see what's going on. I don't think he's going back out. They've killed the engine. Now, I'm not allowed in the pit, so I can't go down and speak to the guys. But this is actually quite...
I can see his father exiting the pits on our side of the pit.
Yeah, he's just left. I think he's going to get another tyre, is what I think he said. Well, he's got a long traipse back because, of course, they're in the marquee on the far side. And the mechanic going to work on the right rear of the car. Yeah, the tyre's coming off. Right rear tyre and wheel has been removed on that car. And this is not, it's not disastrous, but it's just another bit of issue that you don't need. Eric Dankel's got down to an 18.3. That is pretty good. 18.30. That's getting down towards fastest lap of the meeting.
That's the new lap record.
Yeah.
3:05.
The meeting officially started yesterday. There were some 18.2s from earlier in the week, but not officially the meeting. There is the right rear tyre being handed over. What was the issue there?
Car hit a car, or a car hit him and he chunked the rear tyre.
Okay, thank you. There you go. That was Kyle's dad.
Racing incident there, not the fact that the tyre was malfunctioning out the box or anything like that.
No, but how about the feel of the driver? And I use that word advisedly. The driver, who at his closest point is no closer than about 5 or 6 metres from the car, can feel the fact that the rear tyre's got a chunk out of it because of that. He just instinctively knows that what he's doing and what the car's doing don't match up, and so he needs a new rear tyre. I honestly, hats off to these guys. Hats off to these guys. So let's see if Kyle Branson can get a lap in the 4 minutes or thereabouts that's remaining. He's gone through to start his first flyer, going onto the back straight now. Oh, and he's still getting an awful lot of turn-in oversteer. That car does not look happy at all. I wonder if he'll come into the pits again. He does. He's just unable to carry any kind of speed into the faster corners. They're looking to see if there's something broken or bent. Maybe a bottom arm or even a roll bar. Nah. There's a shrug of the shoulders and out he goes. I don't know if Nathan can pick him up. He's just coming across the finish line now and heading under the scoreboard. Just watch the attitude of the car through the faster corners. He's just not getting the... See, he's not quick there. And when he tries to push, the back end of the car is just stepping out.
Yeah, really see it there.
And the interesting part of that is that at that speed, he's not able to balance the car on the throttle and dial out the understeer, the push. He's just not able to attack those corners. He's nice and smooth now. He's trying to drive around the problem, but he's not on the board. He's not on the top. There you can see there, perfect.
Yeah.
As soon as he picks up speed and tries to take speed from turn into apex, and we heard from Gilles Grosskamp just how important that is. He can't carry the speed on when he's loading up the right rear tyre. He can't carry the speed. Suggests to me that something's worked itself loose or has been bent on the right rear after that side-by-side contact he had earlier on. It's just like when I'm watching big cars, you just got to watch closer, that's all. Although in fairness, actually, the cars that aren't handling, it's almost more obvious that they aren't handling because they get out of shape a lot more and the guys get them back. This was full-size racing and they were getting out of shape this much,
Yeah.
then they'd be off the track.
The results are magnified, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah, exactly. It is Eric Dankel, excuse me, with that 18.3, new fastest lap of the meeting.
German national champion.
And I'm just interested to see, well, Kyle Branson. Kyle has been one of the pace setters all this week, and he's still not. Oh, he's just popped on the board with an 18.59, follows that up with an 18.75. That's 5th position. That, you know, is an excellent effort from an ill-handling car. I wonder if it'll get better the more laps he does. He comes past me now on the pit straight and completes another lap. Through he goes. No, that was a 1972, but he is in traffic. He's got cars ahead of him. He's heads down the back straight and into the hairpin again. He's just not able to lean on that, Matt, is he, when he's coming through, particularly the left-handers, and it is a left-handed track, of course. That's the issue.
No, and it's not like it's a controlled drift. It's
No.
like a complete slide away, isn't
Yeah.
it? The thing just falls out of
It's
the back.
Yeah, it's snapping sideways. It's not in any way predictable. That's horrible. And I think they'll be looking at that rear end of that car very carefully when they get it back to the marquee on the far side of the Stur ring. Gruber's got down to a 32, 18.32. So just 2/100ths of a second between the top two at the moment. And those are two of the quickest times we've seen this week. But of course, we are getting through to the better drivers. Time has elapsed. 18.30 for Dankel, the German national champion. Gruber in second on an 18.32. And then Spataro on an 18.54. Kyle Branson with his 59 with a troubled car down in 5th position, 6th position. Now,
Can I welcome in Martin Arden?
you just have, yes?
Welcome, Martin Arden,
Hello,
to
Martin.
the RC Racing TV Facebook group. You went to Facebook, you went to the search bar, typed in RC Racing TV, and you joined the group. Welcome, sir.
Protoform live coverage of the EFRA 1/10th IC Touring Cars European Championships. Nathan, Matt and John with you this afternoon as it now is here on the Ascension Day holiday in Austria. Now, even by the way the mechanics have walked in and by the clothes that they are wearing, I'm going to have to stand out in the sun now, you know that you're getting further up the talent hierarchy because the amount of people who are wearing World Championship and World Champion commemorative T-shirts, they've got Works T-shirts on, and you just know that we're already stepping towards the better drivers. And Gilles Grosskamp, this is Group 10 then. He's the number 1 car and heads out first with a puff of smoke. Balestri in second is the bright yellow, fluorescent yellow car. As Robert Pietsch now leads around, I think, to put the first lap in. Yes, he did in the 5. Mark Green on the 8 going through as well. So they didn't go out in number order, did they, the little tinkers? Alex Hagberg is out as well on the 6th in this. All people, if you're a regular viewer to RC Racing on Motors TV, now on channel 447, of course, Motors TV. All these names you will recognise. Wow. This is a step up in pace already. Amazing. And notice as well, Matt, how few of these guys are coming into the pits. These guys are happy with their cars, and of course, as I say that, in comes Kruber, Ricardo Kruber. Adrian Bertin at the top of the charts at the moment with an 18.7. Gilles Grosskamp with an 18.88. Mark Green with a 19.01. Early days though in this session with still 8.5 minutes to go. This is the final free practice session. You're watching live RC Racing TV from Austria. Our Protoform coverage of the EFRA European Touring Car 110s, the IC cars, exclusive to this channel, and continues through through Friday and Saturday. It is Thursday. And for those of you who are regular Midweek Motorsport listeners, do have to apologise for not having a show last night. We did have some technical issues, not here, I should mention, back in the UK, that prevented us from doing our normal Wednesday show. We have been assured that they will be resolved for next week's show, 8 o'clock on Wednesday, Midweek Motorsport, the 2 hours normally weekly show that takes a bit of a sideways look at all forms of motorsport. And as I say, should be back at 8 o'clock UK time for that next week, with our apologies. Got some good interviews in next week's show as well. I'll trail that ahead while we're on telly.
7 minutes to go.
18.44 puts Mark Green at the top of the standings on the number 8. As into the pit lane comes the number 4.
That's Rico Krober, car number 7's just flipped and he's being carried back.
That's Gilles Grosskamp. That's who's 7?
Rico Krober.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Gilles Grosskamp at the moment down in 4th position. 18.56. And he's in the pits now, and I need to learn the geography of these cars to see what they're doing. He's going to definitely get a top up. There was a little adjustment at the rear window, which on NASCAR would be around a wedge going in. I don't know if that's what they're doing. I will find out, dear viewer. Grosskamp, though, out of the pits and immediately on the pace of the cars around him, which are the 8 and 7 cars, 8 being Mark Green, as Robert Pietsch goes to the top of the times. Well, actually, I'm not sure he has. 18.44 for Green. I can see an 18.53 for Pietsch. 18.63 for Adrien Bertin. Hagberg with an 18.58. Grosskamp with an 18.54. $18.50 for Dario Balestri. Right, that's just the times as they go through that are ticking through there,
5 minutes
rather
to go.
annoyingly. So I've got to work out who's got the top time. I still reckon it's Mark Green with a 44, the 18.44. We're halfway through the session. Now what we need to do is keep an eye on Gilles Grosskamp, because in fact his mechanic is standing with a stopwatch in his right hand. That was a refill with, I think it was 5.53 to go. I think they're going to run this car out of out of juice. So there's a thought, and I can say this now, I didn't want to say it before, there is a thought that he can get 5.5 minutes out of that engine. And if he can get 5.5 minutes out of that engine, he might be able to save at least one stop in the final on Saturday. And I think that that's what they're doing now.
Nathan needs to stick on the car behind these two cars, which is Yilles Grosskamp.
Right, if you could just go back one car, Nathan, I'm told.
Oh, he's now overtaking.
All right.
So
As into
There
the
you
pits
go.
comes the number 9 with some bodywork damage. That's Alex Mazzio.
So Yilles Grosskamp's going down the back straight, end of the back straight, onto the hairpin.
Grosskamp now coming back towards me on the pit straight now. The sort of car with the orange highlights front and rear. Now, he's done a 54, he's done a 52. So it's all tightening up. These are very competitive laps from Grosskamp. And the stopwatch is running in the pit lane by the mechanic. Onto the back straight again. Interesting, I thought that Gilles highlighted that entrance to the back straight as one of the potential action areas. Oh, beautifully balanced as he goes into the pit lane left-hander, just beside the exit of the pit lane. He's not taking as much straight onto the back, speed onto the back straight as some. Just a slight stutter on that final left-hander. Maybe he just needs to give up the middle of the corner a little more. Crosses the line now. Just watch him through this chicane. It takes a lot of curb in the middle section of that chicane. And I'm not sure that he's setting him up quite as well as it might do. He's being caught by the car and driver behind him. And I'm trying to work out who that is as he goes through. Do you know what? This is the final free practice session. We've got 2 minutes and 7 seconds left. And there's a race going on here now. This is proper race pace. These guys, before they start concentrating on the qualifying runs this afternoon, for the qualifying runs for the seeding before qualifying proper tomorrow, these are race runs, simulated race runs that we're seeing now. And if these guys are in the final, expect this kind of pace at the weekend. Oh, Grosskamp just clips the pit wall there, I think, right in front of me. But these are good times by Grosskamp, very consistent. 18:57, 18:52, 18:62. The mark of a champion. Alex Hagberg has put in a 45. In fact, he's put in a 43 now. So Hagberg with a 43 has the fastest time of this group. But that's 13/100 slower than we saw in the last session. And that surprises me. But what I think that shows, Matt, is these guys are going for extended runs and basically they're getting some data on their fuel mileage here.
Yeah, this isn't about anything else other than that, is it?
Very interesting.
This is the last time that it doesn't matter.
Yes, good point. In comes the number 8 of Mark Green, early pace setter, still has the 18:44 to his name. And the fuel bottle is out for Gilles Grosskamp.
Oh, really?
Yes. And he's in.
Well,
and they're having a look to see how much was in that. I reckon that's over 5 minutes, though. I reckon that's pretty close to 5 minutes. There's a little bit of an adjustment going on there. I think that's close to 5.5 minutes. Because I think he was out at 5:53 and he came in with about 20 seconds to go. I think that's as near as damn it 5.5 minutes he's just got out of that car. Which is significant. God, I wish I was this close to the action in full-size racing. Because I can watch everything at once here. I can see all of the track and what's going on in the pit lane. This is the last action before the break at lunchtime. And in fact, the time has just elapsed. So we'll wait for the last car to come around and peel into the pit lane, which it does now. And it's Alex Mazzio And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the end of our coverage for this morning. And if Nathan is still up there, I should be wandering into his shot any second now. And just wind up what we've been doing for you this morning. And first of all, thanks to Nathan, who's done a sterling job on the camera up there on the top of the referee's podium. Matt McCullum is still in the commentary box at the moment and has been doing all our technicals as well as keeping me the right side of right and proper. That's it then for the morning session. We are back in about an hour and a half's time. It's 1400 CET, 2 o'clock CET, 1 o'clock in the UK for timed practice, and that will of course set the seedings for the 4 rounds of qualifying here tomorrow. It's all live exclusively here on rcracing.tv, powered by Protoform. For the moment, thanks for your time this morning. Come back and join us this afternoon as we have more from the EFRA 1/10th European IC Touring Car European Championships. Bye for now.
Half 2, 7, 6, 8, 5, 3, 9,
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to RC Racing TV's live coverage of the EFRA 110th IC Touring Car European Championships for 2013. We are just outside the village of Kirchburg, which is to the east of Graz, at the very beautiful Störring, 266 metres around, and our Protoform powered coverage continues this afternoon. As you can probably hear, we have got some of the timed practice going on at the moment, which the organisers started just a little bit earlier than we anticipated, but you haven't missed too much of the running. It is the early groups that are on their timed practice at the moment. Now, why is this important? Well, this sets the seedings, of course, for qualifying tomorrow. And we'll talk you through the qualifying and indeed the seeding procedure as we go on. Group 4 is about to go out for their first of 2 timed practice sessions. Effectively, this is pre-qualification. It's John Hindhaugh with Matt McCallum and Nathan. And the boys just making some technical adjustments at the moment, so they've left me on my own with the equipment. How scary is that? Much in the same way as the World Endurance Championship have made their qualifying sessions the aggregate of laps from drivers, different drivers. Well, it's a similar situation here. It's the best 3 consecutive laps that will be the time to count. So we will give you fastest times, but also we'll be looking at the fastest 3 consecutive laps for each driver. Now, we've just got Group 4 out onto the circuit. Everybody gets 4 minutes of what you could effectively say is warm-up. Then there's a minute's break, and then 5 minutes of actual timed practice. So still 10-minute sessions, if you like, but there is a break in the middle as off goes Jakob Franek there, right in front of me in the white number 7. But this is warm-up effectively, just to dial yourself into the racing before it actually counts on the clock. A few spectators beginning to turn up this afternoon. It is Ascension Day holiday here in Austria, and the tribunes on the back straight, 57 metres long, that back straight. Yes, you're right, we have been doing some research over the lunch period, in between eating a rather splendid schnitzel. And as you can see from our pictures, the weather is absolutely perfect. So 2 minutes left of the 4 of warm-up, and then it all starts to count.
Start. Marshals, go to your positions.
So just on 90 seconds left of the practice. And you also might notice, if you were watching our coverage earlier on, right in the middle of that shot there, at the entrance to the Remus curve, exit of the Kleine Chicane, there is now a marshal. And so this timed practice about to get underway for this group of drivers. Let's run through them for you then. In this group 4, Thomas Steinringer from Austria, from Slovakia, Igor Liptak, Gergely Chesko, from Hungary, Goran Wisniewicz, Dennis Kubik, Tobias Kerler, Jakob Franek, Franz Engel, expect him to be quick, and Michael Abrahamik, another Czech Republic driver. So down in the pit lane there, you can see our starter getting things ready to go. He will ensure that there is spacing between the cars as we're about to get this session underway. 5 seconds to start. You probably just heard the pit lane buzzer there. So the cars go out in intervals. Michael Abrahamik, the last man out in that 1991 Mazda coloured machine. So first times coming in, Gergely Chesko with a 19.3, Tobias Kerler a 19.3. But don't forget, what we're looking for are 3 consistently quick consecutive laps. It's no good if you do a fast lap on laps 2, 7 and 11. They won't count. So it's about consistency here. Following the 2 bright yellow cars around, that's numbers 5 and 3. Dennis Kubik and Gergely Chesko. And you can probably see, if you're watching earlier on, things have speeded up, the temperature's rising, the track is beginning to get a bit of grip in it. You can almost see a slightly darker line from the foam tyres. And waiting for the best 3 laps to come in, and Tobias Kerler is the first to get 3 laps in, 58.199 with a best of 19.3, 19.1, and he's just done a 19.3. Now he's done a 19.2, and his best 3 lap average comes down to 57.784. Remember, this is seeding people for the qualification runs tomorrow. There will be 4 bonkers runs tomorrow, all here live, powered by Protoform on rcracing.tv. Here is the leader coming down to the hairpin. Through into the pits corner, through Amiga, because that is the shape of the corner. The west curve, Kleine Chicane, down the back straight to turn 6, which is the ice corner. Then turn 7, our hairpin, the pits curve or Fahrenlager curve. Through Chicane. Turn 11 onto the pit straight, doesn't have a name. Oh, traffic now for the top rated driver at the moment, Tobias Kerler from Germany. through the west curve and the chicane, very important part of the circuit because it leads on to the fastest straight. Now down into the pits again. Deals with the traffic, but I think it's cost him time there. A 19.6 last time around and a 19.4 this time for Köhler. Gergely Cesko from Hungary in second with a 57.8. He's just improved his 3-lap average. As has Michael Abrahamek, the Czech Republic driver, who goes up into third position with a 3-lap average of 58.2.
To drive.
1 minute left of this session.
Seconds to drive. Car 2.
So that is time up. 57.6 for Tobias Köhler right at the end there in terms of his best time, and that is because he's just put the best lap of the session in right at the end there. He's done a couple of 19.1s and a 19 flat. 57.266 his combined time.
1.
The automated pit voice telling us who is just coming into the pit lane. So rattling through this session then, as you see the Group 4 guys disappearing from the pit lane. We do have a limited number of marshals out in this session. Just helping to get people back on the track. It is EFRA 1/10th IC Touring Car Euros. Our live coverage on RC Racing TV, powered by Protoform. As out comes the 5th group of mechanics, 5th group of drivers already installed upstairs on the driver gantry. Lost my radio and my pack, so bear with me for a moment while I stick the pack in the shorts. So Group 5, number 1, Michael Franzen. Aurelien Rivard is number 2. Joe Curry from the GP squad here is on car 3. Henrik Christensen on 4. Christian Hovden on 5. Sami Munk on 6. Jiri Weisin on 7. Jari Valkola on 8, Dominik Munjak on 9, and Hermann Berger, Austrian, on the 10. Much revving in the marshes. Trying to clean up those engines. If you were with us earlier, you'll know we've been talking a lot about mileage or potential mileage of the fuel and the engines. Looks to be somewhere around about 5 minutes. Anything over that, a real bonus.
Start.
So this is the warm-up, if you will, for this session. So drivers given 4 minutes to dial themselves and the cars in. Then they will have to retire to the pits. Joe Curry I haven't seen out there in the 3. That recorded voice that the timekeepers have is an interesting choice. So the unmistakable sound of 2.1cc nitro-powered IC motors cracking the stillness of an Austrian holiday afternoon here. And it's rcracing.tv's EFRA 1/10th IC touring cars. It's the European Championship, still in the early part of the week. Last couple of minutes. Now I know that Nathan can hear me on the camera. You've just got something in the top right of your frame there, Nathan. Thank you very much indeed. He's enjoying his umbrella, you see, too much under there. So if you're joining us for the first time, this is the 266 metre or thereabouts circuit. Resurfaced in May of this year and then ground down. And from this high camera, you look on that pit straight there, you can see the lines in the tarmac quite clearly. Not just the darkness, but the striations where it has been ground. And right through the corner, see the swirls in that corner there as Nathan's panning across. Perfect look at it there, where they've had the grinding machine on the top surface. Drivers finding more grip than they have done at any time during the week, but it is a relatively low grip surface. I mean, that's good for tyre wear obviously, but bad for fast times. But as you can see now, we are beginning to get a darker line on the ideal racing line from these foam tyres, controlled tyres of course for the Euros. So half a minute to go and we'll get Group 5 running. Let me run through them again. Michael Franssen in 1, Aurelien Rivard in 2, Joe Curry in 3, Henrik Christensen in 4, Christian Hovden in 5, Sami Münch in 6, Siri Weisin in 7, Jari Valkola in 8, Dominik Munchak in 9 and Hermann Berger in 10. And we are off and racing, and straight away the leaders are out and into their rhythm. Extremely important to be quick as they're heading towards the hairpin through that very important part, the pit lane turn. Fahrerlager curve, as they call it here. Following round, Michael Franssen in the blue and white machine, number 1. Best 3 consecutive laps to count. 19.9 for him on his first flyer, 19.2, 19.6 on his second, 19.2 rather on his third. Aurelien Rivard in the number 2. Just a tick of the clock quicker at the moment. I'll try and pick him up in a moment or two, but let's just watch this third flaw. Now you see, that is the problem, as we saw there. Michael Franssen, having just done 3 quick laps and put himself at the top, 58.4, then bins it on his 4th flyer, so has to start again. So none of those laps that he's done before counts. So basically he goes back to square one. And that will allow Aurelian Rivard and Jari Valkola to improve their position. Jiri Weissing up to third, 59.4. 58.4, the best 3-lap consecutive average at the moment. Against a 58.5 from Rivard in second, and Weissing in third with a 59.4. Also on 59.4, Hermann Berger. Just going across the pit straight now. Another gaggle of cars led by the number 4 of Joe Curry, of Henrik Christensen rather. And Joe Curry is not out there, so now that green and white car coming towards us now, just underneath me, is the number 7, and that is Jiri Weissing. Just improved his time, 58.9. He's now in 4th position. Hermann Berger's gone ahead of him. Comes down to the hairpin. Looks to be good there though. Turns in. Still carrying a lot of speed to the apex. Now that looks to me behind him as well as Michael Franzen is making inroads again. Let's check them as they come by. They are moving very, very quickly indeed. In fact, that is Henrik Christensen. He's just put his fastest lap of the session in, but he's sitting down in 9th position. So we need to see him improve. A little bit of a wider turn into the Fahrerlager curve. Through into Amiga. And down to the west curve. Kleine chicane onto the back straight. Ice curve. And back to the pits. This is the full chicane, or just the chicane. And down the pit straight. So clicking off laps nicely, Henrik Christensen, but his 3-lap average is over a minute at the moment, and it needs to be a lot quicker than that. So he's got a rogue lap in there somewhere. He's doing 19s. He needs to find a bit extra time. Sami Munk now goes across the line. We're watching Jari Valkola in the yellow and white machine. This is the number 8 onto the back straight. Valkola in 5th position with a combined 3-lap average of 59.5. Just 60 seconds remaining. That's the 6th there of Sami Munk, who has problems. I did see him having an issue earlier on in that purple car. One of the marshals picks him up and will return him to the pit lane. I wonder if he's flamed that out there. .30 seconds remaining. It's still Michael Franzen from Hermann Berger improving to 2nd. Aurelian Rivard to 3rd. Jiri Weissing still in 4th place. 1, 10, 2 and 7 in group number 5. Into the pits.
9.
So it is Michael Franzen with the best 3-lap average there of 56.2, and 18.6 of his best lap, and that's the only person down in the 18s. He was 2.2 seconds better than everyone else on his average. Hermann Berger, the Austrian, in 2nd, with the Frenchman Aurelien Rivard in 3rd position. So with the usual and what we've now come to expect, logistical perfection. One set of mechanics leave, another set walk into the pit lane. We'll have another 4 minutes of practice, and then we'll have some more timed practice that will effectively set the seedings for Friday's qualifying sessions. And as difficult as it is to pass here, if you weren't with us earlier on, Gilles Grosskamp telling us just how hard it was to pass, he felt, then grid position and qualifying is going to be key. So in this group then, Giuseppe Mussolino, Thomas Liptak, Daniel Theole, Andreas Verhoeven, Leonardo Varga, Klaus Lechner, Klaus Reisekopf, Matthias Kusenen and Nacho Lopez Lunch, who was the quickest in this batch of drivers Group 6 earlier on. Got down into the mid-18s from memory. So it should be 52, 53 second 3-lap average here. Possibly with the temperature still rising, even a little bit better than that. 10 seconds to start of the 4 minutes of free 4 minutes of practice before now you notice it's a free-for-all at this stage. When we come round to the timed portion, what you'll see is the starter or the pit marshal will flag them out.
Start. Marshall has in position.
Still the same. It's the camera. No. Keeps falling over, whatever it is.
Start. Marshall has in position.
Right, so with that first 4 minutes counting down, So one of the mechanics there just being told off for running onto the track. So 5 minutes of timed practice for Group 6. This is their first timed session of the meeting. Looking for the best 3 laps consecutively. Number 1 there. Very distinctively. There goes Mussolino. He was quick when he was out last. Also need to look out for Nacho Lopez Lunch, the Spaniard. He's in that very dark red number 9. Just leaving the pit lane now. I'll keep our eyes on the blue car for the moment. The idea is to spread these guys out so there's not so much of an issue with traffic. See how loose the back end of Mussolino's car was there. 19.3, not a bad opener for him though. Leonardo Varca also going well early on, and all traffic beginning to spoil the lines of the man who was out of the pits first. And still waiting for the 3-lap average to click over. And there it is, 58.817 for Giuseppe Mussolino. Down to the pits. Through the chicane, onto the pit straight. Into Omega. And the west curve. Now through the small chicane. Now right behind him there in that dark red car, that is Nacho Lopez Lunch, the Spaniard. He was quickest on the single lap in the free practice we had earlier. And at the moment, and as I say that, Nacho Lopez Lunch goes comfortably to the top with a 57.9 on that last lap. Having just clocked in 19.1. Expect to see him down in the mid-18s as the session progresses. Short session this, only 3:22 left. So you really got to get on it straight away.
Three different cables.
Just the length of the cable.
It's the interference from the timing hook.
So Nacho Lopez Lunch then. Looking very cool and calm as he goes through the Kleine chicane.
I'll get a shot. In the infield. In the middle. From here.
Now that white and green car heading back towards me in the sunshine. Here's the number 7 of Klaus Reiskov. He is in 7th position at the moment, the Dane, failing to crack a minute at the moment. Oh, that's a little mistake there by Giuseppe Mussolino in 2nd place at the moment. He's sitting in behind the Spaniard. I wonder if he's gleaning anything from the lines of the red car ahead of him. Oh, see how the back end of Mussolino's car just stepped out on him there through the kink. Masterful piece of recovery by the Spaniard. By the Italian, excuse me. See if he can get it turned in better this time. Yes, very much so. Improvement by the Spaniard ahead of him now to 57.095 for his 3-lap average, pulling out the better part of 3/10 on the Italian. Picking up the orange car there is Leonardo Varga in 4th position. Oh, and that's very unusual. We've seen very little contact here. And that was a lunge that was a bit unnecessary by Varga. Looks like he's got away with it. It was Klaus Reitzkopf that he hit in the similar coloured car. Checkered flag is out. And you can hear the computerised timing voice calling out the cars that have crossed the line.
9, 7.
So it is the Spaniard Nacho Lopez Leonch, 56.8 his 3-lap average, 57.3 for Giuseppe Mussolino in that blue number 1. Leonardo Varga nipping up to 3rd at the very last with a 57.3. Matthias Kusinen with the 4th best average. So the next batch of mechanics already in the pit lane. Group 7. And Brit Alex Thurston involved in this. John Pastor Sanchez from Spain in 2. Luca Radali in 3. Raj Udi in 4. Mustafa Alp in 5. Quentin LaRue in 6. 7 is René Pulke. Marcus Helqvist in 8. 9, Victor Pelez Olivares and Dominic Greiner in 10. Dominic has been the pace setter, the German, early on, the young German, very affable young man. And once again, there'll be about 4 minutes of free running before the clocks are reset. And out they go. The 2 people planning to come straight into the pits.
Start. Marshall, go to position.
2 minutes or so before we get this session of time practice underway. It is the European Championships, the EFRA IC 1/10 touring cars, powered by Protoform here on RC Racing TV Live.
Start. Marshall, go to your position. Welcome to the pit lane.
So Group 7 then, we're getting into some of the bigger names now. Alex Thurston, John Pastor Sanchez 1 and 2, Luca Radielli in 3, Geraz Hudi in 4, Mustafa Alp in 5, Quentin LaRue in 6, 7 Rene Pupka, Marcus Helqvist in 8, 9th Victor Perez Olivares in 9 and 10, German Dominic Greiner ready to roll out. Let's watch them out of the pits then. There they go. Tails away shot into Omega. That's out of pits into the pit turn. And picking up first out of the pits on the back stretch through the chicanes. That is the pit chicane. Or the pit turn rather. You see how much of the curb is being used there through the Kleiner chicane.
Before I sit down, shall I get a drink?
So coming past me now through the first corner, that is Alex Thurston, number 1, who goes to the top with a 57.4, but following him through 56.0 for 3 consecutive laps, Luca Radielli in the number 3. Radielli from Dominic Greiner with a 56.4 now. Then Marcus Helqvist. Alex Thurston drops down to 4, 3, 10, 8 and 1. Remember, these are the times that will set the qualifying. Down to the hairpin. And out of it, following the white car at the moment, which is the number 3 of Luca Radielli, the Italian, who leads 18.6 last time around, 56 flat now, his 3-lap average. Remember, it's a consecutive lap average, so if you make a mistake, that lap lives with you until you can reel off 3 more quick ones. Just under 2 minutes to go. Dominic Greiner up into second with a 56.1. He's just done an 18.5 his last lap around. Greiner really getting in the groove in the number 10. Oh, and there's the mistake by the Italian. Go through the Kleiner chicane onto the long back straight. That really messed him up for the whole of that 57 metre long back straight. Well, believe it or not, that was Rodelli's best lap. No, it wasn't. It was 3/10 off. And that's allowed Grainer to go through. Timing just catching up with me. And now 55.8 is the best 3-lap average that we have. And that is the number 10 of Dominic Greiner. I'll pick him up on the circuit as he comes past me in a moment or two. And there he is, the 0 car. Just the pink front end heading onto the back straight just now. Down to the ice curve. Just one car behind the one we're following at the moment. Here he comes. Nice pick up, Nathan. Thank you. So that is our fastest driver at the moment. And look how smooth he is through the Kleiner chicane. Through the ice curve now. Down into the pits corner. Up the hill. Just slight rise there. Pit straight. And into Omega. 2, possibly 3 apexes, apices there. West curve, Kleiner chicane again. And he's got traffic ahead of him. Opportunity to go through on the inside there. As the mistake was made by the following car. That is the number 7 of Rennie Pulpka. And that's a better lap again. 55.7 for a 3-lap average. This is good stuff by the young German. And look how little that machine is moving around as he comes through to complete another lap. Now, 55.756. He's lopped a couple of thousandths off his time. 1 minute left. Second place at the moment, Luca Rodelli. The Italian, Quentin Theroux, the Frenchman. So it's Germany, Italy, France, Great Britain, Spain. Just underlining the international credentials of this EFRA European Championship. Our coverage powered by Protoform. And Rodelli goes back to the top. 55.4 for a 3-lap average. The number 3 car, the white car, just going past me now and heading across the start-finish line. As the checkered flag came out. That is a very, very good time indeed. Here's Rodelli coming through the hairpin at the far end and coming back into the pits now. Just coming into camera shot from the right and into the pits. And he will end up with the best time. Once again, mechanics been soundly warned for heading on to the racing circuit. 2 cars coming back, figuratively speaking, on the flatbed there. Girard's Hoodie and Quentin Leroux's machines, carried back by one of the marshals. So that's Group 7. Group 8 next. Again, names that are more recognisable to our audience here. And indeed, I'm sure to some of you at home. Great conditions. Marshals just heading out to their positions on the track. And again, the incessant revving of engines down in the pit lane. Same format. First of 2 practice sessions for each of the groups, which will be timed. The times then will set the seeding for the qualifying. On 1, Patrick Knar from Germany. Gerhard Kandelhardt of Austria on 2. Michael Salvan from Germany in 3. Claudio Coloma, the Italian, on 4. Georg Ellingsen from Norway. 5. Basil Concialdi from France in 6. Leo Arnold from France in 7. Much for him super quick this morning. Got down very close to the 18.305 that Eric Dankel, German champion, put in. Tom Erik Havesen is 8 for Norway. Teemu Saarinen, Finland 9, and from the Netherlands, Pedro Rombouts. And I think everybody's out of the pit lane. Yes, they are. Timo Saarinen just getting out at the back there. Field streams through Amiga. Very technical corner. You see how you almost have to give up that middle part to get the exit correct. The chicane and onto the back straight there is what we're looking at the moment. Here comes the gaggle of cars through Amiga again. And from that high shot, you can absolutely see why it's called Amiga. Makes perfect sense. The configuration at the moment, 11 corners. Finishing off at the pits turn here. Although actually the hairpin just further away is actually called the Vaderlager Curve, the pits curve. There are a number of cut-throughs that can be used. And I have noticed right in the middle of shot there, that little bit of tarmac there. One or two of the drivers in practice were shortcutting there and heading straight back to the pits if they felt they had an issue. But as you can see, some of the options have been blanked off by the organisers. Must be expecting some people to take liberties. Right, 2 minutes of free practice to go and then we'll get the clocks running.
Swap places? Or are you going to go for one door? I can lean over.
As long as I can see what we're cutting to. There you go. Yeah, that's perfect because you're seeing it come right in through the apex. The guys who get it wrong and come in too wide, you lose them. Like that guy.
Right.
I can hear that, but you're not going to air.
Am I not?
No. I've just turned it down.
Hello. Yes, I am. I think I'm there.
Welcome back, Matt.
Hello there. Hang on.
You've been running around doing stuff.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm back. I suppose I should say hello. Everyone will think I've been out the back eating
Schnitzel.
botwurst.
Yeah.
Eating on botwursts for the last hour. Yeah, just been running around, setting up, doing technical stuff.
Eagle-eyed viewers will have noticed this, which is our new camera, and you can see the guys perfectly out of the pits here. Tails away shot into the Ogiga. Oh! Now, being told to come straight back in there by our ever-vigilant pitch marshal. You have to go out in order here. It's not the free-for-all that it was earlier. And the flag on the nose of the car is the only indication that it's okay to leave. So there's the tails away out of the pits into Omega. But already the first car's out down the back straight and heading back towards us. Second time I've done that. Caught my radio pat when I've stood up. That is the number one car of Patrick Naher, the German. Now, whilst this is going on, Matt, what's been happening on the Facebook pages? Still a few
Lots of very
bits and pieces coming in.
lots of interesting discussions actually. Northwest actually posed a question. He said, "Is it true that these engines rev well beyond 40,000 revs per minute? That would mean the piston moves up and down around 700 times each second. Is that true?" To which X-Ray Racer 1 said, "Yes, that's true. I have an OS Speed 12 TZ. That does 44,000 RPM."
No way.
So yeah, you're talking quite a busy little piston there.
And that speaks, doesn't it, to the manufacturing tolerances that you need. Because if there's anything out at all on that, it's going to detonate really quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. Over on the Facebook page, we've had some new people joining up. Thomas Landhauf.
Hello, Thomas. You've got the virtual handshake.
Hello, Thomas. Thank you. Welcome to you. And Ishtak Ahmed. Hello, Ishtak. Thank you for going to Facebook, searching for RC Racing TV, and clicking join the group. And we're welcoming you here now. Let's see if there's been any discussions on the group. Is there a list of what chassis each driver is running? It would be good if there was.
Wasn't there? Good be, yeah.
That would be nice, yes. We'll see what we can do about that.
One or two of the guys have listed it on their entries, and it is on the timekeepers. And when we get the full list for the qualifying sessions tomorrow, we'll go through some of those. But as yet, the answer is no, that is not available to us at the moment. We will, however, manage to sort that out for you.
Yeah, I mean, for the final, for sure, we want to know what all of the drivers are driving, and we'll have some kind of list.
Yes, and you have graphics to prepare, so you need to have that.
Yes, another job there to do. Robert McKenna was saying that sometime in the past he can remember radio communication between drivers and pit mechanics with headsets they were using in the early 1990s. But it never took off, and he was wondering if it was banned. I don't think it was banned, but it's just that. Maybe it was. Dom Tranquil was saying maybe it was disallowed because not all the drivers can afford it, and so it wasn't fair. Bluetooth headsets, Richie
That's
Louis,
a good idea.
Lewis was suggesting.
That's a great idea.
So, yeah.
No, that is a very good idea, Bluetooth headsets. I was going to say the other thing you could always do is have a wired connection that you plug into for each of the driver's spots and each of the mechanic spots.
Yes.
And then everybody gets to use it. So you have a standard jack plug on the end, pair of jack plugs, and basically you just plug in.
Yeah. John Painter was saying not just talking on the headset, but it could put other drivers off as well if you were talking.
That's true.
Maybe not so much as well though in the nitro classes, because you can barely hear yourself think a lot of the times.
It's good out there.
In electric, obviously, it's very quiet. So that would put people off. But then again, you don't tend to have. I mean, in electric classes, if something goes wrong or you want to discuss something with your pit guy, then generally you're out. It's you're done for anyway in an electric race that lasts for 5 or 6 or even 8 minutes in 12. Aaron Atrax Lee, welcome to the Facebook group for RC Racing TV. I've just admitted you to the group. Welcome along. You are more than welcome. As there's 1 minute left of Group 8. Leo Arnold is the fastest man on the track.
As I think we probably thought he might be. Leo Arnold with a 55.43 lap average.
Leo's about 7 foot tall.
Oh, okay.
He also drives electric touring car as well.
Bright orange machine we're following round at the moment. Just heading back towards us. Here's the number 3 of Michael Salvin in 4th position. 7 is the fastest at the moment, which is the bright yellow sort of fluorescent car that is just heading, I think, back towards us now. Oh no, that's number 4. There's too many people with similar colour schemes here. So Leo Arnold from Patrick Nair, from Gerhard Kandelhart, from Michael Salvin, from Basil Concialdi, Timo Sanen and the best of the Scandinavians in 6th position. Now you might have just heard in the background there how the marshals are sorted out. Basically, the drivers who have just finished go out onto the track to the marshals post corresponding with their start number. So Leo Arnold, who's just put in the fastest time there, will go out to marshals post number 7.
Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, because he's driving number 7.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. Yes.
Patrick Nair, 2nd place. He'll go up to marshals post number 1. And if you look very carefully there, you can see that is marshal post number 9 right in the middle of the picture from our pit lane camera. So that will be Timo Saarinen who will go there. I don't think there's a marshal down at the hairpin. The closest one to that would be number 8. Well, next set of mechanics and cars are in the pit lane with the inordinate amount of revving that announces their arrival. Beautiful day.
Edward Pickering simply says, I love RCTV. Ah, thank you, Edward.
So do we.
Well, we love you, actually, Edward. And
Oh,
we love,
stop.
Well, thank you for tuning in and for commenting. And, of course, how good is it this weekend to have the voice of RC Racing, John Hindhoff, with us.
Hello.
Giving us the full experience, the TV show, Uber experience that we only get once a month on Motors TV, but now we get it for 4 whole days.
Yeah.
All day, every day.
The invoice is on its way. We are at the European Championships. It's the EFRA IC 1/10 touring cars. Our coverage powered by Protoform. And we're about to get Group 9. So, Martin Hoody, Biagio Spartaro, Giorgio De Felici, Kyle Branson, Eric Dankel, who has got the fastest lap here this week. So, for Patrick Schaefer, Dino Giancoli, Tony Gruber, Daniele Ailesi, and Michael Derderian, 1 to 10.
You know what? What tyres? What brand? Are we on? Give me some brands and I'll tell you. Aaron A. Trexley, who's literally just joined the group.
Hello.
Hello, Aaron. He fires himself straight in with a question. Question: are we running control tyres?
Yes.
If yes, what brand?
What
And
brands might it be?
Is it Contact?
No, it's not Contact.
It's not Contact.
No, it's another one. Is it? There's a 3-letter one.
Matrix. Oh, it's not. 3-letter one.
ITR or something like that, is it?
What brand of tyres? We'll get back to you with that, caller. Tyres. What brand of tyres? Tyres. Are they Contact tyres? No. LLP.
LLP, there you go. I knew it was 3 letters.
VTEC. The LLP VTEC tyres.
Told you it was 3 letters.
Yes, the same that we had last week in Portugal, but obviously they were rubber. And now we have LLP again.
This time the foam.
This time the foam.
1,100 tyres have been brought for this.
Amazing. LLP have been busy.
How many white cars in this heat? Thank you, Michael Dedrian, for having the bright orange car. The 0 car, that's the number 10 car, of course. Everybody else has got white cars. That is nonsense. I'm not sure how we're going to pick people up in this.
You see,
There's a blue car out there as well. That's the number 6 of Patrick Schaefer.
it doesn't matter how much we learn about this sport. It doesn't matter how many events you go to. You can sit here and talk to whoever you want to. There is always somebody who knows more.
Oh, of course.
Unless that is you've got Ollie Maggot here. Because, thank you to Duarte Vasconcelos, who's on the Facebook group. Yes, they are LRP VTEC 37 front true to 62mm
yeah.
and LRP VTEC
64s.
40 on the rear, true to
64
64mm.
I did mention that.
By the way, €63 for 7 set. There you go. Bargain.
So
Thanks to RT.
I told you there was 62 and 64
Oh, okay.
because I did find that out earlier.
Well, some people were saying that they were actually slightly larger than were expected.
Well, they've been true to 62 front, 64 rear, and that was known certainly because when I was talking to Sheila Groskamp earlier on, he was saying he'd set up his gearing in his car expecting that, and his diffs expecting that. Now he was here in a championship race about 5 or 6 weeks ago, running on a control tyre, but there were contacts then. They ran on contacts then, but at least he got some track knowledge.
Yeah, the ENS, the European Nitro Series, not surprisingly had its biggest turnout
Yeah,
at this track.
I bet they did.
Yeah, because it's very well thought out, because this is obviously the host of the Euros that was following just a couple of weeks later.
Yeah.
So fair play to Yillis, made the trip over from where he now lives in Thailand to get used to the track, as did many others. But
So ready for Group 9. The free practice has completed, and now we're on the clock. 5 minutes of pre-qualifying, if you like. This will set the times set the seeding at least. So following round the number 1 car, Martin Hoody, man at the head of that empire.
Indeed.
Now, he is from where? Slovakia, is he?
Yes, there is a very amazing factory that they have with their own indoor and outdoor track.
No way.
It is a sight to behold. They've hosted a race just recently as well. But yeah.
Well, on the factory circuit?
Yeah.
Oh, how fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
We're being filmed on an iPad. There you go. Yes. So
Generic tablet device. Right, let's watch the cars now and see if we can get any sort of idea. 56-0 for Kyle Branson, takes an early lead, but Tony Gruber goes straight through. Okay, coming past us now is the number 1 car of Martin Hitti, who's down in 4th position. See if we can pick up Tony Gruber in the 8 car. There he is, just going past me now. So the white car going across the line now. We'll just see if we can pick him up. Now I've lost him again. Something else. He's coming down. He's coming through at the end of he's behind the blue and white car that's coming onto the pit straight now. Nicely picked up, Nathan. Thank you. That is our leader. Heading onto the back straight through the Kleiner chicane. Got a bit out of shape there. Tony Gruber. And of course, while we're talking about him, he drops back to 3rd place, inevitably. We'll watch his lines. He was getting a bit leery there. He's in behind the number 6 of Patrick Schaefer. And it's the young Brit, Kyle Branson, who is leading it at the moment. 2 white cars just coming under your feet now, Nathan. And out onto the chicane to your right. Good spot. Let's see, just ahead of that one that you're following, there's the 2 white cars. There we go, smashing. And the first one of those 2 is Kyle Branson with a 55.9 3-lap average, and he's down to a best lap of 18.6. That's not the fastest lap out here. That goes to Tony Gruber with an 18.4, but Kyle has got the consistency at the moment. Let's see who that is in front of him. That is the number 2 of Biagio Spataro, who is rather slowing the young Brit down at the moment. So Spataro just ahead of Kyle, the second of those white cars, and Kyle has lost the lead there whilst he was stuck in behind. 55.7 now. I think Kyle is getting a little bit frustrated now. Tony Gruber back in the lead in the number 8 car. coming out of the pits, the number 5 of Eric Dankel, who's got the lap record this week, or the fastest lap recorded in 18.305. And he's not having a good run, Dankel, the German. And just with a minute and a half to go, he's going to have to hustle to start to get himself back up to speed and get 3 quick consecutive laps in. He's done an 18.529, which is not even the fastest lap in this session. That still goes to Tony Gruber in the 8 car. Two and 4 still tied together. Spataro and Kyle Branson, he'll not be happy. Now, the 8 car is the one that we're following at the moment. That's spot on. Well done, Nathan. Don't know how you see the numbers from there. And that is Tony Gruber with the fastest lap and the fastest 3-lap average of the session, 55.739. But he's just dropped down to an 18.9, and that's a lap he'll have to live with, I think, till the end of the session. Kyle Branson not able to get under an 18.6 for the last few laps that he's been sitting in behind Biagio Spataro. Eric Dankel, the fastest man this week so far, with an 18.3, sitting in third with a 55.9 3-lap average. As the clock winds down, no major changes. And as soon as we get under 18 seconds, effectively, that is your last lap. Into the pits has come most of the cars as the time expires. Ooh, a sneaky extra lap there by the 7. Dino Giacalone went through the checker flag twice, I think. It's not likely to endear him to the referee. Well, that was interesting. Tony Gruber then, by a couple of tenths from Kyle Branson on the 3-lap average. 55.739 or 55.950. Eric Dankel, bit disappointed with him. Didn't put the 3-lap average together. A couple of tenths away, a 9.66, 55.966, but third position for him. And he didn't
what
even
happened to
get
him after 9 laps? Did he just disappear?
Well,
Did he go in after 9
I
laps?
think he did, yeah.
I mean, there's no point, is there? You only need to run 3 laps. You can go round, come in, do some work on the car, and go back out again. It doesn't actually matter, does it? It's just 3 laps that matters. Can I welcome in some new members to the Facebook group?
Perfect.
They're flocking. They are flocking, and this is fantastic. Ben Chalice, welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Derek Deal, fantastic name, Derek. Lovely alliteration there. I love a bit of alliteration in a name. Matt McCallum, that's my name. That's why I'm called that. Peter Miko, welcome to you. You've gone to Facebook, gone to the search bar and typed in RC Racing TV and asked to join. And I have admitted you to the group.
As in your role as administrator, you have admitted him.
As one of the administrators.
Yes.
I have it in my power to do that. Yes. And you're in. Thank you for being with us. And now you can run free within the group and discuss and give us your insights and questions and anything you want to say, basically.
Group 10 is standing by. Now, these are the big names. None bigger than Dirk Wisniewski. Well, that's one of the long names. But also, let's run through them for you in number order. Number 1, Gilles Grosskamp from the Netherlands. Italian, Dario Bellestri. In 2, Dirk Wisniewski. In 3, in 4, Francesco Tironi. Robert Piech from Germany. 5, Alexander Hagberg from Sweden. In 6, 7 is Rico Kruber. Mark Green in 8, Alessio Mazzio in 9, and Adrian Bertin on 10. Bit of an interesting story about Adrian, isn't there?
There is indeed, yes.
We were quite surprised at lunchtime, not that because we saw him sitting with all the French having a chat, but he still had an Orion t-shirt on.
Well, the story is interesting. and I think we're going to have a chat with him later on and see what we can find out, and maybe get his side of things on the RC Racing TV website. I think it's been a little bit overblown, actually, the story, but I'm sure he can give us some clarity.
For those that don't know, of course, he is well, you've got to call him the engine guru, haven't you? From
Orion, yes. Yeah. I think he's still with Orion, actually. So, at least he's still got a nice Orion T-shirt, anyway.
Unless he packed before circumstances overtook him, obviously.
We're happy to lend him an RC Racing TV T-shirt.
We should mention, for those that don't keep up with this, there was a rumour, quite a strong rumour circulating, that there had been a parting of the ways.
Yes, there was. It was on one of my favourite websites. That he'd left that company, Orion. Yes, but I don't think it is the case. But we'll find out. If anyone can find out, it's us.
Well, I can go and ask all kinds of questions with the absolute surety that, number one, nobody knows who I am, and number two, it's quite obvious I don't know who I'm talking to. So with the naivety of a newcomer, I can go there and ask the questions that perhaps someone he might recognise wouldn't be able to.
The problem is, John, as soon as you open your mouth, he'll recognise you.
I could do it in a different accent.
All right, Governor.
All right, mate. Hello, my son.
So, yes.
So a little bit of intrigue this weekend there. And we will endeavour to get to the bottom of it. He may not want to talk about it, of course, but the questions will be asked. And 90 seconds left before these guys get serious. And this is, of course, the same procedure for qualifying, is it not? Or is it a single lap for qualifying? You've been talking to the timing people.
It is the fastest round out of 4. So basically, you're going to run for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're going to put down as many laps as you can in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And there is no points. There is no best of any rounds. It's just the fastest. The most you can do in 10 minutes. That's it.
So the most laps you can do?
Yes. You're looking at me in a doubtful way.
So rather than it being the fastest lap or the fastest 3 laps or anything like that?
The fastest you can go in the 10 minutes.
Right, 1 lap. The fastest single lap.
No. The fastest. How many laps can you achieve in 10 minutes?
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what happens if a whole load of people finish up on the same number of laps? Then the time comes into it, does it?
Well, yeah, because then obviously...
there'll be a time for 10 laps or 12 laps or however many laps it is.
They'll get, say, 23 laps in 10 minutes and 3 seconds, or, because if they go over the time beam and then it goes to 10, and then 10 minutes rolls over,
you get the next lap.
Exactly,
yeah. Okay, no, I see that. And then if everybody, let's say most people have got 22 laps, then it goes on the time that it's taking you to do 22 laps. If you've got 23 laps, then you scored against everybody who's done 23 laps.
Yeah, and
understood.
It's interesting because a lot of the classes of racing have gone more to having various numbers of rounds to count.
Right.
So it kind of averages over a number of rounds. But as I was just talking to one of the organisers, he sort of said with a glint in his eye, no, this is 1 round.
So
with a glint in his eye, it's going to be the rocket round.
It's death or glory, isn't it?
Yes. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a fun day of qualifying tomorrow.
It is much more like a qualifying race, though, isn't it? Because effectively, you're doing, an amount of time there, a distance, rather than just going banzai for 1, 2 or 3 laps, aren't you? So that's about consistency and concentration and long-term setup of the car. You can't afford to set the car up really twitchy where you might get 2 or 3 really good laps out of it because you've got to make the thing run for 10 minutes.
Yes, and then what we always have is that you get close to another car. As soon as you start racing with that car,
your lap times go out.
You go really slow.
It also means there'll be a pit stop, doesn't it? Because they won't run 10 minutes.
Yes.
So your pit crew are brought into the equation as well.
Yep.
I actually quite like that. I think that's quite a good way of doing things.
It's going to be a fun day. Are we up and running?
We are. And Dario Bellestri, no, check that. Francesco Tironi, another Italian, on the number 4, is the best of them at the moment. I'll pick him up as he comes around. 1, 2, 3, 4.
There he
It's
is.
the pink car that Nathan has latched onto. Amazingly. I have no idea how he does that. That is Francesco Tironi, the Italian. And a best of 55.8 at the moment. Single lap times, not as quick as this morning, Matt. Haven't seen anybody down to the 18.3s. 18.5s, about the best we've got, and we've got many of them in this race. Alessio Marzio. Italians 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. The number 9 car heading through into the top position for the average. And that, rather usefully, is the white car that is heading across the timing line now and under the scoreboard. So he should be just getting onto the back straight now. There he is. Oh no, that's the yellow one. My bad. Sorry, Nathan. That was my call. Let me pick him up for you again. Right, just going past me now. Now he goes across the timing beam. And there he is. No, that's the same. Okay, why am I seeing a white car and a yellow one keeps turning up? He's the car in front of that car, that's why. There you go. Thank you, Nathan. That's my bad. So, Alessio Massio from Dario Balestri, from Francesco Tironi, from the German Robert Piech on the 5. Then Gilles Grosskamp only in 5th position. 0.3 of a second, separating the best 3-second laps combined.
Or Shepherd Racer, or Serpent Racer, and Capricorn KM.
I'm very impressed with how tidy
Thank you.
Alessio is.
Here a logo for my club.
Drivers, chassis.
Oh, excellent.
Have we sort them alphabetically?
Just on a minute to go. Still the Italian. As I say that, Robert Piech goes through into 3rd. Mark Green goes to 4th. Gilles Grosskamp is down to 6th now. Lots of improvements. Still time to get 3 laps in with an 18-second lap. Not now. Balestri. Matteo Hagberg up into 3rd. The 55.8. Piech down to 4th. Grosskamp's up to 5th. Mark Green down to 6th. Francesconi, who was one of the early pace setters, down to 7th now. Wisniewski in 8th. Adrian Bertin in 9th. And Rico Krober in 10th as the checkered flag is out. And still nobody challenging the best lap of the week so far. Best time in that session, 18.388 by Matteo Alessio. So at least on the same 10th as Eric Dankel's record from earlier this morning. I think that's very interesting. Gilles Grosskamp and Robert Piech down in 5th and 4th position. Hagberg in 3rd. And the 2 Italians top of the pile in Group 10. I think you'd have got decent odds on that.
Alessio Mazzeo, young Italian, TQ'd last year. We were in Italy last year at the Calari track in Cassino. So he TQ'd last year and then didn't really fulfill his dreams in the final. Didn't really come together for him. And Balestri is a racing legend, and as Nick
TQ'd, by the way.
top qualifier.
Top qualifier. Okay.
Balestri, Nick can't say Dario Balestri without commenting on the fact that he looks like a real racing driver.
Well, he's got a real racing driver's name as well, hasn't he?
Yeah, but Nick says that purely because he's quite short.
Is
That's
he?
what he bases it on, I think. And he's usually got designer sunglasses on. But it's mandatory to say Dario Balestri looks like a real racing driver.
Okay, I'll add that into the commentary
Good.
notes
Okay,
there.
yeah, good. So we're back down to the entry level drivers, I guess you would say.
Right, we're back to the start again, and so we're back with the first group. Now, we didn't see these guys earlier on because we were on our break. So this is the first time we've seen Group 1 in their timed practice. So let me run through who they are for you. Good mix of nationalities again. German, Czech Republic, Denmark. What's SI?
Now hang on. We had this last week.
Fabio Caligari.
SI. Going to kick myself.
Norwegian,
now.
2 French, a Swiss and an Austrian.
What was it? We had this in large scale off road. We were looking at it.
You think about that, and
Yeah.
I will tell you that on 1 is Friedrich Debert, Jan Vlasil is on 2, Tom Limtkelt is on 3, Fabio Caligari on 4, whatever nationality he is. Is he Sicily by any chance?
No. And of course, if you put SI into Google, you get
Comes from SI unit of.
Sports Illustrated.
Alright, okay. Oliver Nemuren. In 5, 6, David Petty. 7th, Yannick Lessertour. David and Yannick, the 2 teammates in the similar coloured cars.
Slovenia.
Ah, excellent. Stefan Fischer in 8 and Kurt Hubeny, not Hubeny in 9. And we have all got numbers on this time around. So, a bit of free practice first, and then it all counts in about 3 minutes' time. You're watching live coverage of the EFRA European Championships for 1/10 IC touring cars from the very beautiful Kirchburg Rabstöring, just to the east side of Graz. 266 metres of very challenging and very quick tarmac with a 57 metre back straight. It's Matt and John in the booth, and up top, playing the part of Rooftop Ray, is Nathan.
Hello to Joe Santos. Hey Joe, thanks for being with us for another event. It's always great to have you on the Facebook group. He says big shout out from Dubai, where he's based. No, Nick's not with us this time. We do have the central voice of RC Racing, John Hindhoff, with us. So we're very lucky.
Come and see us in January when we're doing the 24 hours at the Dubai Autodrome, the Dunlop 24 hours. Come and see us there.
Yes.
Both Nick and I will be there.
Well, you're very lucky, Joe. You've had an invite. I've never had an invite. And Peter Milko says, thanks for the great coverage. This is a beautiful track. Yes, it is.
No, it really is.
And the sun's starting to come over the scoreboard side of the track now. The sun is shining a little bit more.
That is the West End, which you'd expect to be where the sun ended up tonight. Otherwise,
Really?
something would be terribly wrong.
Well, there you go. Ollie Brio, or Ole Brio, or Ole Bro. Hello, Ole. New member to the RC Racing Facebook group. You have been added now. Welcome along, sir.
Somebody just turned up on a motor scooter to have a look. Ciao. Couple of big motorcycles here earlier on, and 1 or 2 people have pulled in off the B66 to see what's going on. Spent a little while watching. We have got some spectator seating, still just about in shade on the back straight.
This is why I love our Facebook group members, because Duarte's just posted the Wikipedia list of NATO country codes.
Excellent.
So that's there if ever we need it from now on.
Yeah, let's get that printed out.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Duarte.
Right, stand by for action. Everybody's in the pit lane. So we start now the final rounds of timed training, timed practice, and this then is the last opportunity for the drivers in Group 1 to get themselves a decent seeding for qualifying. 4 rounds of qualifying tomorrow, of which only the best one will count. Frederick Debert gets things underway as he rolls out of pit lane. Jan Vlasil on 2. Tom Linkeld on 3. Fabio Caligari, a very Italian sound Slovenian. Oliver Nemuren on 5. David Pettit, the Frenchman, on 6, with his teammate Yannick Lesserture on 7. Those cars identical bar the numbers from a distance at least. Stefan Fischer on 8 and Kurt Hubeny on 9. Right, let's follow someone round and see how they're doing. Well, that's one of the 2 Frenchmen in behind the car that we are following. And he goes through quite easily. And that was the 6 car of David Pettit overtaking Tom Limkild. And David Pettit goes to the top of the times with his teammate Yannick Lesserture behind him. We're still waiting for the 3 laps and still the traffic not playing ball for Pettit on the 6 machine. And with my new piece of paper, I should be able to tell you, if I can find him, that he is running an X-Ray NT1, by far the most numerate of cars chassis in the championship. 43, more than half of the field,
as is
running
always
X-Ray.
the case. And I've been to a few of these events, and I don't want to say anything to upset X-Ray drivers and X-Ray lovers, because I love X-Ray, but I'm sure I've been to these finals where there have been 8 X-Rays in the final, and they've not managed to make the podium.
Well, more than half the field, 43 are X-Rays, 24 Serpent 747s. That's the next most popular. And then a tie for third most popular between Capricorn and Mugen with 7 apiece. Shepherd with 6, but including Gilles Goskamp amongst their number. And 2 of the KMHK ones for the Frenchman Adrien Bertin and Dario Balestri, the Italian.
Yeah, that's one of the new KM projects that we probably won't be allowed to take photos of when I try tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's that secret, is it?
Oh, yeah. New development car. We weren't allowed to take photos of the 8th scale car a couple of weekends ago, so it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, that often is the case.
Right, let's have a look at this traffic now. Nathan, following a decent battle out there at the moment, which is led, I think that was the 6th car. No, that can't be the 6th car, because that's David Pettit, and that would be...
5 cars just been on the grass at the end of the 3rd car in that train.
Right.
Werner, who we're looking at now.
Now that is the number 3, for sure. That is Tom Limkild, the Dane. Let's give Tom a bit of love as he's down the back straight. Not a bad turn into the kink, but you can see that he chose the late apex to the hairpin. When late in means late out. And the issue there was that he didn't quite take enough speed to the... You sort of almost have to, in full-size terms, trail brake it into that corner and come in a lot tighter. Now, the red and white machine. Is that Fabio Cagliari? No, it's not. It's the number 2. My apologies. It's Jan Vlasil, the Czech Republic driver. Through the west curve, through the Kleine Chicane, onto the back straight. 57 metres of flat-out blast. Now down to what the locals call the pit's turn. Through the full-size chicane. Deals with a bit of traffic there. And in fact, he's backed out of that. Didn't want to be a part of that at all, did he? And that's going to ruin that lap for Vlasil. Yeah, that was a 21-second lap there. It's still the number 6 of David Pettit from Stephen Fisher in second on the 8. And Yannick Lesserture on the 7. So the two teammates then, and there is one of the Frenchmen, the third of those 3 cars, and that is in fact our leader, dealing with traffic nicely. Now let's see where the passing points are. Number of the drivers are a little bit concerned about where they might get a passing position from. Well, it helps if someone drives off the track in front of you. And that someone was the number 3 of Tom Limkild. It looks to me as though David Pettit is going to be the fastest qualifier here. 58.2 3-lap average from Stephen Fisher with a 59.8 and 59.9 for Yannick Lesseteur. The only 3 with a sub 60 second 3-lap average. But that is just the first of 10 groups. Stay with us. We'll have more in a moment from the EFRA 1/10th IC Touring Car European Championships, powered by Protofarm. Here from the Kirchburg Rab circuit at the Störring. And more in a few moments' time from Nathan, Matt and myself, John Hindhoff. So round about 3.5 minutes of practice before the clocks are started on this session. It is Group 2. On 1, Arndt Bernhardt. 2 is Rhys Jenkins. 3, Christian Wunsiek. Roland Strom in 4. Vladimir Kretel in 5. Alessandro Balboni on 6. Jörg Michael Tiet on 7. Markus Grandel on 8 and Mikhail Blachowski on 9. You look happy with yourself. What have you just found out?
No. I was just fiddling with this camera position, this camera shot. I was not happy with this at all because it was so dark, and I'm still not happy with it. So, yeah. But still. We continue to evolve over the weekend, and by the time we get to the final, we tend to look half decent.
Yeah, it's practice for us though at these points as well, not just for the drivers and the mechanics.
This is true, yes. James Parry's been on. James, team member of ours, one of the creators of our website, and who's been to a few trips with us this year.
Thank you, James, for all your hard work.
Yes, he's saying, is the track lacking grip? Is the track lacking grip? Most of the cars look like they're struggling to get the power down out of the corners.
Absolutely so. Well spotted. And thanks to the... Oh! Right in front of us, a huge off. If we'd be able to see that on that camera, is the number 7 car of Jörg Michael T. And I'm not sure that he'd be lucky to have got away. He might be lucky to get away with that. And there are drivers with numbers in the wrong place as well. James, you're spot on. It rained on Wednesday quite heavily from lunchtime, pretty much right the way through till what would have been close of play at about 7:30. Most people had packed up, or at least given up the idea of going for practice long before that. And it's taken a while for the track to rubber back in, or foam back in, I suppose you've got to say.
Yeah.
The other thing is, inherently, the new surface that was put down here in May seemed not to have a lot of grip anyway, and there was a decision taken, presumably pretty early on, to grind the surface down. And if you look very carefully on that shot that we're showing at the moment, just coming out of the final left-hander on the start straight, or the pit straight rather, whilst you can see the darker line, if you look just to the right of there, you can see 2 other track marks.
Yes.
And that is showing up. And if you follow that dark line down the track towards the middle at the bottom, you can see going across little differences in colour. And that's literally where they've had a grinding machine going down in lines down the track and just roughing up that top surface. It's not unusual. It is done in full-size motorsport as well. And if Nathan, I know he's listening, Nathan, can you just pan to your right and show us the first corner just a little bit, please? You can see those lines there quite clearly, the swirls going into turn 1.
Yeah.
And those are the grinding marks that were put into the track. As I say, it's done in full-size racing quite a lot, particularly on oval tracks, often called diamond grinding. And if that's the case, you'll often see almost like a crisscross patterning. This is much more just roughing up the top surface to get a bit of grip there. But grip is clearly at a premium here. It rewards a good setup. It rewards a driver who is patient on the power. And it rewards a setup that can take speed to the apex. From turn into apex, for me, the absolute key here. If you can get a car that's not too wild at the back, not too oversteery and loose, that you can drive to the apex, basically cope with the apex with your driving ability, get the car pointing in the right direction, and then get the power down on the exit. Easy for me to say.
Yeah.
Very difficult to get that balance right that then doesn't render the car an understeering mess. And that's the issue. And getting that balance right is the skill, and that's what the main drivers have been doing here for the last, this is potentially the 4th day of running here.
Yeah.
Right, let's have a look at some of the cars that are going around at the moment, following the white number 7 of Jörg Michael Tiet, who just goes up into 2nd place on the lap average. Arndt Bernhard, and the number 1 is the fastest car at the moment. I'll pick that one up for you in a second as he comes through. So this is 2nd place at the moment, just a little bit ragged there. The 7 goes past us, but nice to see that he has survived that rather lurid roll that we saw a few moments ago. Now, the number 1 is easy to pick up for Nathan because it's the pink car going under the scoreboard about now. So he'll be getting onto the back straight shortly. In fact, if he's not already there, I think he might be already. I need to give you more warning, Nathan. There it is. Good spot. And that is Arndt Bernhard, the German. And Arndt is running, he says, looking down the list, I'm pretty certain.
My guess is Serpent.
You're spot on. Is it written on the side of the car as it went past?
If I said it was because of the way it went in and out of the corners.
Yeah.
You wouldn't believe me.
Or it's written on the side of the car as it went past.
It was on the wing, I think.
Yeah,
It looked
okay.
a bit like Serpent.
Okay, one of the 24 serpents that are here. It's been a good week for the Snakes. Viper getting back to the winning way. SRT Viper in the American Le Mans Series. It's Road America, just a year back in the series, and claimed their first class victory in the GT category, having had 2 consecutive poles. So will it be the weekend of the Serpent here in Austria? And a bright orange car ahead, seeming... See, even in... well,
There you go, that's car number 5.
that's the 5 car of Vladimir Knittel from Slovenia. The SI unit of Slovenia. It helps when the car in front gets out of the way, because you can get held up quite badly, as we're watching Jörg Michael Tietz again. The entry to that corner, that pit's hairpin, is just outstanding. Oh, that's a bit of an off by Jörg there. Holds on to it now. Lucky to get back from the grass. It was a little damper earlier today and there was no chance of getting back. But I think just the momentum of the car getting it back onto the grass. .60 seconds left. And Arndt Bernhard goes back to the top. On the number 1, the pink car. At least we've got some colours in this particular group. Now that is the orange number 6, I think, of Alessandro Balboni. Oh, and there's a bit of a touch. Hasn't been much arge or indeed barge this week so far, but it's not got serious yet, has it? Although I have to say, I am quite impressed at how clean the racing always is in RC racing. I think people know that they're going to get the places taken away if they barge their way through.
Yeah, the referee's usually extremely vigilant. I think the dirtiest, I don't want to say dirtiest, but the hardest racing we've seen is usually in the electric touring car.
Arndt Bernhard, by the way, fastest there with a 58.350 lap average, 3-lap average, 368 for Alessandro Balboni, and Jörg Michael Tietz with a 58.382. So the top 3 separated by 32 thousandths of a second. Just going back to driving standards for a moment there. Are there any sanctions that can be assessed early on in the week if somebody was just being stupid at this stage? Do they get taken to one side by the referee and say, "Hey, that's enough"?
Yeah, they get. You will often hear people caution for watching their driving. You'll hear referees say, "Watch your driving" a lot, and then referees will take them to one side at the end of their heat and say, "Look, you've had a warning."
Like in most motor racing, the referees, the judges of fact, the clerks of the course, whatever you want to call them, they are sitting away from the drivers. So how do they pass those messages through?
Right. Well, this is actually, I think this is the first one I've been to where they are. Usually they're on the driver's stand.
Oh, okay.
So they're next
standing behind them so they can tap them on the shoulder.
And they do. And
oh, can you imagine how much fun that would be if clerks of the course in full-size racing could do that?
Yeah. Sit in the passenger seat.
Yeah, that's enough of that. Douche. Or wander down to the pits.
Grab the knees.
Yeah, just go down the pits and hit them on the back of the head when they get out. Sort of Gibbs slap them. That would be brilliant.
My favourite referee would have to be Dallas Matheson, who's also the IFMAR and EFRA president, because he's known for...
Well, first of all, he's got a great name.
Yes, Dallas is fantastic. He will be very, very firm referee, but he will also walk up behind the drivers while they're driving and just have a quiet word in their ear as well.
Love that idea.
Yeah.
You see now, Eduardo Freitas will have heard that, the WEC race director, and he'll be working out how he can do that. He's the guy that you hear on our TV broadcast. Our next one will be from Brazil, from Interlagos, the weekend of the 1st of September. We'll be doing practice qualifying and the whole race live, of course. And here's the guy who talks like this, like a Bond villain. He's brilliant. He's got a great voice, and he does allow us to tap into his comms channel,
Right.
communications channel. So you do hear, here is a message for the pits of car number 1.
Really?
He's a star. Now he's working out how he can get inside drivers' brains and tap them on the shoulder.
You just want a kind of an electrode or some kind of electrical thing attached to them so they can give him an electric shock or something remotely.
I like that idea. I'm sure Eduardo does as well. All right, this is the practice then before the timing begins. We've got about 3 minutes left. And it is Daniel Chomachesco on 1, Sergio Franch Codina on 2, Olvin Stustal, in 3, in 4, Borut Slozjak, Rasmus Nielsen in 5, Stefan Camposi in 6, Christian Huber on 7, David Semak in 8, and Martin Hansen on 9. And in a couple of minutes they will be getting underway to set their seedings for the qualifying tomorrow.
Just a little.
On the website?
For your website, I give you the in what format must for this? By live streaming.
On here?
No, here. Okay, here came here, and after when you run the films, the live, to play here. And left, right, or what? Just a little.
I will ask. I have to ask. It's not up to me. See this?
Yeah.
They pay a lot of money to go here, so I
Yeah.
have to ask.
See, I make a photo form, and must no pay by me.
Okay.
Professor?
Okay.
This
Right.
is not very good. I become note, euro for 1, this. And you have here, and here, and here. Photo form.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
It's really, I become not money for this photo form. But I have a transponder 1, 2, 3, or 4. Right here. This is just a little problem. For me, it's nothing protocol. Okay? For me. When you don't pay for this, so it's absolutely no transparent. Okay?
Okay.
No, when you give, you must me say of the PNG format for this.
PNG. Yes.
PNG?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It will have to be tomorrow,
Yeah, okay.
but I have to talk,
Yeah.
and then maybe tomorrow.
Should send an email to Nick.
Thanks.
1, 2.
Look at this chair.
No, it's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
1, 2.
So the clocks are started then on this final timed training session for the Group 3 drivers. down the back straight, following one of the first cars out, and that is the number 6 of Stefan Campursi. But as I say that, we've already picked up another one of his competitors. White car with the fluorescent rear wing of Rasmus B. Nielsen in 3rd position at the moment. Nice and smooth through the pits hairpin and through the chicane, down onto the pit straight now and into what is called turn 1. Amiga. Oh, and he's hit the curb too hard on the inside and rolls that over. Very lucky to land on the wheels undamaged. Martin Hansen now just ahead of him there on the 9. The blue Dane in 3rd position. Remember, it's 3 consecutive laps to count. Best 3 consecutive lap time. No idea how the computer works that out, but it does it for us. We're not having to work the abacus here.
It's fine. It's fixed, please. I can have it. Yeah. Okay. One question. Tomorrow? Yeah, you should come and kiss me. For these? Not this. Yeah? Soon? Soon? 5. 5? Yeah. Okay. You're doing a deal. I'm looking for a rostrum. Okay. One more time here. Okay. Under the video wall. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And if you give me the PNG. Okay. Okay.
I presume. You can say. Right, so getting down to the final seconds, and Sergei Franch Kotina from Rasmus B. Nielsen and Revind Studzal. 57-0, 57-7, 57-9. And we'll be back with Group 4 from the Kirchburg Rabstöring in just a few moments' time.
That's what I said. But Nick said we'll blag it.
That's silly. That's typically you.
That's my yearly argument. I don't like blagging it.
No. Right, stand by then, because we have the second and final timed practice session for the Group 4 drivers, who are on one Thomas Steinringer from Austria, Slovakian Igor Liptak, Hungary's Gergely Ciesko, Goran Vinjovic from Slovenia, Sweden's Dennis Kubik on 5, Tobias Keller on 6, Jakub Franek 7, Franz Engel, another Austrian driver, on 8, and Michael Abrahamek from the Czech Republic on 9. They will have about 3.5 minutes to dial themselves in, and then it will be all action again as we look for that 3-lap consecutive time average. 3-lap consecutive time that will seed them for tomorrow's 4 qualifying sessions. As Matt was explaining to us very ably earlier on, that will be basically 4 sessions, 1 to count.
Rocket round action is going to be interesting. Are the track times getting faster?
No.
No. So it's
stabilised. I think what we've got
can't
is
be the fastest in the morning because it's dewy. Surely you can't. When's the fastest round? The second round.
I think it was fastest in the morning because the air temperature was cooler for the engines. Interestingly, I don't think the track itself is, although we've got a darker line round the racing line, I don't think the track itself is getting appreciably quicker. I think it's the air temperature that makes the difference. And I do think there's a point where, as the track temperature is coming up, it's almost, if you like, goes over, and the tyres basically go over the, getting better. Oh, lovely. Oh, too hot, and dropping off the other side. And then the danger there as a driver is that you try to overdrive to compensate for that, because you're thinking, hang on, this is hot, it's great, my time should be quicker.
Yeah.
And then you start pushing too hard, and the inherent lack of grip that the surface has got, then, as we've seen, the cars will tend to understeer, and once you're understeering, you're in a world of grief at that point.
Yes. Okay. Well,
that is one man's opinion, of course.
Yes.
But looking at it this morning when I was standing trackside, it was interesting to see as the morning went on, and even as the better drivers were coming out, because we had the best drivers early and then late. So 7, 8, 9 and 10 were the first 4 groups out at 9 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
And then they were out again just before the lunch break. And I haven't seen the times coming down the way I expected to. Once we got down to 18.2s, 18.3s this morning rather, and it's still that 18.305 of Eric Dankel that stands as the best lap time.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not blisteringly hot, is it? It's not. I mean, it's just pleasantly warm. When we go to a track and we say it's really hot, this isn't it.
Tell you what though, there's not a breath of wind out there.
No, that's true. But I think when these engines get hassled by heat, it's a lot hotter than this.
Right, okay, you think it's not that at that point yet?
No,
Well,
I don't think so.
It must just be the characteristics of the track surface.
So, Group 4. Have I got time to welcome Dan
Oh,
Marr?
yes.
Dan Marr. Hello, Dan. Welcome to the Facebook group for the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Welcome to you. He likes full-scale racing, so he might be here because of you, John. We might have you to thank for this particular member. Either way, Dan, you're now in the group, so thank you for being with us.
And if you are just joining us, it is race broadcasting brought to you by Protoform for the EFRA European Championships. 110 ICTC Euros. It's the European Championship for the touring cars. IC, internal combustion. These are nitromethane powered, highly tuned, high revving, 40,000 revs plus, and it smells great.
Delicious.
It is. The only other motorsport that I know that I've been close to, at least, that runs nitromethane are drag cars. And they consume it in slightly larger amounts than what cars we've got out there at the moment.
This is a thing that a lot of people are doing when they're modifying their cars. Is it the thing that they kick in? Is that the same thing?
No, they run on the same fuel. They run on nitromethane.
What's this nitrous thing though?
Oh no, that's nitrous.
Right.
That's nitrous oxide. NOx, as some people call it.
And they
You squirt that in either through the fuel injection system or through a separate injector system into the plenum chamber of the inbound fuel.
And it goes ballistic.
First of all, it is highly, highly explosive. But second of all, actually, it has the secondary function of it actually cools the cylinder temperatures because it burns actually quite cool. So when you first squirt it in, it's under pressure and it cools everything down to give a more dense mixture, but then it provides extra power as well. Particularly good in highly tuned, high revving or turbocharged engines. You do have to be careful because you can blow the cylinder head off with it.
Right, yeah.
So there is a downside. No, nitromethane fuel, very similar to what you use here in the IC world, is used in top fuel dragsters and funny cars.
Right.
But they consume it. They only run 1,000 feet now, not a quarter of a mile as they used to. I was very lucky to see them running in their last 2 seasons, running when they run a quarter of a mile. And they consume inordinate amounts.
That's got to be a bit pricey to run one of them then.
And then you strip the engine. You run for 4 seconds, and then you strip the engine down in 20 minutes and rebuild it before you go out again. It's unbelievable stuff. And they are, of course, as we've said before on a number of our broadcasts, Top Fuel dragsters are the fastest accelerating machines ever built by man. There is nothing else that accelerates any quicker. And I'm not talking about nothing else that's wheel driven. I'm talking about nothing else on Earth. So not a jet fighter fired off a steam catapult, not a Saturn V rocket, nothing that has a human inside it accelerates any quicker than a prop shaft to wheels, a piston-engined, wheel-driven dragster.
And you can get RC versions of those things.
I
as well.
know. I saw that the other day. Whilst I was away, somebody showed me some film of it.
And you can get them with timing systems and everything, so you can actually do proper drag races.
So you line up on the Christmas tree and the lights count down, and you do. So it's all about reaction time and all that sort of stuff. The stupid fact about it is, I mean, the numbers are nonsense. You accelerate off the line in, let's say, a funny car. Talk to John Force about this, multiple champion of NHRA. you pull, I think he said 6G off the line in pure acceleration. And 3 and a bit seconds later, at 330 miles an hour, as you go through the quarter mile, you're still pulling 3G. And when you pull the chutes to help slow you down, you snap 3G to 4G the other way. So that's a 6G snap. And at the end of the weekend, all the top guys have red eyes, which I thought was because their eyes were being, the engines in front of them, their eyes were being irritated by the unburnt nitro coming out of the exhaust. No, you burst the capillary veins in your eyes on the slowdown.
Jeez.
Brutal.
That's insane.
And this is a little bit of a toned down version of me standing at the Gator Nationals at Gainesville a few years ago, and I'm loving it. Tobias Kahler is the best with just on a minute to go. 3 lap consecutive laps at a time of 56.848, 57.807 and 57.888 for Gergely Chesko and Mikhail Abrahamic. So just watching the number 3 car go by. That's Gergely Chesko, second place at the moment, and that's the car we're watching at the moment with the orange hind quarters. Now, the leader is number 6, so let's see if I can spot him as they're winding down. May have already pitted. Not sure if you can. Is that something that's fallen down on the far side of the track there?
That's a speed gun, I think.
Ah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, so we're going to get some speeds as well.
Yeah, I don't know where that's feeding back to, but right at the end of the straight, yeah, or well, 3/4 of the way down the straight.
Yeah, certainly before you'd be lifting, or just as you'd be lifting for the left-hander. So Tobias Kahler, Gergi Kesko, Mikhail Abrahamic, Franz Engel, Dennis Kubik, the top 5, 56.8, 57.8, 57.8, 57.9, 58.5. Igor Liptak and Goran Vinjevic, who were both out in their first sessions for Group 4, didn't come out there. So they must be happy with the times they set earlier, presumably.
Can't really see a reason not to come out anyway.
Wow.
Strange.
Again, time's not really improving from that first session. What would be interesting to me is when we get through to, 20 past 5 local time, about an hour's time, when the top groups are coming out. See, we might be cracking through this a little bit quicker than that, if I'm honest. No, that's going to be about right. We've got Group 5 to come out now. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, yeah, 50 minutes, an hour or so. So let's take you through the runners and riders of Group 5 on our Protoform coverage. Protoform. It's bad when I can't even get my mouth round that at this stage of the weekend. Our Protoform coverage of the EFRA European Championships for 1/10 IC touring cars. We're live on rcracing.tv from the very beautiful surroundings of the 266 metre Störring at Kirchburg Rab. Mikhail Fransson is on the 1. Aurelien Rivard on 2, Joe Curry on 3, Henry Christensen on 4, Christian Hovden on 4, Sammy Munch on Christian Hovden on 5, Sammy Munch on 6, Jiri Weisin on 7, Jari Valkola on 8, Dominic Munjak on 9, Hop Suisse, and Herman Berger on 10. or 0, as it will see. And there is the scoreboard, and there is where you are watching us.
You can also watch us on EFRA.ws, of course. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for EFRA.ws. There wouldn't even be a European Championship if it wasn't for EFRA. So, of course, go to EFRA and watch They also embed the timing from MyRCM, and MyRCM lives at myrcm.ch. So you can go there and find all of the timing, and they have all of the clever stats and got the schedule as well and everything that you need to know about the event.
So a couple of minutes left on this practice part of the session. It's still a 10-minute session. It's just broken down into 4 minutes, a minute break, and then 5 minutes of timed competition. You can feel that the intensity's ramped up a bit, can't you?
Yes. Yes, you can.
It just feels there's a little more of a frisson in the air when you walk through the pitch. People are a little bit more focused.
Yeah, there's a few little things that have happened. That some people have got some red and white tape, and they've run it between pit tables.
Yeah, they sort of buried themselves off. I noticed that.
To say, don't use our sitting area as a walkthrough.
Yeah.
Which means, we've been sat here for 5 days and it's been fine, but now, look, we're really,
you can't walk
really
behind
focused now.
Yeah, you can't walk behind. It's like at a motor racing meeting in the pits when during the practice and qualifying it's all very chummy and you wander in the front or the back of the pits and you get yourself a cup of tea and you talk to the mechanics. Those 10-seater barriers come up, don't they?
Yes.
When you get to race day. And then it's sorry you can't come in.
Yeah.
Now Nick knows about this much better than me, obviously, because he does a lot more work in the pits. But it's that, sorry, we're down to business now.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing.
I always, because I often run after Nick with a camera and watch how Nick approaches interviews and how he doesn't take no for an answer and just sort of acts like this is happening. It's happening.
This is part of what you need to do.
Yeah. And I always think, wow, this is incredibly rude. But actually, no, it's just getting the job done.
He's just doing his job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people I feel for, as in exactly what you're saying, as the tension is mounting and people are just thinking, actually, there was a leisurely couple of days leading up to this, and actually we didn't even bother running yesterday. And now, actually, we're thinking about winning a championship, and it's getting more and more important. The people I feel for are Robert Pietsch, Adrian Bertine, Michael Salvin. These are the people who design engines or cars and are also in with a shot of winning.
Yeah.
And people buy their products
Yeah.
and are running their products.
Yeah.
And all week have been asking them, how do I tune this? Should I change the ride height on this? I'm having some problem going into this corner.
Yeah.
What do you reckon about this? And they go over to somebody else's pit table, fiddle with the car for them. What you want to do is this. And they must feel as they get further and further into it, like, just leave me alone. Like, thanks for buying my product, but come on. I just need to focus on my own race now.
Yeah, good point. They are a bit accessible. Right, we're off and running. And the cars head out of the pit lane at a controlled interval. So remember, we're looking for 3 consecutive quick and tidy laps. If you've got a bad lap, you're going to have to live with that for another 3 before it drops off the end. So picking up the early runners. The very pretty blue car heading back towards us through the chicane now. And we're already on that. Down towards the straight at the end is the number 1 of Michael Franzen. He was quick this morning. Joe Curry and Dom Munchiak.
They have their line of hoodie products.
Yeah, that's a good point, yeah.
And X-Ray is the car brand. They have an entourage of mechanics and people that help out.
So they have people, do they?
Yeah, they have people. So, they haven't got 42 drivers all asking them, what the hell should I do with my car? They've got people to help out.
Right, watching the car with the pink hindquarters this time.
Car number 5, I'm going to guess.
No, I think you're right. That's Christian Hovden coming through towards us at the pit out, which is where we've stationed ourselves, and number 5 it is. You've got better eyes than me. I've always marvelled at your ability to see small numbers on small television screens. Right, now, down the back straight.
Now we're looking
That's
at...
very brave and tight framing from
Now we're looking
Nathan.
at car 8, aren't we? We're looking at car 8 of
Jari Valkola.
the Finn.
Nathan warming to his task here as he gets ever tighter on these cars, but really seeing the attitude of the cars. And when you get trackside, it is quite remarkable. That was a smart pass there, wasn't it, by Michael Franson, who goes through. He is the fastest man out there at the moment. He's got the fastest single lap with an 18.5 and the fastest 3 consecutive laps with a 57.0. Best 3 times. Best 3 times. It can be a running clock. So if your first 3 are good and then your 4th lap is better than your first one, then that would count, wouldn't it? So that's how it works.
Yeah.
So the computer is clever enough to keep looking at your last 3 consecutive laps and working out where your best 3 are.
So if you do 3 great ones in a row, you may as well go for a 4th.
Yes.
But if that one goes wrong, you may as well maybe come in and let your mechanic have a little tweak and then go back out again.
Correct. Because that 4th lap will live with you until you've done 3 more laps.
Yeah. Yeah.
And before it falls off your counting, before you're effectively going to be able to improve your counting. Just watching the cars here, and you do get a sense of it because we're pretty much at ground level here. As we progress up through the groups, the driving gets progressively smoother, and the application of both steering and throttle, and therefore slowing down as well, is much smoother. So the cars are way less jerky.
Yeah, and it makes Nathan's life easier as well when the cars are easier. The cars go faster, but they're a lot more smooth and more predictable.
He did say that picking them up down the back straight as he goes through to Group 10 is pretty hard, because they are hauling down that back straight. I think that section there, through the Grand Chicane and onto this run-in, I like that bit through the hairpin in front of the spectator terrace, through the pit hairpin where that final car is coming now, and then uphill, which it is there.
It's almost like a love heart, isn't it?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, if that's Amiga, that's heart.
Yes.
The heart complex. Right, that's stuck.
We have the Omega.
In fact, it is called the Hertz Chicane. Yeah, the heart chicane. So, heart chicane. Excellent.
Is this, and we have Ice Corner at the end of the straight. Is that so cool because you can just literally slide off it?
Very probably.
Yes, I will put a photo on the Facebook group very shortly. Usually we fill the first 2 days by literally just naming the corners of the track, but that job's been done for us by the storing organisers, as the club already has well-known corners.
Yes, correct.
So we'll put a photo up so you can see, because it's already laminated and ready for us to take. So they've taken on board the fact that we love our names. They've laminated us a copy and it's ready for us to adopt. I must welcome Nicolino Pimpino Bellobi. Hello, Nicolino. You have asked to join the RC Racing TV Facebook group. You found it on Facebook by going to the search bar and typing our name in, and asked to add the group, add yourself to the group, and I have approved you as a member, one of the favourite members, full of favourites. In fact, you're all our favourites, and welcome very much, and lots of interesting conversations going on. Nikos Kareblas he's listed the chassis statistics there very helpfully, noting basically that there's 43 X-rays, 24 Serpents, 7 Capricorns, 7 Mugans, 6 Shepherds and 2 KM prototypes.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Nikos says, where is the Kyosho?
Yes.
Control F and cannot find one. Exactly, yes. What's happening to the Kyoshos? Very good question. What
That's
is
a big
happening?
miss, isn't it?
Yes. I don't
Have
know.
they just dropped out of this class? They've fallen out of favour. Clearly, they've fallen out of favour.
I don't know. Well, there was there were two hot bodies in the final last year. There's none here this time. But anyway, Edward Pickering's
Is it
also
because their drivers aren't here?
yes, in a way, it could be due to that. See, some of the brands they do very well. This is the difference. Serpent have lots and lots of club drivers,
Yeah.
so they have lots of drivers, whereas Kyosho and people like Hot Bodies have less club drivers,
Yeah.
but they have better name drivers who tend to get the results.
Works drivers. if
So
you like,
yeah, the factory drivers who come along and get the results. So if those drivers don't turn up because they're, as Hot Bodies drivers are currently in Thailand for a Asian event that's happening, they don't feature in this Euros.
Yeah.
As happened last week in Portugal, they didn't feature in that Euros.
So how does Adrien Bertin and Dario Bellestri get the 2KM prototype cars then? Are they effectively works drivers there?
Indeed, yes. Adrien Bertin, he's in very close partnership with KM Racing, and he will be doing a heck of a lot of development on that chassis and feeding back with the designers, and no doubt designing himself on that. And Bellestri is just one of those fantastic drivers. He's like a Mark Reinhard of nitro driving. So they've got him as a star, an absolute star driver, Bellestri is, and they've got Adrian as a techie factory designer driver. So they've got a package there, which is great to see.
Let's run you down who's out there at the moment. They've got a couple of minutes left before it all gets a bit more serious as we continue our live proto form coverage of the EFRA European Championships for 1/10 IC touring cars. Here at Graz at the Stirring at Kirchburg, Raab. Number 1, Giuseppe Mussolino. Number 2, Thomas Liptak. Number 3, Daniel Thiele. Number 4, Andreas Wehoven. Leonardo Varga is on 5. Klaus Lechner is on 6. Klaus Reiskopf on 7. Matthias Kuznien on 8. And the very quick Nacho Lopez Leonch is on number 9. I wonder if that's Yunch, double L. How would you, Nacho Lopez, double L in Spanish?
I've never seen it I've never seen the N in that before. I've been saying Luch.
Luch.
I've never seen it as
Yuch.
lunch. Nacho lunch sounds tasty, but Nacho Lopez Luch.
Luch. Okay. Spelt on here as well. Double L as in Valladolid and isn't it? So
Valladolid.
yeah.
So do you pronounce the L if it's a double L?
Well, I don't know. It's Spanish. Somebody who knows. Is it ya or is it la?
There you go. Listeners, how do you pronounce Nacho Lopez Luch? Is it Luch? Is it Lunch? Is it
Yunch?
Well, Yunch? Somebody can tell us.
Live on RC Racing TV. Thanks to Protoform for the continued sponsorship. Matt and John in the booth above our heads, slightly to our right. The ever vigilant Nathan on the camera duties this week. Nathan Ace Pizza Destroyer he was last night.
Well, you helped finish off my giant pasty, didn't you?
Have you posted that picture yet?
I have, yeah. People were amazed.
Too much for one man, that. There is the Spaniard going out in the bright red machine of whom we were speaking earlier. Picked up a bit immediately by he's on it quickly, isn't he? Look at that. When it counts. What's Nacho Lopez's pedigree then? Have you come across him before?
He is a Serpent factory driver. He works for Serpent. He also drives the 1/8 track, as many drivers will drive 10th and 8th. And yeah, I met him for the first time in Austria a couple of months ago when it was a lot colder than this, when he finished third in the B Euros, and a very, very nice chap. Since became friends with him on Facebook, and saw the photos of him setting up his new workshop for his developments he's doing with Serpent. So
Immediately on the pace, and a 58.3 is the best of the bunch. 58.2 by Matthias Kusnian. And, Lund goes through again. And a 57.7, but still only a best lap of a 19.0. So again, all of a sudden, the times have gone out. Isn't that odd? Isn't that odd? I just don't understand the ups and downs of this particular circuit. Right, let's follow another driver around. This is
car number 1.
Giuseppe Musolino, the blue of Italy. And he is in second place at the moment on a 57.7. Needs to find 3/10 from somewhere on his
That won't help.
Oh dear. Now, I'm not very good at this, but I would say that wasn't the preferred line round there.
No.
I'm not an expert.
The wheels facing the sky isn't what you want.
Upside down and on fire. Gets you on the TV show, in fairness.
Yes, it does, yeah.
Matthias Kusinen on the 8 is in third place at the moment. And I'm still waiting to see. Isn't it funny? The lap times have gone out between this group and the last group. That is very odd. So what's happening out there? I'm going to stick my head outside and see what's happening to the temperature. You keep an eye on the times for me. Oh, it's hot, is the answer.
It's just completely broken through the clouds now, the sunshine.
Well, there's hardly been any clouds today. There was a little bit at lunchtime. No, that is proper heat now. There's no doubt about that. That is proper heat. I'm standing in the shade here because it is hot out there now. Quite a number of people on the back straight there are enjoying the sunshine now that it's come round and left those spectator areas. Oh, and somebody on their roof on the back straight rather. And that is the number 7 car. And that car's got damage, I think, there, Matt. What we need, we might have to invest in this. Nick will be scared that I'm talking about spending some of his RC racing budget. I think we need a temperature probe for track temps.
Yes. Yeah, well, we could...
or one of those guns that you fire at the ground.
Yeah, we could
pyrometer.
We could ask Hoodie. Hoodie make incredibly expensive. They call them luxury class. Luxury class. RC accessories.
Your Derbyshire roots betrayed you there.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire.
Really? Oh, sorry.
Yes. We could maybe tap up X-ray for for a free one. Maybe we pretend to review it or something.
It would be interesting though to know what the track temperature, what's been happening with the track temperature, because only now has Nacho Lopez, as he'd been known for the moment, got down below 19 seconds, and he was 18.5s earlier today, and the guys before in Group 5, who he was quicker than this morning, were doing 18.7s, and he's only on an 18.8, and it's all over. And he's done a 56.6, so his lap average is not bad. He's 3 lap. Giuseppe Musolino 57.1, Matthias Kusinen 57.5, but that's not as quick as he was this morning.
The pit marshal releases the cars at the beginning. Is that completely at his discretion, or does he hear a beep from the computer and then release the cars?
No, he's doing.
If it's at his discretion?
Yeah.
If he literally lets them go a little bit too close together,
Yeah.
that's going to mess up their opening lap, and they're going to have to wait till they get spaced out, aren't they? So that could contribute to the lap times going a bit south.
Yes, but I'm not.
It could be his fault.
But I'm not seeing. What I'm not seeing is the early lap time standing all the way through. People are improving, so clearly, the ebb and flow of traffic is significant. But it's not as if that first lap is crucial to a good 3-lap time. But I do. Well, we're coming up to groups 8, 9, and 10 now, in the next half an hour, which will complete the timed sessions for today and track activity. We will be back tomorrow with a packed day of 4 qualifying sessions for each group. Now, I presume the seedings will come into play tomorrow, and everything will be rearranged overnight.
Yes, everything will be rearranged overnight, and also new member. I like when we because I'm always keen to usher new members into the Facebook group quickly, because it means that they can start contributing to the programming. And apologies if I pronounce your name wrong, but Ole Bro says that I may have incorrectly said that qualification was 10-minute heats. I may be wrong, because it may be new that it's actually 5-minute heats with no fueling.
Okay, that's.
We'll get confirmation on that when we look at the schedule.
Well, that would be a 5-minute dash for cash, effectively, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And that does make more sense.
Yes.
I did sort of raise an eyebrow when you said 10 minutes and said, so there'd be fueling.
So yeah, thanks for that, for contributing to our programming with some knowledge there. Yeah, it could be that that's the case. We will be educated as we go.
You're watching live coverage of Thursday's timed practice sessions. We're setting the seedings effectively. This is pre-qualifying, if you will. This is the EFRA 1/10 European IC Touring Car Championship for 2000 and... Excuse me. Dribbling out at the back, Marcus Hellqvist. We have Alex Thurston on 1. Johannes Pastor Sanchez on 2. Luca Redelli on 3. Juraj Hudi on 4. Mustafa Alp on 5. Quentin LaRue on 6. René Pupka on 7. Marcus Hellqvist on 8. Victor Palez Olivares on 8. And Dominic Greiner on 9. And here they come, a huge gaggle of them through the hairpin. This is just the warm-up session, of course. Still nobody has broken that 18.305 Eric Dankel ran this morning.
Can't see it happening now. Can you?
Well, I would have said yes.
But it's slowing down. What?
I would have said yes. Have you seen our banner on the far side of the track?
That is insane. Nathan needs to get a shot of
Nathan, if you can look on the back straight for us, please, just before the kink, and zoom in to where the speed camera is, and the RC Racing.tv banner. We'll have a look at that in a moment. That's reminiscent of Brazil, where they had remember a few years ago in Formula 1, they had the issue where they had to stop the race because the circuit branding that was overhanging the track got loose and fell down.
Really?
Yeah. I hope we don't contribute to that. Have we got little explosive canisters on there so that, if someone comes and drops us the right amount of money, we can drop that down on a competitor in a wacky racer's style?
I think Nathan's not. I think he can't hear us at the moment.
No, I think he's on a well-deserved break whilst these guys are just warming up.
Edward Pickering.
Sorry, before I noticed that, I interrupted myself, which is something you have to get used to me doing. I would have said that 18.305 would have been beaten this afternoon. But now, having seen the times tailed off in the last 2 sessions, I'm not so sure. We're not looking for an outright barnstormer of a single lap. So that may be the reason that some of the lap times, but generally speaking, in classes 1 through to 5 this morning, or this afternoon rather. The times that they did this afternoon were better than this morning. And then 6 and 7 haven't been, or 6 hasn't been. Let's see what happens with 7 that's out there now. Sorry, go back to the Facebook.
It's just Edward Pickering started.
Hello, Edward.
Hi, Edward. He started an interesting conversation earlier on today, about an hour ago. He was saying that we were talking about that they had 1/8 cars here, and they've also run previous events with 1/10 nitro. They've also run large-scale events here. Have they run electric 1/10 tracks events here? And people were saying that yes, they have.
I think they have, yeah.
Yes. Not sure if they've run a Euros. Ben Cosgrove was saying he thinks they've run electric touring car Euros here. I don't know. I'll talk to the boss and find out the history of the storing.
Yeah, the ring has been here at Kirchburg since 1998. And I think I'm right in saying this is the 5th time they've hosted a European Championship. And they've had one Worlds here as well, haven't they?
Florian Leuer says that they had one round of the Austrian 1/10 electric national championships in 2012 was run here. As Nathan has retaken his position for Group 7 as they go out to begin their first lap.
Now, Dominic Greiner is one of 2 pinkish cars. Alex is the other, Alex Thurston, who we are following at the moment. Alex just sort of dialing himself in to this, another one of the young chargers from Great Britain. There seem to be quite a lot of new young talent coming through from GB at the moment, Matt.
Yes, this is true.
Which is nice to see. We had Elliot Boots who burst onto the scene, a year or so ago, maybe a little bit more than that now, and he sort of settled in, and we're beginning to wonder where the next set of drivers were coming from.
In 1/8 buggy, he was around for a while. He changed from one manufacturer to another, and I think he went through a bit of a period of chopping and changing, and then I think he found the perfect package, and then began to be taken more and more seriously with every event, and that's how it seems to go. Britain seems to be supplying a few more nitro drivers, and that wasn't what I was going to expect was how it was going to go. But
is there a big nitro scene in the UK?
I didn't think so, but maybe it's having a resurgence. Maybe nitro is coming back. Nitro on road, that is.
So Dominic Greiner has gone to the top of the times as we're having a quick look at René Pupke in that white car. Now, let's see if I can pick Dominic up and help Nathan spot him. He's coming through to the end of the lap now.
René's planted himself in the greenery.
And it's the pinkish car that will be on the back straight any second now. There it is, going through shots. Oh, it's gone. See how quick he is?
There he goes.
Coming through the hard chicane and onto the pit straight. Well done, Nathan. Thank you. Now, Dominic's impressed me as well. This is one of the young German talent that's coming through. When we're talking about young talent, it's nice to see a lot of younger faces. The worry is in any sport, not just here in RC racing, that there isn't the next generation coming through. And, ultimately, people, even at the very top of their game, they can't go on forever, can they?
Yeah, and Germany is the one nation that races every single class.
Yeah.
The Italians generally just run the nitro classes. They don't tend to run large scale. Large scale tends to get people from sort of
round
Croatia and round here, yes. But the Germans, they have young talent in every single class. So RC is alive and kicking in Germany.
Why that is? I mean, do they have better facilities? Are there more circuits? Is it, is there a bigger history of it? What is that?
I don't know.
Have they got more brands based in Germany?
It could be that. There is a fantastic LRP HPI Challenge, which is a really good entry-level series which brings in new drivers and has classes that are for people that can buy a kit in a box at an affordable price, put in affordable batteries,
Yeah.
and learn how to race.
And basically get out there for not a big cost and find out if they're any good at it.
And LRP, what they're doing is fostering young talent and young drivers, and maybe they're to be thanked in some way to the RC scene blossoming so much in Germany. That's me doing my little bit for LRP there. Hi guys.
It's a Serpent chassis that we're watching at the moment in the hands of Dominic Greiner, one of the 747 chassis, of which there are 24 here. And he's putting that to good use. And again, we've said this all the way through the build-up to this week and our live broadcasting this week. It is the smoothness of the movement of the car and the way it traces the arcs around the corner, particularly into these medium quick and very quick corners. Okay, that's a hairpin, but that is not stand on it, stop it, get it round, squirt it out of it type of hairpin. That is a corner where you, and again here on the pits hairpin and through the hard chicane now, I mean, that's just lovely to watch, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
I love the way he takes Amiga as a nice constant radius curve, whereas some people make that 2 or sometimes 3 corners.
yes.
Well, you can pass here as well. Oh, that's a bit naughty. Now, interestingly, I think that is Alex Thurston, who's having a little bit of a ding-dong with him.
The second of those cars is Juraj Hoodie
Oh, it's Hoodie, what is it?
being overtaken by...
By Dominic.
Was it? Okay.
That was interesting. First time we've seen that sort of side-by-side action and somebody refusing to yield. Dominic Greiner then, unsurprisingly, is the number 9 of Victor Palés Oliveras, is walked back to the pits. Greiner with it. See now, look, 18 5s, 18 5s, 18 7s, and a 55 8, a 55 9, and a 56 3. That is more like where these guys were this morning. So that is very interesting. What happened to the last group, I don't know. Let's see if this continues. Nathan, whilst you're looking for our logos, if you can go down the back straight for us and just pan left from there. Keep going left. Keep going left, and you will see in a moment's time where the speed gun is. There.
Love that. That is
Is
awesome.
that actually, can you get a bit, is that as tight as you can go into that? Is that, yeah it is, nodding head. That is the speed gun with the, if we could only but see the numbers on there. 'Cause I've got a
It
feeling-
must transmit back to the...
Yeah, it must.
Well, obviously, yeah, otherwise what's the point?
Well, somebody's sitting with binoculars somewhere. If I brought my pair of binos with me, I didn't think I'd need them for this. It's normally in my race kit. My going to racetrack kit is a pair of binos. So we are gradually taking over then the circuit. So we move on to Group 8. This 1 and 2 more for their final timed practice sessions that will set the seeding for tomorrow's qualifying session. Patrick Nair, Gerhard Kandelhardt, Michael Salvan on 3, Claudio Coloma on 4, on 5, George Ellingson, Basil Conchialdi, Leo Arnold should be the quickest here on 7, Tom Erik Havison on 8, and Timo Saarinen on 9, Pedro Rombuts on 10. And again, they'll get a little bit of a warm-up.
Still, nobody wants to give us any information on how you pronounce Nacho Lopez Luch or Yuch or Luch. And I know we have...
It's paella, isn't it?
Paella?
Yeah, paella, not paella.
Paella. I say paella, you say paella.
It's double L in Spanish. I don't know whether that is the same rules when it's in the start of the word to whether it's in the middle of the word.
Maybe I could just go and get it from the horse's mouth and just ask him. I'll ask him. Can I welcome 2 more members to the Facebook group?
Of course.
Nikolaus Nikolaos Nikiforos, welcome to you. And of course, if we pronounce your name incorrectly, you're now a member of the group. You can go onto the page and you can tell us how to pronounce it phonetically and correct us, and then we will know for future.
And
Igor,
undoubtedly forget by the next time it comes around.
yeah, we're not great. Igor Shiganov. Igor, hello there. Welcome to the group. Thank you for going to Facebook, going to the search bar, typing in RC Racing TV and asking to join the group. The benefit of joining the group means that you can join in with the conversation and give us information and ask us to find out information on your behalf. Do things like Robert McKenna is asking, what's the current standings of the UK runners, please? Is there a link to the live results?
Yes.
And then Stefan Gunther, who's there, he's very, very well informed. All these people you get to know. We know Stefan Gunther knows what's going on. He's a guy with his ear to the ground. He knows what's happening. He immediately posts the myrcm.ch link. Robert McKenna says cheers, and now he knows what to do. It's a perfect community.
Well,
I
this
think
is what
it's
happens
beautiful.
on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective at radiolemans.com as well, where it's not about input from us, it's about the guys and ladies who have a shared passion for motor racing, and particularly for sports car racing in our case, but not exclusively, who are conversing among themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Excuse me.
Ole, bro, you still haven't corrected me if I've been pronouncing your name wrong, so assume that I'm doing a fairly good job. His theory is fairly similar to yours, I think. He says, I think that the fast times from the morning have more to do with the moisture in the air combined with the temperature. Later on in the day, there is no moisture in the air if it's a good summer's day. If it's cloudy and low pressure, the engine will go better / faster.
Yeah.
So it's all to do with the surface and conditions in the air.
Going back to drag racing as we were earlier, when the air is moist or overcast, it's what they call fat air. There's more oxygen in it, and therefore you get a better burn. Now, there are things you can use now to measure that, but back in the old days, and I've told this story before on radiolemans.com, and I promise you this is true because I've been told by people who were there doing it. A big old-fashioned bell jar, right?
Yep.
And a candle.
Mm-hmm.
Set a stopwatch, put the bell jar on the candle, start the stopwatch. How long is it before the candle burns out?
Right.
Note the time. And when the air has more oxygen in it, the candle will burn longer.
Yeah.
Therefore, the air is what they used to call the air is fat. It can produce, your engine can produce more power in those situations. So it is about barometric pressure and the density of the air itself, because it does change, as that correspondent rightly says, it changes due to weather and during the day.
What would the conditions actually feel like when the air is fat though? Can you? Is it
Yeah,
humid?
Heavy,
Is
yeah,
it humid
heavy,
or
muggy. Yeah, it can be
Okay.
heavy and muggy.
Okay, right. Another really good thing for the kind of social side of having a Facebook group is that Stefan Gunther also posted a picture early that I wanted to show you, John, of his son's 8-scale car.
Mega. In classic Gulf colours, Etruscan orange and sky blue. Very, very nice indeed. Now, what's that then? That's an IC car, though, isn't it?
Yep, that is what we had in Halifax just 2 weeks ago. That's the 1/8 IC track, which pretty much
Which
all
is
of
an
these.
top prototype style body. I'm not sure what it's styled against, but it's a sort of Le Mans style prototype body, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's very cool. That is very cool indeed.
That is what they call the Formula One of RC. That's a particular class that it is most popular in Italy and Japan for some reason. They really like that.
Thanks for posting that, Stefan Gunther. And see, now there is a Gulf racing car that the Rolfco collection doesn't have. He's got about one of everything else, rolled Gotha, but he hasn't got that one. So that's perhaps one for the collection. Right, let's pick up some of the times. We have got 3-lap averages. And again, already Leo Arnold, the Frenchman, down to an 18.5. He's only done 3 laps, and his 3-lap best is 56.1. That's really hauling. That is really hauling. Through the Hart chicane now. And past us goes number 2, which is Gerhard Kandelhart in 3rd position. He's just done an 18.976. He goes across the line there. And now we can pick up the bright red car, or sort of pinky red car. It's almost sort of McLaren Dayglow orange in the days when they ran that kind of colour. And that is the 3 car of Michael Salven, another one of the Germans. He's now in 3rd position, just gone up there with a 56.5. 18.394 by Leo Arnold. So beginning to threaten that 18.305 by Eric Dankel this morning. So again, just slight changes in the temperature. I'm wandering outside again. This is unscientific, but do you know, I'd say if anything, it's hotter than when I stepped out the last time. So I have not a clue. I have not a clue. That's a good looking paint scheme on that car. Now you mentioned that the guys will have a number of different bodies with different thicknesses, therefore different stiffnesses, different, perhaps a little bit of difference in aero.
Yeah.
How much change can you make? Presumably only on the rear wing, or do people mess around with the front of the bodywork as well?
Yeah, because they have cars based on with completely different front ends. You know, some of them are based on, and I know that people are going to go on the group and correct me now, but say if they've got a kind of an Audi front end.
I've seen a couple of Audi front ends with
Yeah.
the 4 rings on here,
Yeah, yeah.
which I was quite surprised to see, because most of the cars are generically styled,
Yeah.
whereas that one has the 4 rings and has the proper Audi-shaped grille on. Quite a lot of them look a bit like a Lexus or a Honda, or, you know, but just kind of look like it. But there's a couple of guys running with full Audi 4-ring livery on them.
Yeah. So I think there is. So you could, for instance, turn up with 3 completely different style of body shells,
Okay.
and just see how they.
And because of the
cut
different
through the air.
shades around the front end,
Yeah.
it's going to give you a different aero package.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
In a large-scale touring car, they often go for the Alfa Romeo because it's got more of a front splitter.
Yeah.
And it gets loads more steering.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that was in the day when that car, presumably that's the 156 shape Alfa, going back a little while. Well, those cars, when they raced in British touring cars in the early 2000s, of course, Alfa UK produced a special car with huge front spoilers and huge rear spoilers as a limited edition car to homologate that car for British touring car racing. And the bizarre thing was, when you went to buy one, it didn't have the splitters on. They came as a kit and they stuck in the boot because they were so extreme, particularly on the front end, that you wouldn't have been able to run them very easily on the road. And it was a bit of a chink in the rails, actually. Oh, big sideways moment, caught brilliantly there. That was great stuff.
That's Michael Salvin, all of his experience there
Yeah.
on the track.
Leo Arnold in the 7 is still leading. Yeah, so that was the little wrinkle that they went for. So that shape of Alfa, there's a very good reason for doing that, because those cars in the Super Touring era, and I was working on the Touring Car Championship, them doing Talker Radio, that they were great days. 7, 8 manufacturers. Right, that's the end of it then. And Leo Arnold, the Frenchman, is ahead. And he got down to an 18.394. So 91 thousandths away from the fastest lap we've seen in this meeting. 18.614 was the best by Patrick Nair, who had a 3-lap total of 56.1. 56.4 for Gerhard Kandelhart in third. 7.1 and 2, the top 3. So 2 more sessions to go before we can call it a day today. And next up will be Group 9. I'm going to stick my head out up above the parapet and say that 18.3 will be beaten today. The 18.305 will be beaten today.
Really?
Yes. I think there's a low 18.2 and possibly a high 18.1. I don't think there's an 18.0 or something, but I definitely think there's a low. I think there's a 1/10 of a second to come off that fastest lap by Eric Dankel. He had a good lap when he did it, but I think that there's a half a chance now, with the conditions as they are. Not a breath of wind all day. The flags have been hanging limply and the trees have been just not even rustling.
No. Well, it'll be somebody in the next two groups that's going to do
Yeah,
it.
got to be.
I'm not so sure.
You think not?
I would perhaps even wager a glass of the local punter gamer on that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I am terrible at betting.
Yeah, me too. The only thing I can do is roulette because I don't have the brain or I don't understand.
You just
Gambling.
throw chips at it everywhere on roulette.
Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you've got as much chance as anybody else.
Yeah.
Because at each spin of the wheel, every number's got exactly the same probability of turning up as every other number.
Yep. But I do tend to get lucky, as Nick will testify.
Right, here's who's out for the penultimate session then. It's Group 9, second and final timed practice in our Proto Form sponsored coverage of the European Championships here in Austria. Martin Hoodie is 1. Biagio Spataro is 2. Giorgio De Felici is 3. Kyle Branson in fine form this morning is 4. Eric Dankel, fastest man this week so far, is 5. Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm just wondering if we're going to do any pieces to camera afterwards.
I can do if you want. There's a little wrap up for the day. Might see if we can even get one of the fastest guys as well to have a chat with us.
Yeah. Okay.
Patrick Schaefer in 6. Dino Giancalone in 7. Tony Gruber in 8. And 9 is Daniele Ailesi. 10, Mikhail Derderian. I got that wrong this morning, so I apologise.
Ian.
All right, Derderian. Derderian. He is. This is the group with 1 million white cards in it. So pick a white card. It's probably one of the fast guys. I think there are only 2 out of the 10 cars that aren't in some way, shape or form white.
Yeah.
Or mainly white.
Thanks to Mikhail Derderian for being orange.
And Patrick
in your
Schaefer for being
serpent.
blue. Yeah. And that's it. So this is just the testing part of this timed practice. It is important though. Let's not play this down because we've seen in the past on these quicker circuits how difficult it is to get by because the performance of the cars on the controlled tyres are so similar that if you get, and in fact we saw him, didn't we, in one of the earlier runs with it was one of the Brits, wasn't it, who got caught up in someone who wasn't prepared to pull over, and despite the fact that he was about 1.5 seconds a lap quicker, he couldn't get by.
Carl.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Marsden.
So a couple of minutes left on this warm-up session. I do like this shot we've got.
Kyle Branston.
Kyle Branston. It was Kyle, yeah. This shot here with the cars heading into, and you can see the shadows beginning to come into the front of that picture.
Yeah.
As through goes the number 6 of Patrick Schaefer, the blue and white car. It just shows the guys who are working. The 5 car there came out the pits, Eric Dankel. Still tinkering, the fastest man this week. And when you come out the pits, as that car has just done, which is the Mikhail Derderian machine, you do get a proper run into the racing line of that corner. In fact, actually, it's a bit late to turn in. And I think it sets you up for the Amiga corners perhaps even better. That was nice. Patrick Schaefer there, kicking it sideways.
Minutes ago before this one starts, so let me just quickly welcome Elaine L. Zorglub to the RC Racing TV Facebook group. You are honorary top member for the next 3 minutes. Welcome to you. You've made the group all the better just for being here, as another 1/8 Nitro car is posted in your honour, John, onto the page for you to check out.
Oh, let's have a look. Oh, yes.
By Robert McKenna. Thank you, Robert.
Thanks, Robert. That's a Shepherd Velox 1/8 a couple of years ago, he says. On a very nice piece of decking there. Nice bit of
I've got
woodwork.
decking like that.
Yeah. I did mine the other way around.
Well, you flipped it. You've got the really small ripples.
Yeah, I did that on the main part, and then on the edges, I edged it out with a flipped over so it was more smooth.
Yeah.
It worked quite well. That is very. Now that's a closed coupe prototype, as opposed to the open one that we had earlier. That's interesting.
I think I think for racing in the Euros you have to have it like that.
Yeah. That's good. Like it. Keep those coming. Right, off and running. As the cars
We're
head
watching car
out of the
number
track.
1. We're watching Martin Hoodie going onto the straight.
Now, I'm going to keep my eye on the number 5 of Eric Dankel. Kyle Branson had some issues, remember, this morning. Remember, he had some... he had side-to-side contact, which did out the back right-hand wheel. He took a chunk out of it and couldn't get the car to handle. And I'm really interested to see if that car is now handling, as Eric Dankel's first flying lap is an 18.5. How's your pint? How's your litre? How's your stein of the local brew looking now?
There we go.
Come on, Eric. Kyle Branson seems to have his handling issues from this morning sorted out with an 18.6. Right, there's 5. 18.6, 18.6, 18.5. Right, we've got the first 3 lap numbers now. 55.5 from Eric Dankel, very competitive. 55.8 from Kyle Branson. And 55.8 from Biagio Spataro. So that's, in fact, as I say that, Spataro goes to the top with a 55.7 and an 18.506 for him. Ooh, is there a couple of tenths there somewhere? Come on, boys, come on. 2, 5 and 4, your top 3 at the moment, with Tony Gruber on a 56.1. You know, and as I say that, Martin Hoodie goes through to a 55.9. 4 drivers under 56 seconds for 3 laps consecutively. Or 3 consecutive laps timed. See what I mean? Oh, didn't sound good.
Something went crunch.
Right, who are we watching at the moment? God, that's quick. That is super
We're
quick.
on car number 5 of Eric Dankel.
This is the fastest one, and there it is! 18.247. The record is broken on only 6th lap out. That's a beer. Ka-ching. Now, winning a bet where there's beer involved as well, that's even better. Now, he's not yet got down as low. I said a low 2, maybe a high 1. That's a mid 2. I'm very happy with that.
I'm happy for you. I'll pass the cross on to Nick.
I may not have dinner tonight, just beer. How big is your biggest beer?
Good broadcast tomorrow then.
And of course that takes his average down as well, 55.2. He's backed up that 18.247 with an 18.468. 55.242 his time is. This is the best 3-lap average we've seen so far. Sorry, I keep saying 3-lap average. This is the best 3-lap total that we've seen before. That's because we do averages in the World Endurance Championship. Kyle Branson hanging on there in 3rd position. He's best in 18.527 single lap. He's just done an 18.554. He's on a bit of a roll of 55.6. Needs to find a 10th or so to bump Biagio Spataro. 18.357 last time by Dankel. 55.242. Keep that in your head. And this is not the fastest group, remember. This is Group 9.
That's true, yes. So, yeah. Who knows what's to come?
I may not have been to a lot of RC races. I.e., this is my first one.
And who would have thought that? You've probably seen and commentated on more races than anybody else.
That is true. But being at the track, look, you guys do a great job cutting the TV together. But for me, being at the track, I'm seeing so much more that I just, you can't see. Obviously, we've got to condense it all down into a half-hour or an hour programme.
Yeah.
But seeing the way we get to what I see as the final cut is amazing. And I'm loving being here. Out goes Biagio Spataro. So he's going to lose. He's not going to get 3 laps in now. He didn't leave himself enough time when he came into the pits. So he's done. He will not better a 55.5. And he's dropping down now as Tony Gruber goes to a 55.537. 242, 55.242. And Kyle Branson's come into second with a 55.496 now. He's just done an 18.453 and a 4.81. Those are 2 of his quickest laps of the day. In fact, I think they are his 2 quickest laps of the day. Another 4.42, a 3.08 for Dankel. He's right there. Fractions of a second. He just can't string them together as time runs out. And a new single lap record for the meeting of an 18.247 by Eric Dankel gives him a 3 lap. Oh, and right at the end, he improves his time for 3 laps to a 55.058. It was 2:42.058. Eric Dankel 55.058. I think you're going to find when we're reseeded, he's going to jump a group. I think he's going to jump a group.
Yeah, you would expect so as well. I think, you fully expect him to qualify directly into the final. He's a national champion. So, yeah, of course, Eric Dankel is one of the top contenders.
Keep these numbers in your mind, dear viewer. 55.058 and 55.480. Those were the leading 2 drivers in this category with an 18.247 and an 18.453, their best times. We had an 18.383 there from Tony Gruber, but he couldn't back that up. An 18.9 his last lap around.
And did you feel a real big, cool blast of wind during that?
Yes.
The first one all day?
Yes.
And that
Yes.
no doubt helped with the speed.
It's interesting, isn't it? We just got a draft of air through the window, the one window that we've got open here.
Yeah.
Now that's very interesting. So if you are just joining us, number 1, where have you been all day and have you got a note from your mum for being late? And number 2, you've actually joined us at pretty much the best time to see the final action in terms of the timed practice. It is Group 10. And number 1 is Gilles Grootkamp from the Netherlands. Number 2, Dario Balestri from Italy. Number 3, Dirk Wisniewski from Germany. Italy's Francesco Tironi is 4. Germany's Robert Piech is 5. Alexander Hagberg from Sweden is 6. From Denmark, Rico Kröber in 7. Mark Green from the UK is 8th. Italy's Alessio Mazzio is in 9. And Adrien Bertin from France is 10 or 0. Obviously, number on the car. They are about to go out in a huge group and wiggle off.
Tell Nathan, change batteries.
And Nathan, you need to change batteries so you can power the camera down whilst these cars go out. We're not on you.
And what we're going to do when this heat is finished, we'll just allow you to keep talking over this camera shot here.
Yep.
Me and Nathan will do a quick camera change so we can get the camera over into the pits and have a little chat to some of the drivers and sign off for the day.
Yeah. Okay. All good stuff.
Good.
So they're going out for their first, went out in a big lump there for their, 3 minutes or so of warm-up time, and Nathan's back up already. That man can change a battery almost as fast as he can eat a pizza. Very impressive. Right, so 18.247. Are we going to see an 18.1 in this heat? Or will these guys go for more consistency? So 55, see, I've forgotten already. 55.0, wasn't it?
What we need to do is invest in a pen.
Or just have the timekeepers bring us the
Yes.
timekeeper who's just walked by behind you. If you go and grab him,
Yes.
you might get him to print out the sheet from the last heat for us.
Okay.
I think I said it was 55.242 and it went down to 0.47, I think. So final time session of day 2 of the EFRA European Championships for IC touring cars, 10th scale. Our broadcast today brought to you by Protoform And I'll say thanks in advance to Nathan and Matt for having me here. I've had a cracking day. What a great day's entertainment. Anybody who says this is not motorsport, you're wrong. It is. It has all of exactly the same component parts, the same drama, and I'm looking at it through exactly the same eyes as I would have had we been doing this as a full-size event. 55058. Thanks, Matt. Yes. You saw me screw my nose up there, didn't you, as I was looking at that thinking, that's not... Oh, yes, okay. Time's not exactly what I thought it was going to be. I just want to have a look at Eric Dankel's times. Here's Eric Dankel's times for the laps that he did. 18.5, 18.5, 18.5, 18.5, 18.8. No, that's not right. Can't be right. Ah, I see. Stand by caller.
Shall I usher some members in while you figure that out?
Right, no, here we go.
Okay.
18.5, 18.5, 18.5, 18.4, 18.5, 18.2, 18.4, 18.5, 18.4, 18.4, 18.3, 18.3, 18.5, 18.6, 18.4, 18.3, 18.3, 18.247.
That was the one.
Yeah. Just unbelievable.
And that was right at the end.
Yeah.
So the 3, and then the 2.
No, sorry, 18.2 was the his sixth lap in.
Oh.
His three best laps were 18.4, 18.3 and 18.3. Down to the 1,000th, he was the same time on these last two laps. 18.442, 18.308, 18.308 for a 3-lap time of 55.058. His last 3 laps out there. Now, can any of these top 10 drivers do any better? Usher some new members in before we go live.
Matt Chambers, welcome to the RC
Hey, Matt.
Racing TV Facebook group. And Oliver Theobald, you are more than welcome. Thank you for going to Facebook and finding the group and joining the RC Racing TV Facebook group.
Look at the pressure. Look at the pressure. That's Gilles Grosskamp's mechanic.
I like these shots, Nathan.
That's nice. That's very nice. That is real lovely light, of course, at this time of the day. It's getting towards the golden hour. So the final timed action on the track, the final action of the day in our Protoform live coverage on rcracing.tv.
Brought to you by EFRA.ws.
It's the European Championship 110 touring cars here at the Kirchburg Rab Stirring, just outside of Graz in Austria. Matt and John in the booth, and Nathan on these fantastic pictures as we watch Gilles Grosskamp getting up to speed. Nobody with the as fast an opening lap. 18.5, remember, as we saw last time around by Eric Dankel. And nobody's anywhere near him at the moment. Nobody's within a tenth of what he put in. Pietsch has just gone through in an 18.6. 18.5 now for Grosskamp, who gets a 56.3. We're looking for something around 55.058 to get near Eric Dankel, and they're going to have to be going some. And Dankel, for me, has just, in that last run, cemented himself as one of the absolute favourites for this weekend's finals. In not the perhaps most fancied group in the early part of the week, but he's going to blow that seeding away, and when we reseed tomorrow for the qualification sessions, surely he will be in the top group. Best at the moment, 18.492, and that is by Francesco Tironi.
Who we're watching now on the screen.
Sorry, you watch the pictures. I am fascinated by the timing screens. That looks tidy by Tironi. Really tidy. 3rd place. Right, Hagberg now starts to make a move. 18.391. That's his fastest lap of the week so far. But can he string it together with another 2? He's got a 55.519 3-lap total at the moment, the Swede. Robert Pietsch, 55.530. with an 18.4. Now the tension beginning to ramp up as the concentration has to as well. Dario Balestri there just coasting through the pit turn. Alexander Hagberg going through 18.391, 18.722 doesn't help him. Does not help him. And of course, once you've done a lap that is outside your best 3 that you've just done, you've got to start all over again. 3 consecutive laps strung together gives you the time that we're looking for. We are looking for something around an 18.247, which is the fastest lap of the week so far as well by Eric Dankel. You saw it live here.
And we're watching Robert Pietsch on the Mugen.
And
second fastest at the moment.
Coming through to finish the lap, which is an 18.481. That's not shoddy. Doesn't improve his 3-lap time. It's tidy though, isn't it? Very, very tidy. Shadows just beginning to lengthen. On the far side of the circuit, the sun going down over the scoreboard. I'm just thinking, this is race time. This is the end of the race time tomorrow. So these are the conditions, Saturday rather, that we'll be racing the A final in.
If not a little bit warmer.
Yeah, that's the forecast. Tad earlier than this. We should be done by what, 5:30 tomorrow, Saturday, even maybe a little bit earlier than that. Still no improvements. Lot of people in the 18.3s all of a sudden though. Francesco Tironi, Alessio Mazzio. 1 minute to go. Just time then for 3 laps. This is when Eric Dankel put in those 3 blistering laps. 18.442, 18.308 and 18.308. His 18.247 was much earlier, but he couldn't string 3 laps around it. Well, another 2. Hagberg, second. Mazzio, third. Pietsch leading it. Where is Grokamp? And Grokamp is down in 5th place with a 55.6. Going to have to find Eric Dankel, aren't I? And have a chat with him. He's the fastest man of the day so far. On both 3-lap consecutive and fastest time. And that's it. And let's wait for them all to come through because Eric improved right at the end. Has there been anyone anywhere near? No, there has not. 3.36 and 18.336 is the best time in that session by Robert Pietsch. And the best 3-lap total is at 55.387. That's a 1/10 of a second, a lap slower than Dankel. That's a lot of time. A heck of a lot of time. A shed load of time. On an 18-second lap to be a 1/10 of a second quicker on a 3-lap consecutive time than anybody else. On control tyres. Wow. Well, that is very, very impressive indeed. So, Alessio Mazzio. In fact, Alessio Mazzio sneaks up to the top at the very end there, ahead of Robert Pietsch and Alex Hagberg. So, 9, 5 and 6. 55.3, 55.4 and 55.5 for the 3 guys. And that then is the end of the track action this afternoon. However, not the end of our programme. Stay with us for another 5 minutes or so and we'll get a bit of reaction from the track as we're just getting our remote camera fixed up. As you can see, there's more than a little interest from outside the window at the moment. And what I'll do is step out. I'll talk to that one there while Nathan's getting ready.
You're in the shop.
So, very, very interesting. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, action-packed day here at the Stur Ring in Austria. Still a beautiful evening. Sun just coming round to my left-hand side, and our Protoform sponsored coverage almost at an end. There's been a lot of drama here and a lot of very fast time. Erik Danker, the fastest man, both on a single lap, breaking his own fastest time set earlier this morning there, just in that final practice session, and also on the 3-lap average. Now, he was in Group 9. We will be reseeding everybody tomorrow for the qualifying sessions, which of course will be live here on IC Racing TV, brought to you by Protoform. The touring car, the reputation that touring cars, and particularly IC 10th touring cars, have for being close racing, I think absolutely being lived up to at the moment, with such a lot of drivers separated by very small margins. Clearly, of course, the control tyre is adding to that this weekend, but it's also quite clear as well that the very fast and flowing nature of the Stur Ring here at Kirchburg, just outside of Graz, is adding to that as well, because it is a floor circuit, it's a rhythm circuit, and there are places where you've just really just got to hang on and get the car turned in and make sure that it's all working. So I can see that there's one or two people sorted out down there in the pit lane. I'm going to take a walk this way. You'll lose me for a moment while Matt charges back to switch the shot, because Nathan is waiting for me down in the pit lane, and it's quite a way. So I'm going to head down into the relative shade then of the pit lane, and hopefully Matt will tell me in a second that we're ready to go down here. And as soon as we do, we'll have a quick word with someone we've been following all the weekend. Are we ready to go, Matt? Or have you got us on shot and got us cut up? Oh, I don't think he's here just at the moment. Well, down here, there's still quite a lot of work going on at various places down the pit lane. And I don't think Matt's quite back yet. I'll just bear with us for a moment. Hello, Matt. Have you got us? Talk to me in my ears, Matt. Not sure he's even back in the booth yet. I can't hear him rustling around, which I normally can. Okay. So let's head back down into the pit lane. I know where he was going. He was sorting out interviews for us as well. So Matt, tell me when we're all ready and cut up from the pits, and we'll crack on. Are we ready, Matt? So the end of the day here at the Stur Ring Graz for the EFRA European Championship 1/10 IC touring cars. And are you getting us loud and clear, Matt?
Yes, all sounding good.
Right, and can you see us as well?
I can see your pretty face, yes.
Hello.
Yes.
So, the end of a very exciting day. We're
Yep.
down in the pits, lots going on, and this gentleman here has done himself proud. This is the smiling face of Erik Danker, who is not only quickest on one lap with an 18 very low, 18.247 I think from memory, and a 55.052 or something for your 3-lap consecutive. Now you were in Group 9, not in Group 10. Is that the sort of times that you were expecting around here? You're a national champion, you were a very good driver, but did you expect to be that quick around here, and indeed the fastest after the first of the time practice sessions?
To be honest, I not expected that I'm fast like today and the previous day, but I think it helped me a lot to attend the ENS race some weeks ago, and I had a very good basic setup, so it's nice to stay in the front, but we will see what tomorrow will happen in the qualifyings.
The conditions today were much better, obviously, than the rain that we had earlier in the week. But it seemed as though the temperature or the way the wind was blowing, I don't know, because the times were going up and down, not necessarily by the groups. Did you find it difficult to get the perfect setup today, or did you just hit the track at the right time?
Yes, it's not easy because in the morning it's driving more easy than in the afternoon when the tarmac is hot. So maybe we have to adjust the setup a little bit. In the morning I'm using less toe-in. And in the afternoon, when the car is more tricky to drive, I use 0.5 more toe in. So I think we can make good and easy setup for the.
You're in great shape because not only have you managed the fastest single lap, but the fastest, as I say, 3 laps strung together. They were your last 3 laps in that session. So your 18.2, which you did, actually didn't count for anything other than the lap record this week because you didn't put the 2 laps in around it. Now tomorrow, it's qualifying sessions, 5 minutes hell for leather. You must be feeling really confident about that because you have been so quick over a longer run and on a single lap.
Yes, I mean practice is one thing and qualification is the other thing. But yes, I'm confident to make a good result after qualifying, and we will see what happens tomorrow. We cannot expect today what will happen.
What changes with you as a driver then in your head when you know it's qualifying? Everybody's reseeded tomorrow, so you might be out with different people around you. Somebody like this guy sitting behind us, Shields Groves Campbell, you're probably going to be qualifying in the same group as him. What happens in your head at that point? Have you got to shut all that out?
Yes, you have to, because it's only time qualification, so it's almost the same like today. But I think everybody will be a little bit more excited than today because it will count a lot more than it's like today.
There's been, fortunately, precious little bumping and barging today. It's been very clean out there. Most people giving people space to get their times in. Of course, it gets a bit more serious tomorrow. Are you expecting it to be a little harder on the track tomorrow with 9 other competitors out there?
I think they are very experienced racers, and I don't see a problem if with other drivers do blocking or don't let me pass. So I think it will be okay. And there are also some referees, so
there are, and they're going to stamp their authority early. For the moment, you're the fastest man here. I know it counts for nothing, but hey, it's great to go home at this time of the week and know that you've got something under your belt already.
yes, it's a nice feeling for sleeping tonight.
Yeah, you'll get a good night's sleep tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Eric, thanks very much indeed. Fastest man, not only on 1 lap, but also on the 3 laps together. I'm going to speak to Gilles. You're not a happy bunny at the moment. That's not what you expected coming out of that final time practice session. What was the problem there?
I think now I know more what to do for tomorrow's session. So in the first and second control practice, I still try a lot of things. The engine is okay now, so I can really focus on the setup of the car. I think for tomorrow I know what to do and what not to do. So I mean it's gonna be hard to be all the way on the top tomorrow, but I think I will be able to be in the top 8, top 6, top 8. And then, of course, Saturday in the semi-final we will see. But for sure, it's gonna be really hard to be on top. But I'm gonna work hard on the setup tonight. We're gonna talk about what to change, what.
It's dangerous though at this point if you make changes and then of course they don't work, because there's no coming back from that. You know, you've got 4 sessions, so there's a little bit of leeway, but not much.
Yes, exactly. We struggle on Monday with the clutch of the car, and that made the car setup also change all the time. And so now finally we have the engine and the setup of the clutch ready, but now the setup of the car actually lags. So we really lost some time, and also 1 day rain. And of course, if you still have to make changes if you go in the qualification already, it's not good. But sometimes it can still be okay, you know. So I'm really looking for tomorrow, and we'll see what.
In your first timed qualifying this morning, I noticed that you came in after maybe 3 minutes in the 10-minute session, refilled the car, and then you went out and your mechanic had the stopwatch. Were you looking at fuel mileage at that point? And look, there's only me and you. Nobody else here is listening. What did you find out from that?
No, I mean it's clear we can run quite long on the fuel tank. So I think if I'm not the fastest overall for the fastest lap time, for sure in the final I will try to have a better pit stop strategy than the other guys. And I think with the fuel mileage what I have at the moment, it's looking good for me. So maybe in this I can I can have an advantage.
Well, I'll tell you what I timed you at when we turn this off, because I don't want to give you secrets here. Shields, thank you so much for being so open with us, and good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, there's still a lot of work to be done. One of the favourites, Gilles Groves there from the Netherlands, still trying to work out what he's got to do. Might even be doing a little bit of experimentation in terms of his setup later on in the weekend. But it's still a busy scene down here in the pit area. That's it from Protoform coverage of today's timed practice sessions. Everything gets reset tomorrow. The times that we've seen today and Eric Dankel's fantastic performance, we'll see him reseeded and everyone else seeded as in order of those 3-lap times that we saw being put in today in those 2 timed practice sessions. When we come back tomorrow, there will be 4 5-minute qualifying sessions for everybody. The idea is you go hell for leather for each one of those. Very exciting, lots of action, and of course all here live exclusively on rcracing.tv from this beautiful circuit with the sun just beginning to go behind the grandstands now. We get the opportunity to sign off. I say thanks to Nathan and to Matt. Join me and the rest of the team tomorrow when we'll be back doing the really important stuff, which is the qualification, and it's all live right here. I'm John Hindhoff. For the whole team here in Austria, it's a very, very good night from us.